All right, we are live. Release party number 3. Let's go. So welcome to the third release party at Balena. I think we did the first on September, if I'm not wrong. That last 11.
We'll not talk about that.
Wait a sec, that I'm listening me twice, so that's not good. Okay, sorry, I missed the stream. So on the first Balena release party on Balena, I think we ate long about 11 hours building a higher level device metrics live here in front of all of our community. And I think November we built the balenaHub. If you don't know balenaHub, go to hub.balena.io and find an incredible collection of applications of IoT edge devices. And what are we going to build today on the third Balena release party? Gentlemen and ladies, what are we going to do today?
So, okay, I guess no one's talking, so I will. So what we will be building today is we will be rebuilding the sidebar in the dashboard. That one has been long due. We already did some designs a while back, but we never had the chance to implement them. So we figured we close the year with a nicer sidebar and better looking dashboard.
I mean, this sounds good. I'm excited to see this. Like, I don't really have an idea of what you guys are going to do, so I'm just here to find out and watch along at the same time, and bug you for hourly status updates. I'm like happy because I don't have to give the updates this time, so I can be the one saying, "Oh, it's time for an update, Steve. Time for an update."
I mean, this time at least it's not just me implementing stuff, so I can actually listen to you talking and talk back without going crazy. Anyway.
So maybe let's talk. Why did we decide to change the UI? From my point of view, the sidebar it's kind of cool, no? But why is this relevant for our users?
I don't know, maybe Alexandra wants to tell us why.
So try to remember, there has been already an update like last year, I guess, visually. But this was only a small change, like just fonts and colors, and basically it stayed the same, having these kind of boxes on the left side. And now what we want is to get more vertical space, so to have it more like in the same view area. Like if you look there, that all you can get it at a glance, so to speak. And also the second topic we're maybe gonna do today, if we have time, are the breadcrumbs, right? So this would be the second part of the left-hand side menu. Then we would be able to have it all in one place. So if you look on the left side, then you know where you're coming from, having a hierarchy, the structure, to give a better overview, because of a feeling maybe users get lost. So maybe it's not too clear in which application they're in currently, what they're viewing, in which context. And since we also introduced or going to introduce the organizations, this is also another level we're going to add, a top level part. So this is, again, we need to make sure that the user knows in which organization he is and which app, at which device, and so on.
Cool. So let's do. Looking forward to see the results. Maybe let's do an introduction of who is here, or Steve, you want to add?
Yeah, I think that would be nice, and you can start first. I mean, for me at least, you're in the top left corner, so let's go in order.
Are you sure?
Oh no, Mark's found out.
That's some magic.
Admin powers.
No, I'm Mark. I'm developer advocate at Balena, and today I will try to help as much as possible during first time. And when David will wake up, he will substitute me. So I'm gonna help here with, I don't know, general amusement, making questions, and helping on the progress every hour or every X minutes. So let's go to Let's go there.
You
or
moved everything around now, so now we don't know who's next.
Anyway, I'll go so we don't confuse them. So my name is Steve. I'm a software engineer here at Balena. Yeah, and I'll be one of the people building the sidebar plus breadcrumbs that hopefully we're gonna finish by the end of the day. That's it.
I am Chris. You'll probably remember me from hardware, from Happy Hours and release parties 1 and 2. But I'm just here to provide distraction today, and maybe some Christmas gifts and decoration, and to ask annoying questions, perhaps.
Later we will share the URL.
Yeah, I was going to say you have to share it publicly, so it's kind of like.
No worries, that we will do it live.
So hi, I'm Theodoris. I'm full stack developer at Balena, and I'm here to help Steve and Andrea do this UI revamp that we are looking forward.
Cool.
Hello everyone, I'm Andrea. I'm also a developer. I will help Steve and Theodoris to do the breadcrumb and the sidebar. And that's it.
Hi, I'm Alexandra, and I'm working at Balena on UI, UX stuff. So I will be helping out visually and how it might look like.
And the major opposition towards obnoxious GIFs.
So I'm sure that Steve and Alexandra and Chris have been in all the release parties, right?
Yeah.
I have not been to the first one.
Okay.
I know. Okay.
I think I've been in all 3.
Yeah, me
So
too
far.
somehow.
Bye.
Being in all 3.
All right.
Cool.
I'm preparing the milestones new, but maybe we can introduce all the steps that we are going to do during the release party, even if this is not the latest version. So, maybe you can get into all the milestones that we need to reach in order to have a successful release party. Yeah.
Okay, so you need to read from bottom up for some reason.
We start with beer. It's only 11 a.m. here, but it's fine.
I mean, if you could put one more beer at the bottom, so like that there is no confusion.
Yes.
Yeah, so we lost Mark for some reason.
Yeah.
But anyway, so we're going to start with designing the sidebar. We already have some designs that we did a while back. We're going to revamp those a bit. And then we're going to talk a bit about where to position the breadcrumbs, how those will look like. It's all to be done live, honestly. It's not, we didn't prepare too much about it. So we'll see what turns out of that. And then we have 3 tasks in parallel. So one is creating the skeleton for the sidebar. So basically, that will be the placeholder where the menu will go and the breadcrumbs. We need to make that collapsible so it looks a bit better on mobile. And we will be changing the background of the entire dashboard from white to, I don't know, light gray.
Less white.
Less white.
Festive gray.
Oh my God.
The menu component is basically what we have today for the sidebar menu. The large boxes will turn into something not as large. They won't have that much height. And that one will be an independent component that will, after the release part you're doing, will be moved to Rendition, our component library. So other projects that we have in-house or other people use Rendition for can use. And the same holds true for the breadcrumbs. The breadcrumbs are the approach we want to take is a bit experimental, so to speak. So we'll see what comes out of that. But we want to have the breadcrumbs as part of the sidebar, so it conveys the context about where you are and what things you can visit in that context more clear. And that's it. After that, we test it, deploy it, and there's a blog post, hopefully, maybe, and then some beer.
Or Glühwein, right?
Exactly. I already tested some yesterday. Just to be sure.
We will talk about this later, maybe.
Yeah. Shall we get started then? Maybe Alexandra can share the designs and share with people how the new sidebar will look like if we finish it.
Okay, you can see my screen?
Not yet, but now, yes.
Good.
Yes.
Yeah, okay. So, okay, basically, when we say left-hand side menu, we mean this left bar here. This is going to be our top level. So as you can see, in comparison, it's much smaller, less height. Yeah, should look nice. And as mentioned before, this concept is a bit old already, so we're not gonna do this top bar as we proposed back then, but still probably the left side, this top bar, will look like that. So these ones, maybe not the one below, the bottom part of the left-hand side, but this part.
Yep.
Yeah.
Cool. Shall we? I guess the things that we already know how we're gonna do is the skeleton for the sidebar and that part of the menu that Alexandra just mentioned. So we can start with that, and in the meantime, we can also start discussing how the breadcrumbs will look like, and Alexandra can probably start creating some mock designs for that. We can brainstorm a bit about what looks better and what is it that we like or don't like, and we can start implementing those. And then I'll be doing the menu items. Todoris will be doing the sidebar skeleton, and Andrea will be doing the breadcrumbs. So we kind of have everyone has enough work to do for the party. And yeah, we can get started.
So if all goes well, at the end of today, current balenaCloud users will be able to refresh their dashboard and see all the work that you guys have just done, right?
Yep, exactly. We are confident that we're gonna get the sidebar skeleton and the menu done and released. For the breadcrumbs, probably, but if we don't come up with a good solution, or if we don't have time to finish it, then the breadcrumbs will stay as they are today.
Sounds good.
Cool.
Cool.
So let's make it happen.
Yeah. I guess everyone start pulling away, and we can also start chatting Alexandra about breadcrumbs.
Alexandra, have you uploaded the design that you just showed us?
Yes, it's in Zeppelin.
Okay, cool.
In the project balenaCloud, and there is a section at the rather bottom saying release party 3.
So where do you guys start? You just so Alexandra's done the designs and they're in Zeppelin. Like, what are your next steps?
So basically, since we've split the task in 3 distinct pieces of the new sidebar, I guess everyone will be basically focusing on their own part. But there are a few considerations that we want to make, which are the menu items that you saw. So basically, the navigation that Alexandra showed. That
it might help to have that on screen the whole time, like rather than just stare at our faces. We might be able to give some context.
How shall we do it?
I don't know.
Alexandra, do you want to share, or shall I? Okay, I'll just share while you're kind of preparing for.
Or could we just in StreamYard have the image permanently there of the menu, the left-hand side?
I mean,
is this possible?
I think it probably needs to be a shared screen or a shared tab.
Yeah, let me share.
How does that work?
Yeah. Share screen here below.
Yeah.
As in, we can't do it as an image.
Okay, application window.
Okay.
Let me see.
Okay, I got it to the stream.
Okay. Cool.
Okay.
So since Todoris will be doing the sidebar, he'll be focusing more on the skeleton. So basically having making it collapsible, doing maybe some animation when you collapse it, and creating containers, so to speak, for this menu. And later on for these. So these are a bit out of scope for the release party. Maybe if we have time, we can add some of those. Today, they are found at the top bar menu. But we want to move them in the sidebar as well. What I will be doing is this basically part. So these menus, we want to create a generic component that for now we'll only have one rendering mode, which will be vertical like this. But the same menu component should be able to also handle horizontal layout. So for example, you define your menu in a single way, but you can put it both in the sidebar and in the top bar if you wanted to. Also potentially in like if you open a drop down here, you get a menu. You should be able to use the same code to render in 3 different ways. But for today, we'll be focusing just on this rendering mode, where it just basically lists the menu items vertically.
Cool. Does this
And
allow
then-
us to improve the mobile version of the dashboard as well?
So there is that as well. One of the reasons we are doing it, aside from just it looking better, is today if you go to the dashboard, usually the menu overflows and you'll have to scroll just to see what the menu has, the menu items that exist, which won't be a problem anymore with the new menu because they're not installed. So if you see today, for example, if we go to an application, I mean, I have a pretty large screen, so it doesn't overflow in this case. But normally on a laptop, you would get something like this. And as you can see, this overflows quite a bit with no content here. So you'll have to scroll just to see what other menus are available, which is not great. So that's one of the reasons we are doing this as well, which would save us quite a bit of space.
Is this being inspired by any framework, UI, or something like that, or not really?
This is inspired by Alexandra, and she can tell us.
So having a left-hand side menu like that is very common. Very common.
Yeah, but the designs are, I guess, are done just so they fit our basically design language,
Yes.
the style we have.
Exactly. Maybe one thing to add, I don't know if you mentioned it before, Steve. So you mentioned that we changed the background color, and there's also a reason for that, besides having a different background color, is that the selected item you can see here on the screen is devices.
Yeah.
And it's gonna have the same color as the background. So if you zoom in a little bit, please, you will see that it looks like this tab. It's becoming this one space from the context that is open to the selected menu item. So this should very clearly convey that this is the active tab.
Yeah. So this is sort of like a title to the page. So it has 2 purposes, I guess. One is a title, and the other one is to actually navigate between pages.
Yeah, very true.
Whereas today, I mean, it is marked with a different color, but it's not as clear that this is what you're seeing now, that you're at the devices page.
Yeah. Especially if you have an item selected at the rather bottom.
Yeah.
Maybe having a devices on top kind of feels...
Yeah, like this.
Yes,
Yeah.
exactly.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah. That's really cool. Looking forward to see the results.
Yeah. So a lot. Yeah.
Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, Google. I was just saying there are a lot of things that to be done and will be improved with this, but yeah, we hope others like it. They can tell us also in the comments if they do or not. Maybe we won't do it. I don't know.
Exactly. Let's start the debate on the comments, please.
If everyone decides they hate it, tell us now, and then we'll just stop.
Yeah, save us some time. Come on.
So we have some comments from the audience, like Anush, saying that everyone has enough work to do for the party. Yeah, probably not all the parties are like this. Yeah. And we have Rahul saying hello. We have Pranas.
I'll stop sharing now.
All right.
And maybe Alexandra, once she's ready, she can share the screen. And us guys, me, Doris, and Andrea can start coding some stuff and see what comes out of it.
Yep.
Sharing my screen and showing the navigation again, you mean?
Yeah, and I mean, yeah, maybe we can start doing it in Sketch and start experimenting with the new breadcrumbs.
Mm-hmm.
Or yeah, let's see how it goes. I don't know.
Yeah,
Alexandra, how about the header notifications? Like when we release orgs, you know, those kind of alerts. I guess they move in the main content area.
Oh, okay, yeah.
What do you mean?
Let me show you. Let me try the screen share. Over here. Okay,
Yeah,
I guess you can see my screen.
Yes.
So yeah, I mean this one over here. Since now, I mean now it feels that the sidebar would be a concrete piece of the UI and it shouldn't move. So I guess the best place to move it is in the main content area.
Yes. Right,
Okay, cool.
Yep. Maybe we'll do another release party where we also replace those notifications with
bubbles.
So we have no
Yeah,
time to add notifications on the.
I lost you there for a second.
Actually, it's not here on the milestone. So.
I mean, another release party, not this one.
Okay.
Let's not push it too far.
Another one.
Is this the first time where we started planning the next release party during the release party?
Yes. And we haven't even done anything, which is
Like, slow down, Steve. We haven't even started yet.
We have to explain maybe some instructions, no, to the audience. So yeah, maybe just every hour we will explain how everything goes. We like to release some features since this year publicly, so people understand. I think it's a good opportunity, to get together as well, and to do something together as we don't usually do it, and as well include community members. I don't know if on this release party we will enable the community members that are online to choose colors or designs as we did on the last balenaHub. Let's see how it goes.
That's a secret feature where we actually today you could change the top bar color, background color, and we will probably allow you to. The same thing will apply to the sidebar as well. I mean, people will be able to choose their own background color. Whether it will look nice or not, it depends on how well they choose. But
yeah, it's the simple things that make us happy.
Will we also have a Christmas theme available for that?
Yeah.
Oh, wait.
That sounds
I
good.
bet we can find something.
Some patterns.
If you put like a special keyword in the color selector or something, then it's like a Christmas Easter egg.
Snow, she says. A toggle.
So if Todoris is as fast as we all know he is, then he will also add some snowflakes there.
Yeah, I like the idea of a festive Easter egg. That's cool.
All right, maybe Chris, it's time to let them work a bit and talk about your LEDs, or we will distract them with your LEDs.
Oh, no,
do we need to? Like, I'm interested to see what they're doing.
No, because I see some comments from the audience talking about your
yeah. Just to reassure you, Marius, they are plugged into a wall outlet. They're not battery powered. Like, if that helps.
So maybe we can explain that last IoT Happy Hour episode, it was about Balena Christmas projects. And one of the projects that Chris has been collaborating during the last 3 years at Balena, it's Christmas LED tree project, right? That you have been improving every year more and more. No, during the last 2 years, you wrote some blog posts about it, and this year you didn't write a blog post, but actually you help a developer from the community, not to connect his massive tree.
And we've listed the app on Hub as well now. So
exactly,
being the place to go to find all your cool Balena apps, then the
with a beautiful logo.
On there. Yeah.
And not only that, you spend like 5 minutes before the IoT Happy Hour stream to build an API to your LED. So it's.
I mean, yeah, we can use the term API loosely, but there was an endpoint which I will deploy and share in the chat again.
But I see that today, yeah, you changed the animation or the how the LEDs work.
Yeah,
so
this is the default animation. This is the one it comes with if you deploy the project.
I really like how they behave during the IoT Happy Hour stream, because they were static in one color.
Yeah.
So people could change it randomly or not.
I need to dig out my dodgy Python code, and I can deploy that and get that going again for people to play with.
So once the IoT Happy Hour was stopped, you just change keep that code out.
This was like the default release on my application, and I put the device in local mode, and then I pushed a script to it just for the happy hour, and then afterwards I switched it back to normal again.
Yeah, we will need to invest some time talking about the local mode versus non-local mode development.
Maybe we can get Rahul on, because I know he's an avid user of local mode. He's in the chat there, I see.
Exactly.
I saw Pranas is asking if the design sidebar milestone is done already. Are we checking that one off, or is that still in progress?
I guess that's when it will be an ongoing thing, because we do have a rough idea how it will look like, but we still don't know how the breadcrumbs will fit into the sidebar, and that's basically what we will be doing. So this is partly developing what we know and partly experimenting and seeing what works and what doesn't.
So should we move it to orange?
Yeah, I mean, I guess the top 4 can be moved to orange because they're all done in parallel.
Oh, come on.
Well, then we don't mark anything as orange. I don't know how.
We need a legend here, Mark. We need to know what colors mean what. So red is like not started. Orange is in progress, are we saying, I guess.
Let me do a legend or something. But yeah, I mean, we are starting the release party, thinking on the next one, and already everything on almost green. Is that happening, or?
Well, that's good. Like, we'll be done by lunchtime.
All right, let me put a legend. Yeah, maybe it makes sense. So.
I think it would be good to have the layout on screen, like even if it is just a static image, and then people at least know.
People can see it. Yeah, that's a good idea.
But didn't you mention before we cannot do that?
I don't know, Mark. Can we do that? You're the StreamYard. Mark knows all the StreamYard tricks, like moving people around and stuff.
So. You want to leave this image, and even if, for example, Alexandra leaves, that the image stays here?
Yeah, so just to give the viewers like an idea of what we're working on. Otherwise, they get a lot of people with furrowed brows.
Sure. So maybe, I don't know, how can we do that? So maybe, if you can share it. Let me think about that. I'm not sure how we can do that. Or if we can have it as a brand image.
Yeah,
and
it's like a live challenge for you, Mark.
all
We
right,
need to add a box for put the image live on the stream all the times. We can have that as an objective.
Okay, so let me think about that.
Would you like to talk about the breadcrumbs in the meantime?
Yeah.
Sure.
Yep.
Hey,
Sure.
how are you?
Hello, Alex.
Hello.
Oh, hello.
Good morning.
I just woke up, guys.
And it's only 11:30 a.m. I mean,
I know. This is how I roll. I just show up at work late. You know how it is.
yeah.
What time do you usually wake up, Alex? Or that depends?
That depends. Yeah, it's 3:32 a.m. here, so
3:32. Okay.
yeah. Keep
Good
going.
morning.
I'm not following here.
So let's talk about the breadcrumb then.
Yeah. Alexandra just offered us some like delicious chat about breadcrumbs.
Yes. Let's talk about it.
Okay.
Let's first
I'm
talk
going
about.
to share my screen.
Yes.
Yes, please do.
So I received today a very nice draft concept of.
Is that a Google drawing?
That is far improved from my the thing I showed the guys yesterday.
Oh, that's the second revision.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll show you mine in a very I did this really quickly on a call with Steve and yesterday, but wait, I have to find it.
That's because you didn't see Steve one. It was amazing.
No, mine is
I tried to
definitely
do it by hand and it just didn't work.
my I don't know if this is not coming through, is it?
Nah.
Wait a second. Wait a
Oh,
second.
right.
Yes.
Yeah, there we go.
Oh, there you
Okay.
go.
Oh, okay.
Oh yeah.
Right.
I can see the resemblance.
So I feel like anything is better than that.
Okay. All right, so here we can see being within the app. Having the first tab would be devices. So you would be coming from like the top level is always navigations, organizations, and then you have the specific org you selected. And here in this case, I noticed that here the app is selected. In our case right now, how it's currently, this state does not exist, because if you select the app, you actually have the device selected. This is probably going to change in the future, but since we're building it today, today would not be like that, right?
Can you repeat that? What's
One
gonna
more
change?
time. One more time.
Okay.
This happens a lot when everyone's working and they're not actually listening to what you say.
Exactly.
Okay. Currently, how it is today, if you select an app, you do not have the state of the selected app like we see here, but actually what happens is you're already within the app you selected. In the first tab would be devices.
Yep.
This is
Yep.
just what I was saying. This is probably going to change in the future, but since we're doing it today, today it would not be exactly like that. So here, what I tried is a combination of having this diagram path and also having the tabs as we intended to build. Also because I guess we agreed back then that it was very nice to have the selected tab being merged with the background color. So it's always very clear what you have open. And yeah, so this is like just the very first draft of integrated breadcrumbs.
Okay.
Nice.
First question, if I can.
Of course.
The first one is when we are inside when we are in the home page. So are we going to see organizations always as the first? Okay, no breadcrumb will be shown then.
No breadcrumb on the very high level.
The thing is that that is your breadcrumb, right?
True. I'm just wondering if we are going to move the menu items to the right, just when we show the breadcrumbs, or if they're always moved to the right. So if there is always the left space, the left margin, let's say.
There's, I think in the design Alexandra showed it's quite crisp. There's 3 segments in that thing, right? There is the where you are now, right? The app 1, where when you start, that's really all there. Well, never mind. There's that, and then there's like your past, like how deep are you in? When you start, there's nothing there, so you're just where you are,
Okay.
and then underneath, and as you say, shifted, is what's next.
Okay.
So when you start, there's nothing to. The first portion has nothing, so that's fine.
Okay, clear. The second point is we can actually today reach 6 level of the breadcrumb can be 6 level long, let's say. Is this going to be a bit big, let's say, for the sidebar?
How come we have 6 levels? What is this case?
The case where we are inside a dependent device, if I'm not wrong.
I mean,
So
that's not official, I guess, yet. But but let's just take that as an extreme example. How bad is it going to be? So one thing that I was thinking about, actually, and maybe Alexandra, you can we can talk through that one, is that we could collapse the organizations with the specific organization level together, or in one compound widget. I don't know, like, because there's the organizations. What does he say here? Stage's organization, applications, this application, devices, this device, and then so these each one formally is 2 levels, but it's also like collection instance, collection instance, collection instance. So I wonder if the collection and instance can be combined in one line or 2 lines that are like quite dense to each other, because they have a good
Yes.
Guys, if I'm not making sense, just tell me.
No. But I think it's already like that in these designs, with the exception of the top one where it says organizations, but that I guess would be home or.
Yeah, actually, we do need a root, don't we? Like home or something.
Yeah. Because it's already just the instance of the organization, the instance of the application here. So yeah, that already saves us some vertical items. So it won't probably even reach 6 levels.
Mm-hmm. Oh, you know what? The icons. I saw quickly. Alexandra, you just flew through one design where you had icons to the left of the thing, and it actually, I think that will help for some reason.
This one,
aesthetically, just break up just to break up the.
We were always planning on having those, but since we now kind of make the intent, we lose space with each level. We go deeper. I remove them.
Yeah. No, you know what? I think because with integrating the breadcrumbs, we're saving ourselves a ton of vertical space. So I think we can give up a little bit on the horizontal. I think it's okay if the bar grows a little bit.
Yeah.
If we have to. Yeah. I mean, but
how much would you?
An icon's worth.
might be worth. We just had a question in chat that might be good to touch on right now. So Fritz is asking. Sorry, we're fighting each other, Mark. Fritz is asking.
Oh my God, not that question.
Yeah,
that was another point.
He says, may I ask, using the dashboard on the phone is a bit bumpy for now. Will the new sidebar dashboard also work somehow responsive?
I will enter story mode to give Alexandra a bit of time to do some prototyping.
You've opened a can of worms by the sounds of it, Fritz.
Yeah, so Fritz, this project, I don't know how much you've said of this, guys, but like this project, we started. When did we start talking about left-hand sidebar? I feel we've always been talking about the left-hand sidebar. It's like the friends we made along the way or something. We've been talking about this for like a year or two, which is why we finally gave up and said, we'll do a release party. But the last time Alexandra was trying to work on this, Andrea was also trying to work on making the dashboard more mobile friendly. And somehow this whole left-hand sidebar project became the dumping ground for everybody's requirements. So it just blew up until like we didn't do anything, actually. And then we rediscovered that work very recently, and we said, okay, look, this is pretty egregious waste of resources not to finish this work because there was so many nice things that we know we can improve on the dashboard. And the one thing we said is, fine, but leave mobile out of it. Because that was the one that killed us, I think, last time. It just added too much to the complexity of the project. So we said, okay, we will do it, but it'll be a pure left-hand sidebar thing. I think it'll make mobile a little bit more intuitive, maybe. But I honestly, I think mobile will have to be sort of a next step. Maybe, Andrea, this will be your own release party.
Oh, yes.
For
I'll be happy to.
For 2021.
Amazing release party.
Yeah, I think we said explicitly that we will not think about mobile here. I don't know, Steve, if this is a stretch goal for today, but I wouldn't. Start.
Just so we don't leave it so it's completely unusable on mobile, what we want to do is make the sidebar collapsible. So what you're gonna get is you're only gonna get the icons on mobile, and it might not work as well in portrait mode, but if you use mobile in landscape mode, it should work pretty well. So, I mean, we can also, if there's time, we can also test around a bit if at least it's to some extent usable. But yeah, it's not top priority, but we want to have it at least collapsible, if nothing else, to just make it decent.
Yeah. Yep.
Also, maybe for mobile to have it usable, we can just remove the breadcrumb when we collapse the sidebar and use a back button instead. Just to make you more. Because I'm really scared that maybe those items in the breadcrumbs from the mobile are not really clickable or usable with a finger.
I mean, that's the thing, right? The indentation can be dropped on the menu, and the menu basically will fall in line vertically with the breadcrumbs. And then when you collapse it, you're going to basically get the dots plus the icon from the breadcrumbs and just a larger icon from the menu. So you could keep them as well, and it won't really change that much. We'll see. I don't know. First, we need to nail it for desktop, and then we'll see.
Alexandra, you have a hello from Austria.
Fritz says thanks for explaining, but also hello from Austria. Yeah.
I'm back.
So let's give Alexandra some more time. Chris, have we put you on the spot yet, or is this something that has evaded everybody?
I think I'm personally evading being on any spots for this release party.
Well, you think so? So wait, for
one,
are you plugged into the wall?
Somebody
was asking if you're plugged into the wall or if you're battery powered right now.
Yeah, and I just reassured them that I'm definitely plugged into the wall.
I really hope you don't have to go to the bathroom or anything. There's some Ghostbuster reference here, but I'm not going to go into it.
We need to make things a bit more festive, so this is the best I could come up with right now. But I might try and
for me, I'm like, like the people from Crete in Greece, like they wear all black. Oh, it is early. I'm being told to be.
That's it.
4 in the morning.
You your parking.
Not even. Anyway, yeah, people from Crete are wearing all black. Sort of. I'm in that sort of vibe right now. The opposite of festive, whatever that is. Where were we? There was a point. Oh yes, Chris, you're gonna productize release parties for us today, right? As a stretch goal.
I mean, I'm taking everything in, and I will produce some notes based on what I see.
Oh, I see. You're the anthropologist of the group, are you?
Apparently.
Cool.
Yeah, like Steve warned me earlier that there was going to need to be some of that.
You're pretending not to know. Okay, who else do we have here to harass? Tadari, how are you doing, man? How's it going?
Hello. Just started again.
Go ahead.
Just started moving things around in the dashboard, seeing how the scroll bars and how the new layout will work out. And I also think we are also changing the background color from something that's not simply white. So it's gonna be interesting.
Oh yeah, there is a bit of a light gray effect here, isn't there?
Yeah, actually, that's what we have in Hub already.
The hubification of the dashboard.
Yeah.
I mean, that's another can of worms right there.
Look, Chris, if you can think of any small fixes you want in Hub, maybe you can get Steve. You can put Steve on the spot. This is a broadcast. He can't say no.
That's how you do it. What is it that you want to do, Chris?
He's asking for it. He's obviously.
I mean, I didn't have anything prepared. I mean, but I can find some stuff.
Yeah, while we are maybe coding, you can share a bit more about Hub and where we are, what's happening, what's the the future.
Oh yeah, what have we done since the last release party on Hub?
Yeah,
actually, what's the?
I think there've been a lot of small UI improvements, haven't there? Like to improve like responsiveness and how the cards look on different layouts, and we've added the footer. Not to mention adding the extra 10 or so applications that weren't there for launch as well.
I've heard Mark has become a beast in getting people to add their app.
Yeah, Mark is on the pipeline.
helping on the pipeline. It's interesting how the last days we have had some applications that are not extremely correct with GitHub or Git repos and so on. So we have to, I think, help the community we have to help them or lead them to submit correct applications.
That's right. Hey, Alexandra, since you're playing with the home thingy, I noticed something visually that you may not be seeing because you're blind to it, having worked with this for years. But you see the balena symbol right above?
The logo?
Could that be the home? Like, could the line stretch all the way up so that the logo balenaCloud is actually the home? See what I mean? Yeah. Right? Something like that.
I kind of like that.
I'm not sure about it. Let's see.
Just like not exactly like that, but integrate the balenaCloud as the home level, because
this is where you can. Go ahead.
No, Chris. I think I need you to argue on my behalf here because
I was going to say,
we're
this is where
losing
you
it,
can
we're
tell
losing
how good your suggestions are by Alexandra's facial expressions.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I can turn the camera off as well.
It's like,
You know me too well, Chris.
I think I like that idea though.
Yeah,
I
The
don't
other
know
thing
if
I was
it's
gonna
necessarily
suggest
helping or
I'm
not.
saying we need to save it. We need to like get it to work. But I like the usage of the space of it, and I don't like the home being, with a little thingy. It kind of has two paradigms now. It's like either we're going top to bottom or we're going left to right. And now with that one, you're kind of trying to squash the second paradigm. So I don't know if we can maybe think about how to integrate the logo as a level rather than do that. Maybe that's
the other thing I was
I
going to
mean, the
suggest
home
was
is
that
actually not needed anyways.
the house
Same.
icon could be the bullet point for the top one, perhaps. So where you've got the bullet points running down the left, the very top level could be the house.
I don't know. Okay, I'll stop interfering. Maybe
Okay.
Alexandra.
I'm assuming that was a bad idea based on the silence.
But are we gonna change the header or not at all?
Sorry, what?
Are we gonna change the header on the design that you have?
Well, it depends on what you consider the balenaCloud logo to be. Is it part of the sidebar or is it part of the header? it's kind of in the corner, right? So it could be
part of the header.
I mean, there might not be any header once we are done fully with everything. I'm not promising that for today, but we do want to move. Yeah,
it's not long for the world.
So in that world, it will definitely be part of the sidebar.
I mean, one thing that we were saying is that the logo itself doesn't need, people know where they are, right? They're not like, oh, what website is this I'm finding myself in? So maybe all we need to maintain, Alexandra, is the sort of the balenaCloud logo rather than the words.
I know we talked about that before, and it was actually in the last design we kind of kicked. It was not there anymore, right? So it's currently here because we're just updating the left side
we're taking a conservative approach. Yeah.
But yeah, it was gone actually. And I guess in a collapsed version. Okay, no, it was gone.
Okay, so to gain Alexandra some more time and maybe some screen off time, can we try to just throw Landr on Rendition and see what happens?
You mean Rendition on Landr?
No, I mean Landr on Rendition. But also the other way around. I don't know. Maybe both.
I don't know which one you meant.
No, I mean, what happens if we take the Landr concept as it is today? Amit isn't here, so I don't know if he's happy with us doing that, and onto the Rendition repo and seeing what comes out.
Okay, yeah, that's what I...
So this is going to be a bit of a bonus section if Steve is up for it, but maybe it needs a little bit of research.
Probably not.
Okay. Next release party.
Yeah.
I can't believe we're running out of content, guys. We had all these ideas.
Are we running out of content?
I mean, we're not really running out of content. I just want to give Alexandra some time to create.
So Mark was going to figure out how we can get like an image of what we're building on the stream all the time, just so people have some context rather than just staring at some furrowed brows and people working hard. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. I ask, for I can bring some image,
Brow furrowing intensifies.
but it doesn't have balenaCloud logo on the top left, so not sure if this is.
You know, we should have little flags of where we're from, I feel. On our,
Flags. I wonder if we can do that. Well, as in where we're located right now or where we're from.
Well, that's a good one, right? Maybe both? I don't know.
Let me see if I can do that.
For you get to put the Cornwall flag, which I feel like just outcools everybody. if you
as long as it's an emoji, maybe. Which probably isn't.
Okay, now I feel like I need to Google Cornwall flag emoji.
Yeah, there we go. See? That was easy.
Ooh, nice.
I can.
Well, everybody is from where they are located, except for me here, I think, at this moment.
There we go. I can do Alexandra as well. There we go.
Ooh, this is like a Eurovision Song Contest.
Oh, please no.
Austria, 10 points.
Oh, you award points to yourself, huh? Nice.
Nobody else is doing it.
There we go. Alex, you get 2 flags.
That's what I'm talking about.
Andrea, where are you right now?
Milan, my house in Milan. I'm based in Milan. I'm from Rome, but I live in Milan.
Okay. Luckily, they don't have different flags.
Do they?
I mean,
I don't
I'm
know.
sure they do.
I don't know. At least not on the emoji list.
And no, don't even start looking for a Barcelona flag. That's a whole other can of worms.
I'm getting to that flow.
Man, when we were in Barcelona, like half of the balconies had like the Catalan flag, and half the balconies have the Spanish flag.
Exactly. I can imagine you came at the best time, right? Of the history of the last
about a year ago. Yeah. It was like a walking referendum. You know, you're like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
And actually, you were located nearby where the people was fighting against the police, or not? Or you were far from the place?
I'm from Athens, so
that was normal.
We understand, right? Mediterranean riots are not like here, other riots. They're civilized. You're like, okay, this street is gone. The next street is fine. We don't. We're pretty chill about keeping the rules. Like this one is not going to be here tomorrow, but like right the next one over, it could be like Christmas shopping. It's fine.
Is that everyone correct? I think I've got everyone. I don't want to have caused any offense.
You probably offended everybody
with incorrect flags.
So I'm doing the legend of the color. So how would you describe the red? So how would you say the red? That it's not being started or planned? To do. Okay. And
maybe
orange is work in progress.
Yeah.
Burning.
And dawn. All right. And then you want to have the design. Let me check. I'm not a designer, so Alexandra will really hate me live.
What are you doing?
Whatever you're doing, stop doing it.
Yeah, exactly.
Not sure. Okay, let me share this with all the audience. So, okay, cut here, and then. All right. All right, updating this.
Oh, there is people have like hacked the emoji system to get a flag. There we go. Look at that. Oh no, it's inverted it. That's completely wrong.
Is that two flags from something else?
It's like two weird bar characters. It's that character.
Right.
But it inverts it, so it's completely wrong.
Yeah, exactly. It's like the rest of Britain. The not Cornwall part of Britain.
Yeah.
So we have the milestones, and maybe it's time to do the hourly progress.
The update, the hourly update. Yes, and it's not me. Just to clarify.
I don't know if it'll be the same, Chris, without you. I think it still has to be. Okay.
Maybe you can start to give some guidance, Chris. And
Steve, are you gonna be the one?
Oh no.
We'll start the countdown now to the next one.
Okay, I'll do the first one. I'll let Mark or Chris do the other one after that. Okay, shall we do it? Okay, it's 1:02. So hello everyone who's joining now and they don't know what we are doing. So basically what we are doing today for the release party, first of all, this is the third release party. Before that, we've done high-level metrics for the devices that are shown today on the dashboard in Balena OS version 256 or 8 and above. Then we did balenaHub, which you can visit on hub.balena.io. And today what we are doing is we are redesigning the sidebar in the dashboard. So there are 4 people working on it actively, and we have 3 here for general entertainment. Alexandra is doing the designs. I'm doing the menu component. Todoris is doing the sidebar skeleton. Wow, I went in completely random order. And Andrea is doing the breadcrumbs. So we are doing all of this in parallel. We are also figuring out how the breadcrumbs will fit into the sidebar. Alexandra showed us some nice designs earlier that Andrea hopefully already started implementing.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yeah, I'm trying to create the menu now. Still in progress. Apparently, talking and programming doesn't go well together. And yeah, I don't know. Todoris, maybe you can tell us how things are going.
So I'm currently, so far I've moved our notifications to be part of the main content area. Actually, we are also moving the main content area. It's now nested. Previously, the main content area included the sidebar, but now the sidebar will be part of the skeleton of the page. So it's not gonna scroll along with the page.
Yep.
And I feel that my part is actually the most independent of the designs. I mean, I do see the brief skeleton that Alexandra shared, and I guess the breadcrumbs are the most blocked thing part right now.
Yeah. Yeah.
Of course,
And
it's
then-
the most interesting as well.
Lucky you, Andrea.
Lucky me. Lucky me.
Oh, Chris, new effect on the light bulb, I see.
Is it?
Yeah.
It's now going in circles.
Oh, someone hacked my device. Like,
Anuj was saying that you
Yeah.
should use your lights as a progress bar.
yeah.
Would
That's
be
a good
nice
idea.
anyway,
I
though.
mean, that could be arranged.
Increase the progress bar.
That's a very good idea. All right, so we have the new progress bar here next to Toboris and me, where we have a legend on the bottom that explains that what it's on red, it's on the to-do list, and what it's on orange, it's work in progress, and still nothing on green for blind color people. And then we have an example, but I don't know if that's enough or not, or this is what you had in mind, of one of the initial designs or a sketch of the new sidebar.
I mean, that's a good, like we could do with it being a bit bigger somehow, but I know that's probably quite difficult to achieve. Like within the realms of StreamYard, I mean.
I don't know, maybe because ideas.
Yeah, let's think more about that, yeah. So we can have all of our faces here and show the sidebar.
It's like we need the screen share layout, but with just an image, don't we?
Yeah, exactly. But then if someone who is sharing the screen leaves, nothing happens.
Yeah.
Let me see what happens if let me do some experiments. Even if it's not exactly.
So while Mark is experimenting with StreamYard, is there any live coding planned, Steve? Are we gonna do some IDE sharing or?
Yeah, we could do that as well. I don't know who has some interesting progress to show. I can probably share some. Just
you know what I'd like to see. I don't know if we're gonna distract Hodores, but I remember this chart of the lines of code that the dashboard had.
You want to read the script? Should I read down the script or?
Yeah, go for it. So maybe we can say a few things about AutoUI and what we're trying to do. And
yeah, for sure. Just a note to you.
Oh yeah, actually,
the lines of code actually don't decrease as much. However, most of it is really just the model definition. So when you replace a table that is non-AutoUI and you replace it with AutoUI, you get sort of the same amount of lines of code. However, more than half of the new lines of code is basically the model definition, the JSON schema. So yeah, I mean that shouldn't be part of the dashboard if you're being honest, but like that will eventually come from somewhere else. But
sorry,
anyway.
Say that again. More than half of what?
So more than half of the newly introduced lines of code with AutoUI are just the model, but we don't get a net negative lines of code when you replace a non-AutoUI table with AutoUI table.
Well, it depends how complex the table is, I guess, and also because you're maintaining, like when you replace the first table, your lines probably went up, right? Because you added generic code rather than specific code.
Yeah, exactly.
But I think as you progress through the tables, you are probably net removing lines slowly.
Yeah, I mean, there are still parts that will probably be abstracted away and moved to AutoUI, so that shouldn't be considered part of the dashboard code. But
sorry, actually, Steve, did you end up doing the summary or not, or did we get distracted?
The summary?
No, Steve did a summary.
Yeah.
Okay. I may have blanked.
I don't blame you. If I wake up at 3 a.m. or maybe earlier. Anyway, we can talk a bit about AutoUI and what we are trying to achieve, and if anyone wants to work on something interesting like that, they can send us a message. So what we are trying to do is, because there's a lot of UI code that we write by hand that when you look at it, it's not really that different when you look at it from a high level. What we set on doing is we set on creating a framework that will allow us to auto-generate UI from just a model. So basically, you have some data, and you have a model that defines that data, and we take that model, and we will give you back automatically generated UI. What we started with is the parts that I would say are the easiest to do with code. So basically, we started automatically generating the collections. So when you go to balenaCloud's dashboard, you will see a table with filters, some actions that you can do there. And all of those are automatically generated from the model. Not all yet. Half of them are automatically generated, and the other half will probably be replaced soon. So all of that is basically auto-generated from just a model and nothing else. And once we have that in place, we want to continue expanding to things that are slightly more, where the design and the layout is slightly more complex, not really complex, but more custom. And we will try to find ways to automatically generate that, so it's easy to use, easy to understand, but also we don't have to manually maintain all of that. And there's a lot of power in this. We started currently from the top level, so in the UI, but this should basically flow downstream to our backend, and ideally, when we do changes in Balena, what we want to happen is we want, when we change the model, basically to change everything and to get a better product out there as soon as possible.
Yep.
So
exactly. That'll be the dream.
Yeah, we are still not there yet, but we already see some benefits from our approach, and it's also, it's worth saying that it's more interesting to work on something like that than just writing React code day in, day out. So you start thinking a bit more high level, making a tool that makes tools instead of building boilerplate code and skeletons and whatnot, how we do it today. But yeah, it's just more engaging, and it's the next step in UI development.
Yeah, I mean, this is something we want to do across, more than just UI.
Yeah, for sure.
It's interesting how the same idea emerges, I think, over and over again in various areas. Like we talked about SDK auto-generation, we talked about, our API is already auto-generated mostly. What other parts are we generating? We talk about generating our supervisor maybe soon. Yeah, there's so many parts. Oh, our landing pages, of course, with Landr.
Yeah.
Do we have our first auto-generated landing page up already?
Yeah, the one for sound is up.
Balena Sound,
yeah. So maybe we can show the Balena Sound landing page and show how it's completely code free in a way. I mean, arguably, we could probably make it somewhat better, but
here we go. I'll show that.
It's pretty crisp. I think it's getting really hurt by the two yellows being very close.
Yeah, because obviously the yellows are auto-generated as well, aren't they?
Yeah. The colors are getting generated also from the logo. So basically, this page that we're seeing right now is we have this project called Landr that reads a repo and makes a page, and that's all there is to it. Which is why this is a little bit shabby, but the cool thing is that we never have to actually maintain a page. So when the repo is updated, the FAQ is updated here. I think at the
So-
top there's some really nice functionality.
So I think the homepage is basically the README from the repo, isn't
Right.
it? And then
there's I think the FAQ is separate, and the who has made it is separate. I think the docs is probably one of the more interesting pieces.
yeah.
here.
So the docs is in a folder in the repo, and it's
Right.
obviously structured in a specific way. But yeah, everything here is auto-generated.
Mm-hmm.
And did you check how the searcher scrollers position these pages auto-generated?
In terms
they
of
don't
like
really,
search engine ranking.
So this is generated as a static page, Mark. So it's just like any other page as far as the crawlers.
Okay.
Yeah. It's not generated on request. It's generated on merge, I think.
Okay.
Man, that little GIF there. These are. I don't know if everybody knows whose hands these are.
That one's not me.
No, it's Craig. It's Sean's brother.
So one of them is me, but it's not that one.
Yep, I think this is Sean's brother's hands, Craig. Hey, Craig.
That's what I thought. Yeah.
He did our very early videos on Balena. Yeah, but this GIF somehow it just keeps making its way into the future. You know, I think it will be here forever.
Yeah.
Yeah.
As long as the SD card stays in the same place on a Raspberry Pi.
Okay. Here's a little challenge. What Raspberry Pi is this? Just
That's
visually,
true.
can you identify it?
I was going I know which one it is, but I didn't know if you're asking me.
Are you sure it's a 3?
It's could be a 2 or a 3, no? A 2 plus or something like that, or a 3.
2B plus.
Seems like an 1.
I thought it was
Okay,
a 3B
we have
plus.
all the
Not
options.
a plus, sorry, just a 3B.
The 0, is it? No, it's not. The 0 had 2 USB ports.
No, it's definitely not a 0.
I mean, it looks exactly like this one, which is what makes me think.
Yeah.
Do you have a 3? I mean, the Raspberry Pis don't change much.
Oh, no, it's different. Maybe that's a 2, like as Mark said.
I don't think it was the 3 was out at the time, so I'm cheating because I know.
Yeah. It's missing the chipset that's on the back.
Well, it doesn't have Wi-Fi on it either. Right? Yeah, but it has the black plastics, which are confusing me. Maybe it's even a 1.
No, it's definitely not a 1.
USB,
No,
yeah.
one was different.
The one had 2 USB ports as well, so
Yeah.
this one has 4.
What do you mean?
Didn't-
No.
I'll check if I have a
I mean,
2.
it's not as an easy question as it looked. Because like this 3 has a SoC or something on the back. But then this 2 also has an SoC on the back.
Okay, so it's probably a 1. It's probably a 1, guys.
Huh.
Like if
But it's not the
freeze
OG
it
one.
probably
is it?
says it's probably no, not the OG. The OG one had really sharp corners and shit.
Yeah, and it had a composite video outlet.
Yeah. No, the Model A, I think they called that.
Okay. So
the B.
the B had 2 USB ports. The B plus had 4 USB ports.
Yeah. So is this the 1B plus?
Probably.
If we freeze frame it there, it says what it is on the right?
This turned into a pretty serious research.
You see that?
Yeah.
When it starts, when he's holding it up to the screen. There we are. Oh, no.
I don't know how to pause a GIF.
There. Okay.
It's still that says 2, doesn't it? It says. I think it
Take a
says.
screenshot. Take a screenshot, maybe.
Guys, it says
Okay.
Raspberry Pi Model B, which means that it's probably a 1.
Yes,
Because
screenshot.
obviously the
Okay.
ones did not say Raspberry Pi 1, right?
Yeah.
Okay, right. I've got it. It's a Raspberry Pi Model B plus V1.2.
There you have it.
No, Siri. Siri's Googling Raspberry Pis for me for some reason. Oh, it's gone away.
But I have one Raspberry Pi. I have it on a box here. That it didn't work with micro SD cards, so it worked with SD cards. So what was that?
Oh yeah, you're right.
Which
that
one?
would be
Sorry,
the
man.
Model A. That would be the Model A.
The one that had the full
the
size.
Model A, yeah, that's right. Yeah. The Model A.
Oh no! It will be the Model B, but not the B plus.
Yes.
The B
I have
has
the Model B here, and it uses a full-size SD card.
Let me try one thing. Sorry. Yeah, this is too big, right?
Oh yeah, that's close though.
Well,
I can stop sharing the GIF now.
the only trick is to have the design of the sidebar all the time here. We need to share a screen anyway.
Yeah,
to have us.
To get everyone out of the way. Yeah.
Or what we can do, let's do something like this, and these. But then we don't have Steve on the stream.
It's fine.
Then we
I'm
miss
kind of
someone.
annoyed I don't have a
Everybody just
Raspberry
move
Pi 1.
to the right of your screens.
Yeah. We have to write StreamYard support.
How did Phil do it?
I think we had the graphics, but they weren't as wide. So we're trying to make them wider to get the larger image.
This is really confusing. Okay, Alexandra, I think we're running out of time. I think we're gonna have to put you on the spot again. I'm running out. I have nothing. My sleeves are empty.
I was going to start another game of what SBC is that.
We can play that the whole day, but
Yeah, I mean, no one will get any work done. We can just guess.
Okay, let's talk about making Rendition into its own little project. What do we want to do there? So Rendition is actually, Steve, do you want to tell us the story of Rendition? Maybe Fedoric can pitch in.
cool. Let's do that, and I'll let Theodoris do also the manga with you. I'm just joking. Yeah. I'm also making progress, so it's fine. So yeah, Rendition is basically our UI components library. Basically, I joined Balena 2 years and 3-4 months ago. So even then, Rendition existed, but it wasn't really properly used across the place. So at that time, what we were migrating away from Angular to React, Angular JS, Angular 1, a long time ago. So we were migrating, and obviously we wanted to have. Originally, we just wanted to have some standard components like buttons, and I don't want to talk about buttons as well. Buttons and accordions and all sorts of stuff, inputs, forms. So that's how Rendition started. It's basically the need to have some standardized components that we can use across the place. And over time, we polished Rendition quite a bit, and we basically figure out what Rendition's purpose and philosophy is, which is we want to make Rendition a very opinionated library. It allows you to do things very quickly, but it doesn't give you too much flexibility for things that don't matter. So all the UI changes that you want to do, we only want you to be able to do those through a theme and nothing else. And everything else should be basically baked in. We want to have an opinion where an icon in a button sits, where basically what kind of effect a button has, and basically how an accordion functions, and so on and so forth. And we want this to be very opinionated, with the sole purpose of developers not having to make a lot of decisions. That's one. And the second one, and more important one, is the more opinionation we have as part of Rendition, the more easily we can auto-generate stuff using Rendition.
Right.
The more opinionation you have, the more difficult it becomes to automate stuff, because you need to plug in those opinions somewhere in your stack, and we decided to do that as part of Rendition. So yeah, Rendition is pretty stable. We've been using it in Balena for all our projects, basically. it can always be polished and improved and new components added, but it's at a pretty good place now. We do have some very powerful concepts as part of components, as part of Rendition. Our form is automatically generated from using JSON schema. Our filters are auto-generated using JSON schema. We want to move the table to follow the same pattern, which is very important for us as part of the AutoUI efforts. And yeah, it's unlike a lot of other component libraries, which try to accommodate everyone and do too much. We try to do things right.
Yeah, basically Rendition is opinionated. By opinionated, we mean it has Steve's opinion and stuff.
Sometimes, yes.
But I remember that when we first started getting into it, maybe Rendition already existed in some form, but it became like a real thing. When we realized that, you know, the design team like Alexandra or Konstantinos would give you guys a design, and then the developers would spend a bunch of time figuring out, like, is it like 3 pixels or 2 pixels, and then writing like some custom CSS for it and stuff like that. And then not only did you spend a bunch of time trying to do that, it actually didn't work, right? Because then you got like all of the. So we're like, okay, this makes no sense, basically, right? Where you get a picture effectively, and then you try to recreate it in code, and not only do you spend a bunch of time trying to do that, it doesn't even work very well. So in order to break that sort of deadlock, what we said is, look, we will make a components framework, and the design team can focus on making the components framework look good as a component framework. And then when we want to design a screen, what we'll say is, you know, like, use our standard components in this layout, rather than, you know, make everything from scratch all the time. And I think that's really worked. I mean, it both gets you a faster development time, but also a better outcome. And if the other great thing that it does, which I don't think we realized very much at the time, is that if you fix a problem in Etcher, let's say, you may get it as an improvement in the dashboard or in Wi-Fi Connect, because they all use the same component library and the same style, the same visual language. So, you know, that's really cool. And the really cool thing is that even though we have put like literally zero effort into promoting it, we have external users already. Like I Googled the other day, if you Google like React Rendition or something, actually let me do it. There's like a bunch of blog posts about how to use it, and, you know, that whole thing. Okay, this is kind of funny. Somebody has a versus page as well, which is like Grommet versus Prime React versus React Materialize versus Rebase versus Rendition, which is really funny because we we either referred to most of these or used them. So Grommet, that was another phase in the Rendition history where Rendition was starting to blow up a lot in terms of amount of code, and then we had that sort of philosophical conversation. I don't know, Steve, if you want to say more of that story.
Yeah, so what happened there was we didn't want to go and rebuild every single component from scratch, because we figured there are so many component libraries out there. A lot of them are quite flexible in what basically they allow you to do and how you can customize their components. So we figured, instead of reinventing the wheel, once again, we take an existing component library that's quite flexible and easy to customize, and we add our opinionation layer on top of it, plus some components that didn't exist there. We have a lot more components than what Grommet offers out of the box, and those components are the ones that are the most complex. As I said, our form, filters, our table. There are things like terminal, map, and so on, things that Grommet doesn't provide out of the box. But some of the base components, like an input and the button and whatnot, are actually based on Grommet with some styling layer on top of it. And styling plus we do add some opinionation on the props you can pass to all of those components. So we don't let you pass everything that Grommet accepts, because we already pass some defaults there that we think that we know how we want to do things, and that's the opinionation layer again. And then we only allow you to pass the things that are really needed for you to make a functional web application.
Right. Yeah, that's so. Yeah, we basically at some point we just threw out a bunch of our own code and we rebased Rendition on top of Grommet, which has been great. Have we been making upstream contributions there as well into Grommet?
Yeah, we've made some. Yeah, we've done some fixes mostly. There hasn't been much in terms of adding new components there, because they have their own kind of like their own milestones on what they want and don't want as part of the library. And they used to, at least I see now, they started adding more stuff. When we introduced Grommet in Rendition, it was mostly the most basic components and nothing else, and they wanted to keep it very minimal. I see they kind of moved away from that recently, but I think that was their initial goal. Right. So initially they didn't want any new components that are very, like, I wouldn't say custom, but that have a lot of code basically included as part of Grommet. They wanted it as a very small layer on top of plain HTML.
I mean, yeah, we also, so is style components part of Grommet as well?
Style components, yeah, so styled components and styled system are two of the libraries we use in Rendition. They allow us basically to, for people familiar, it's styled components that probably everyone has heard who has worked on UI. It's called CSS in JS. So basically your CSS code is part of your JavaScript code, so to speak, and that allows you to do more dynamic stuff. So in the past, how people would use, I mean, even today, but how people would use Sass and less as a CSS preprocessor, that's what CSS in JS allows you to do, but it allows you to do it in runtime as well, which gives you a lot of power. Like things like theming can be done right on the spot, right? You can change the theme, everything can look completely different. You don't have to even refresh the page or anything.
That's how that UI bot thing works.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So basically, you have you can change the theme and everything reflects, reacts downstream in all components. Styled components allows you to do that, and what styled system is, it builds on top of styled components to allow you to style things by passing props instead of writing CSS code. And again, this is so normally how you do it, you would say, okay, I want this div to have padding of 16 pixels. Instead, what you would do with styled system is you have, let's say, a box component, and the property or the argument you pass to it is p equals 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, which is indices of spacing, and that spacing is defined in the theme, and what it does is it gives you 4, 8, 16, 32 pixels. So you can't be like, oh, this is 3 pixels, this is 6.5, this is 8. You either go with 4 or with 8 or 16. Like, there is nothing in between. Set your mind to one of those and just choose and go with that. So that allows you, again, allows us to be much more consistent in our spacing and how we do things.
So let me see if I understand this. So you said style system builds on top of style components, right?
Yeah.
You need on it. But Grommet is separate, so
yeah. So Grommet uses style components and maybe styled system, I don't remember. And we use the same libraries basically. So they're like separate independent libraries, but we were looking for a library that uses styled components just because it's easier to use the two, and you don't have duplicated dependencies like they use something like Emotion, which is another CSS in JS library, and we use styled components, and then you need to package two libraries that do essentially the same thing. So we wanted to avoid that aspect, and we did want to stick with style components. Emotion is actually pretty similar, but
So since we made all these architectural choices, have there been other sort of tools that have emerged in the JavaScript community, or in the React really community, or are these still sort of the obvious choices to make?
So yeah, there are few CSS and JS libraries out there. I think style components is still one of the most popular one. There are few. They all kind of have different powers and drawbacks. I still think style components is the best in terms of development experience. There are some that would give you a slightly better optimized CSS, but they're not as easy and nice to use. Emotion is pretty close to style components. It might be maybe not a better alternative because it's slightly the resulting CSS and bundle size of Emotion is slightly smaller, and it is slightly faster at runtime to calculate that CSS. But it's not a dramatic difference. It's not big enough so that we switch everything to that. The code will look pretty much the same with Emotion as well. So it has a pretty similar concepts and approach and how it does things. It's really the runtime that's more different than how you write code. Maybe eventually we'll move to something if we see that we have problems with style components. But for now, I think it's still
and sometimes if it's not a paradigm shift,
exactly,
style components will catch up essentially.
Exactly.
They get their ass kicked from some benchmark or something, and
it's widely used, so it has a large community. All of them actually, Emotion style components have pretty large community behind it. So there are a lot of people who are invested in them and have been interest in investing in those tools to improve them, to make them faster. So I think in terms of the tooling, we are pretty good with the choices we've done.
So you're saying if you were starting Rendition from scratch today, you would make roughly the same choices?
Similar choices. There are a couple other libraries that came out that are pretty interesting. One is Chakra UI, which follows similar principles as ours, but again, it's not as opinionated. It gives you a bit more flexibility.
So that's instead of Grommet.
Yeah, instead of Grommet. So maybe I would have gone with that. I don't know. It's not an easy choice to be made. But again, it would not have made a huge difference in how Rendition would ended up. First, and second, if we decide to do so, it's not as complicated to move from Grommet to Chakra UI because we wrap every single component in a Rendition component, and it's really just the internal UI that changes, but externally it won't really make any difference. So
right.
If we ever decided to do it.
Right. Okay. That's cool. I mean, and it's the reason I asked that question. I ask myself that question about Balena very often, right? Like if I wanted to recreate Balena from what's out there, what would I do? And I think if there's ever a compelling answer that isn't, it's kind of funny because whenever I ask that question, I end up saying like, oh yeah, whatever I do, I need Balena OS basically, because that's the piece that's very hard to replace, which is a good answer to give. Like if I ever say like, no, this other OS is better, we've got problems. But the OS team are the strongest they've ever been right now. So I feel pretty great about how the OS is evolving. But if I ever say like, oh yeah, like if I ever start Balena again, so to give you an example, Kubernetes comes up a lot, right? Because we orchestrate containers. Should we build Balena and Kubernetes? Well, talk to me about hundreds of thousands of devices orchestrating them with Kubernetes, and then come back because it doesn't work, right? It's not intended for such a use case. The coordination system that it has is intended for data centers. And it breaks. It really breaks. So that's all great, and we are talking about some sort of interoperability with Kubernetes, but for what we want, Kubernetes is not. We don't really want containers to be moving around. If I have a smart lock in my house, the way I describe it is, if I have a smart lock in my house, I don't want the container with a smart lock logic to move to my smart light bulb. or something, right? That's it.
I don't see on IoT use cases a lot of
They exist, right? We had a car company once upon a time that everybody knows about, that they wanted to do Kubernetes inside the car, so they have a lot of like different CPUs all over the place, and they wanted to sort of use the spare capacity. There are some use cases, but the sort of the standard case is like, I want this application on all my devices, right? Which is, from a Kubernetes perspective, an extremely simple use case, but also we want it on a massive scale. So it's just one of those cases where the cloud equivalent doesn't make sense. But yeah, we basically asked that question a lot, and I want to make sure we continue to ask it. Like, if I wanted to clone Balena today, what would I make the same choices architecturally, or would I make different choices? So Steve, that's why I'm putting you on the spot.
I think we are at a pretty good place with Rendition. Of course, there can always be improvements, but it has already helped out a lot in standardizing all our projects. And with the AutoUI we are doing now, we'll get even further.
Level, So Andrea was actually Andrea's like, what happened?
What, breadcrumbs? What?
Exactly. I was testing my breadcrumbs. Sorry.
No, he was. We were talking about how Rendition has 3 or 4 files that you have per component, right? And you guys were eliminating them.
Yeah, we have good news actually. We didn't update you. I'm really sorry about this, but we removed the README file from Rendition. Steve has updated the Rendition storybook actually to version 6. It was, okay, and we can now have the documentation inside the story file, let's say, the source file, sorry. So we just describe how props works, and
so how many
this will
files are necessary to make a component today?
At the moment 2. So it's the source file, which is the component, and the story file, which is the example how it will be displayed actually.
Is there any repetition of logic or conceptual repetition across the 2?
I would not say repetition. I would say that we can in some way remove also the story file. We can auto generate it. Yep. It's a little bit more complicated since I was fighting with the TypeScript compiler, and I've seen that there are some strange behavior, like it's an infinite nesting of components, but sometimes you cannot retrieve information of some interfaces.
Yeah, maybe if you want stuff to be really crisp. So if you're fighting to put one file in another, maybe the way to do it is actually to put both files in a higher level one and generate both, so that they don't interfere. When you get to the TypeScript compiler, it doesn't have to understand the markdown or stuff like that. You just design a higher level file that is not TypeScript itself, and you just split it down the line. Hopefully it's not a 50-50 split. It's like some things are go in both places. But instead of trying to put 2 in one,
can be a very good idea actually. You thought about this? You can try to do this.
But it's good that we're deduplicating stuff there and making Rendition itself more kind of easy to add components to. Really, I mean, it's really awesome to have these capabilities in Rendition, and then to know that we're all like chipping in. As we make all the various things we do, we keep making Rendition stronger. So it's really awesome. All right, shall we go back to Alexandra, or shall we go to Theodoris, who has some diagrams about our UI? Alexandra, do you need more time?
I can continue.
Sure.
Or do you have something to show us, or do you want a little bit more time?
No, we
We
can.
have one.
I would be happy to talk about it, actually.
Okay, let's do it.
Look at that.
Whoa.
It's all
Nice.
integrated. In my opinion, in order to achieve that kind of logic, it would be important to remove the other menu items of the top bar, which
Maybe
we
we
have
can
currently.
shift them to the right so that there's more
Yeah.
space. Yeah.
And also, I feel like the width of the logo should be within here. So because currently it would,
Yeah, that makes sense.
go outside. And so another thing, so this is just
Maybe to make it more like the menu, we can also make the spacing the same between it and
here.
yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so maybe we need to thin out the bar as well to make that happen, which I think is probably fine as well. Since
Yeah, I think so.
you reduce the size of the logo, so it's actually like we have more. We can probably shrink it a little bit. Steve will tell us if we are breaking the rules of the. He's not here now, so it's fine.
Okay, and also what I was thinking, because before we were talking that if we have multiple levels, like up to 6, that we would always have intent. But I believe we do not need it to have it all the time. So let's say, actually what I have currently, please correct me, but you would then, what is the first one? Okay, here, above is old, whatever. So here I have the app selected and it's one in. And then if I would select the device, let's go to the most recent here, I would then just have the same intent, but it's just my history above.
Yeah.
If this makes sense, we have no problems.
I think it's good. I mean, the one you have a little icon for the application, right? The A. I guess we need the same for the organization.
Oh yeah, actually, because we have it.
But other than that, it looks very nice. The one thing I would say is then if we bring everything together and we reduce the size of the top bar, I would also make the connection between the little dot that's next to organizations the same for balenaCloud. So I guess anyway, you think about it. I see now why it's this way. Because it's slightly a different kind of signification. Yeah, I don't know.
You mean having it here?
That's what I was thinking, but I'm not without the line going in. So having the same kind of relationship between the menu item and the, but I'm not sure about it 100% now that I'm looking at it. So that's what I'm saying. Like think about this is an idea, but up to you if you want to go that way or not.
I would rather because before it more felt like more discreet, is a more subtle way of including it. Like this, it's maybe it feels a bit less charming to have the logo integrated.
Okay. Yeah. No. I think I'm coming around to your point of view.
Okay.
Yeah, I think maybe if we reduce the spacing, it just feels too different right now. But if we reduce the spacing and keep the angle, the corner, I think we'll be fine.
Okay. Yeah, I was going to say, Alexandra, maybe we can even reduce the indentation on the menus, really.
Here? Here?
Yeah, I think we can probably. I'm eating, so I turned off my camera so you don't see what I eat.
Surprise.
Don't make us hungry, Steve.
Yeah, I was thinking maybe even with slightly reduced. Oh, great. With slightly reduced indentation, we can save a bit of space, and it will still convey the same message.
You mean here, this space?
Yeah. I mean, it does look so. It looks a bit strange that there's the menu is kind of pushed to the right. I know why we do it, but it still looks a bit strange.
I mean, okay, so here we have it. We can talk about it. Here, well, already
Yeah,
I feel like we're
Yeah.
missing it, no?
No.
We
Yeah, I
really
agree.
kind of need the internet.
What if we extend the background to go to the left, but we keep the text indented as it is now? So basically, the background of the menus, the darker one, goes all the way to the left, so it occupies the full width.
So you just
basically what bothers me is that the lighter background on the left, the slice where the indentation is, that one seems like it's a bit out of place, that part. And I'm thinking how we can make it look slightly better. I mean, even this, it looks
Maybe we
great.
can just remove the little light blue sort of accent.
Yeah, or
Maybe
that,
that's,
yeah.
Maybe that's what's throwing you off.
Yeah.
I'm not sure. I'm just wondering.
Yeah, let's see.
No, I mean, that's what I'm thinking. Like, we can try out a few stuff.
Is this looking better, Steve? Are you feeling?
I mean, it's not really just that the accent. It's more that empty.
Yeah, the empty left
I need to
space.
find names for these colors, but
right.
So there's the darker color and the lighter, the dark navy blue and light navy blue. The lighter navy blue on the left looks a bit.
I mean, maybe we. Yeah, I see why Alexandra isn't going there, but yeah, I don't know. I'm actually kind of. Does it need to be? Maybe we don't need to have a background there at all, except for the one that's selected. Maybe the whole all the backgrounds could be the same as the. And then it becomes ambiguous, right? What it is and what it isn't.
I mean, anyway, we can just try a few variants just to see how it looks. Even how it already looked good. It's just.
Yeah, like that. Steve, is that feeling better?
Yeah, something like that I think looks better. Like it still feels indented, but it doesn't differ as much from the.
I don't know, Alexandra. What do you think?
I have here some special cases, but to me it feels more like everything is like this blurb. These feel very similar, and this is my history. It's my past, and this is.
Because they have icons and they have the separation line as well, they are accented.
I think it was clearer before.
Yeah.
Where I can go.
I think it's. I see what you mean. That it's kind of the next. I wonder if people are gonna get confused or not. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe this is something to try. There's a few different ways you could go here, right? Maybe you could have like some sort of a proper button border. Again, this might not work at all. Yes. Anyway, I think it's again the sort of thing you may want to just brainstorm a bit.
Yeah, I think this is more of an optimization anyway. I think the first goal I think is achieved. Clearly communicate the context you are in and the menus that are available to you. And this thing that we are talking about now, whether it goes all the way to the left or the background, I think we can think a bit more and try different things. But implementation wise, I think we have what we need. So.
Cool.
Would you think that font size 13 is too small? So currently I have a smaller one for the history, a bigger one for the current selected, like for the level above, so that I can orientate where am I, and a bigger one here. But this is also maybe.
No, it looks good. I don't know.
We can.
You don't really want the other breadcrumbs to have a lot of accent anyway. They're really like there, so you can navigate backwards, but they're not the main focus. So.
All right, I'm gonna keep working on that.
Yeah, looks good.
So we have as well Todoris with answering a question that Alex sent some minutes ago about what are the number of lines of code of our UI. I don't know, Todoris, if you want to share your screen.
Yeah, Steve, by the way, feel free to butt in and sort of, the steer of the day. I'm just improvising on filling in time with interesting stuff. But if I'm distracting somebody that needs to not be distracted, or if you want to push the day in some direction, feel free to just tell me.
No, it's okay. We have
fob off.
Time.
Oh, I see. The upwards march has definitely continued. So remember you were saying, no, we're going down. It's all good.
I mean, it continued going down for a bit, but then we did add some effort to release org. So yeah, inevitably the lines of code did increase.
So you're saying it's Andrea's fault?
It's always my fault, Alex.
So what's the timeline here? When did we? What year did?
So this is since version 2, which is kind of super old.
It's in versions, right? So it's not really, the data points are not, they don't have the same distance between them in terms of time. So
version 3 is orgs. It's about here.
It's almost like version 2. Before Steve refactor, I think.
I think I want to see what happens when you fix the actions, Lily, when you kind of make the actions rational. I think that should remove a lot of code. I don't know if you're seeing that or not.
I was experimenting with this last week and a bit of Saturday. It was intriguing to see the lines of code being removed by its abstracted action. I did see an increase when I started abstracting some stuff, but
the thing is that we have each action modal is 4 times in there, right? Surely.
Yep. And the whole flow of showing the
model itself is already abstracted away, so it is the same model in all places.
So since we last checked, it has been.
Oh yeah, we did do some work there too. Basically, the action model is always the same, but how the action is rendered is different.
Guys, I'm starting to get a feeling that there's some hidden, the fluctuation is happening at the top, but there's some hidden body of code that we're not.
Oh yeah.
We're talking about 65,000 lines of code. Is there maybe some dependency that we're counting in here that we're not thinking about?
No. I mean, there's environment variable handling is probably 5,000 for it. So
we need that pie chart
clean that up
to see what.
If we can actually split it by folder or something, we'll see it a bit better. It would be interesting also to see with AutoUI excluded from this data.
Yeah.
So
I think that
we're gonna see what else is left.
With AutoUI, everything that devices list and application list will already remove at least 1,000 lines of code. I think it's a lot of code inside of those 2 pages. It's around 1,500 lines of code. Only applications list and devices list. Also, members in the application members can be exactly the same as organization members, which today is not the same view, but can become the same view.
Yeah, it's just that Andrea, I'm feeling this is 500 lines here, 500 lines there. I feel like there's some elephant in the room that we're not.
Sure, I totally agree with you, and we should probably go file by file and start to see, because I'm pretty sure that there is something also not used but still there.
I have another question actually. Are there components in the UI that could be moved to Rendition or should be moved to Rendition?
That's another in the to-do list, I would say. We have
starting.
The entire sidebar should live in Rendition probably.
That's what we're gonna do today, right?
Yes, and the breadcrumb as well. Why not?
Exactly. to be honest, there is a lot of this. There are a lot of schemas that take quite a bit of lines of code in terms of count, but they're not really complexity. So all the filters have their own schema. Each schema is probably like 200-300 lines of code. The definition of the routing is probably quite a bit, like few hundred for sure. There are things like that that add up. It doesn't seem like much when you look at it individually, but it all adds up slowly. And it's not all that is actual JavaScript code. It might be that there are a lot of schemas and some configuration, definition, stuff like that that take up quite a bit. Typings as well, right?
Right. And I guess the thing to me is that I don't really care about the lines of code we send to the browser per se, right? I care about the lines of code we have to maintain. So if a lot of them are generated, that's free. That's not really where my mind is at. Like I've started to sort of get this deep feeling that you don't really ever buy your lines of code. You only ever rent them, which means that you're always like, the more lines you have, the more something can go wrong. The more when you want to make a change, you have more places to look to change it. All of that stuff. Each line comes with a cost that we're not fully thinking about, but that's on the level at which we are developing, not at the level at which we're deploying. So if we have a gap there, that's fine. Like if you take a very elegant sort of model, right, and then you put it through a compiler, and then you output like a very sort of broad sort of set of files that you're sending to the browser. That's how CoffeeScript worked for so many years when we were using it, and it's fine. It's like not our problem. But yeah.
So while we were saying whether we should show the onboarding guide, I was checking actually how many lines it actually weighted. It was like 580 lines. And most of it was, interestingly enough, in Redux, which we use for state management. It's plain Redux, but we should definitely investigate using one of the new abstractions that are trending.
Actually, right. That's
580 is a lot for just the onboarding.
It's 1%, right?
Yeah, indeed.
Yeah, I mean, Theodori, if you ever have the time, actually, now that orgs are out of the way, maybe this is the thing to do. You can try to make I think before we start, investing time anywhere, we need the pie chart of saying like, this is this much, this is this much, this is this much, to know what the biggest kind of piece is, because I'm hearing 500 lines of code here, 1,000 lines of code there, 2,000 lines of code there. That's all fine, but I still feel like there's like some chunk that is like 10,000 lines that we're not thinking about. Like I'm still not hearing the kind of numbers I want, unless there's like, 50 things that are 2,000 lines of code each, or like 1,500 each.
That's probably the second point, I think, because we are considering 700 files in total, if I do not remember.
But why are there 700 files? This is like our dashboard feels right. This could be wrong. That's why we do numbers, to get away from our intuition. But it feels like a fairly small page. Like it's got, the main page is like 6 or 7. And then you add the settings, maybe you go to 10 or 15, but like, how are 700 files coming out of that? Maybe again, feel free to tell me like I'm completely getting this wrong. And
there is definitely more than it meets the eye, for sure. There are small things here and there. There are things that belong in rendition. It all adds up. There is definitely a cleanup to be done. As Todori said, actually, it's a good point. Because we use plain Redux, it does have quite a lot of boilerplate, which we can reduce. So there is it's nothing. It's not one thing that is massive. It's just a lot of small things that just add up a lot.
think so.
While I agree with you guys, I still want to see that pie chart because I still think there's gonna be one thing that it looks like 5,000 lines. Where you're like, it's gonna be chunky, and it's not like occurring to us.
Well, actually, maybe I can let me see.
I mean, we can do recursive VCL and see what comes up at the top.
It's hour 2, Steve. I don't know if you want to do your.
Mark is the one who will do it, I
Okay.
guess.
I can try.
Well, you put me on the spot earlier.
I can try. Let me try this.
I will briefly duck out, guys, and I'll be right back. I will be hearing you, but I won't be. I'll turn off my camera. And,
Okay, so if you want, I can show you just a table just to lose a bit of time.
Sure.
Of the lines of code. Let me share the screen first.
I like how this release party turned into more what's happening with the dashboard and my there's
also-
lines of code.
Okay, so
Okay.
let me know if you see my screen.
Yeah.
Yep.
So those are actually all the lines. The code that means the lines inside all the files and modules, let's say. So when you see a module, this is the folder that contains multiple files, of course, and then you will see all the lines.
I
here.
see two things there that stuck out. One
Sorry.
is billing, which
Sorry.
is almost 5,000 lines of code.
Yeah.
Did I say
laughing
it? Did I say it? Or did I
Application
not say
list.
it?
So
Yeah.
application list is a big piece of code. Billing, big piece
application
of code.
device list we already knew.
Environment
And
variables.
environment variables, yeah.
Pages.
Can
the
we sort
dashboard,
by
yeah,
lines actually, or because it's
It's Markdown.
oh my god.
It's Markdown. Yeah.
I think we need to
Again.
take Markdown into CSV and then from there into something that we
I'll
can
probably
play.
export it and see if I can bring
Oh,
it
you have
to-
result CSV right there actually. It'll give you CSV if you see on your files on the left.
details. Maybe I can. Oh, come on.
Andrea, I think if you open the CSV file, you'll be able to sort.
The CSV file. Where do you see it?
There's results.csv.
Oh, here it is. Sorry. Thank you.
Um,
Okay, yeah, I need
Maybe
I
Google
need an
Sheets.
application too. Let's try to do this. You don't see my Google tab, right?
No, you have to share your complete screen.
Yeah. Let me lose a bit of time. I'll come back probably when I when I find a solution to open this CSV. Do we have? No. It's bullshit.
Okay. Let's see this pie chart, this desired pie chart, to see where most of the lines, the code of the UI is assigned. Can you open that, Andrea?
Oh, sorry. I was saving the results CSV. Sorry, again.
Are you gonna open the pie chart, or can we do the?
No. I'm opening the same file in Google Sheet, but I have to import it. So I was trying to find it.
So let's do our
this
progress.
is my area of expertise, Andrea. You can just copy paste the text. Just dump
Can
the
I?
text in there. Yes, you can.
Inside the Excel
Trust
table.
me.
Yeah. Area of expertise.
Yes, this comes strange, but
Yeah, you can split lines and stuff. If you share your screen, it's
we can guide you if you share your screen.
Let me share the screen.
Google Sheets is my JavaScript. Yeah,
let's try
go to
this.
the
Let's
column.
try this.
Go to the there's a solution. Go to select the column.
Yeah.
Click where it says A.
Select the A. Yeah, click the A.
Yeah, right click. Split.
Right click on it.
Yeah.
Split.
Column. I usually go to data.
Yeah, you're right. It's
Go to data.
And the metadata menu.
To the menu.
Menu?
Data.
Okay.
No, but
So-
keep that selected.
Okay.
No, go to data.
No. Okay. Sorry again, guys.
Sorry.
Let's
Remote
calm down.
So the column name is selected. Nice.
Go to data.
Go to data.
data menu on the
Data.
menus.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah.
Wow.
Oops.
Okay.
And then split
Slide
text to
screen?
columns.
Split text to column. no.
Okay.
If I'm not wrong.
Wow.
Magic.
Magic tricks happened. Okay. And now let's say that probably I want to sort this.
Yep. And the top ones that are going to come out are going to be mostly.
What? Oh.
No, but it's okay. Click.
From A to Z?
No.
Probably.
You want to order, but then you need
Yeah.
to create
A rule, right?
Yes, but
You can just remove the top line, so it removes the string. And
You can wait. You don't have to remove it. You can freeze it. You do view freeze.
So always from there, or
No. On the menu, on the top menu,
okay, so
you go to view freeze, one row.
freeze. Row.
Boom.
Okay, nice. And so now, let's say that I have something like this.
Have we switched to
no,
build
but that's not gonna work.
Google Sheets?
Okay, I think we need to
Yes.
the whole filter thing that I'm not. Very
Yeah, exactly. You have to do a filter. If I'm not wrong, click on the K and click on this arrow that gets into next to the K.
Okay. So it's the same.
No, we were here. Yes. No, so it's
Conditional format, no, data validation,
No.
sort. Let's see.
Actually, I
Let's
think
see.
the sort
Oh,
of
yeah,
will
okay.
work.
It
Yeah.
did work. It did work. It's better.
okay.
So the total one is 775,000 line of code. By the way, let's jump the first number, otherwise Alex. So we have XML language. Oh, yeah.
Okay.
I'm very interested on this. Okay, so
Parallel
okay.
SVG.
Okay,
Guys,
so we are we're considering also but those are two SVG which are 2000 line of
maybe
code.
Thesaurus's counter rejects those. That's why the lines of code are smaller.
Yeah, it does.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean we are just
That's
jumping
fine, that's
some
fine,
yes
that's fine.
SVG, but I would say that those are not the big lines that we were saying before. But anyway, the biggest file is 1,200 lines of code, which is an SVG at the moment.
the translation, yeah.
The translation is the second one, which is the first one is 1,600, but the translation one is the biggest.
Andrea, do you want to pull the K column to be like the second one so we can see the file name of the line?
Sure, makes sense. Is there an easy way to do that?
Yeah, just like that. You have it.
Drag it.
It became like this Mickey Mouse
I can just.
hand. Yeah,
Wow.
Just pull it.
Why so? Okay.
One more time.
Never
It needs
asked
to be behind
it.
a hand.
What? Okay. Forgive me, guys.
No worries. Select another one and go back to it because it's gonna
cut
get
and
weird.
paste maybe.
No way.
Are
I
you
cannot
pressing
track.
a key on the keyboard or something?
No, promise. I'm just pressing the. Okay, let's do it.
Yes, cool.
I'll do step by step, otherwise we'll complain. No, not the first.
It's okay.
A second.
That's
Okay, so yeah.
All right.
So by the way, this is pretty much the situation. I would say that the second theory, which is we have a lot of small pieces that should be.
Okay. One more thing. Go to column A and do another split, and do it on the dot. So go data again. The data menu on top.
Sorry.
Yeah, don't worry about it.
Data.
I'm throwing.
Split text to column.
Yeah. Do that, and then if you go see the bottom left, yeah, exactly. Separator, and we need the period. Very good. Okay, something happened down at the bottom. Let's scroll down. Maybe I think we messed something up. I was trying to separate the.
I was checking where the lines are now.
Yeah.
We missed the lines at
Yeah, we
somehow.
killed the lines.
Let me do it again, just to be sure.
What did the lines do? Oh.
Just create.
Yeah, maybe you need to create
three more columns. Yeah.
I have to create on the right two more columns. Okay, third one right. Third one right. That's just.
Yeah, they're a bit big, but.
Okay, let's say that I'm not really good at this, as Giovanni is not good with arrows. I'm not kidding. I love you, Giovanni, if you're watching this.
Sure, you do. Anyway, what I was trying to do is create us a filter for the SVGs to get them out of the whole equation.
Okay, no, he's still not happy. You want to delete my total lines.
Yeah, you only create
you need one more. You need one more.
Yes.
Let's
remove the language. I'm really interested on the language.
No, it has language. So, never mind, Andrea. Just undo everything you just did. This is my fault. It has language.
You want to filter by language.
Yeah, but just undo the columns and everything. The moving.
Let's. How can I filter a column again?
No. Wait. Before you do any of that, just undo until we remove all the extra columns. Control Z, basically. Yep.
Okay.
Perfect. Okay. Yeah. To filter by language now, you need to make a filter area, which I don't actually ever do, so I don't know how. Does anybody know?
I did it once. Let me remember.
Oh, right. You had, exactly.
Yeah, I did for translations, but
Right.
let me remember how I did it.
I think it must be in the data side, right? Create filter or something.
Yes, create filter.
Yeah, it's a filter.
There we go.
So I got the area now.
Okay, so you can take out the SVG. Although for SVG it says XML. Oh man. Sort by language a bit, just for a second.
All the TypeScript one are the one
go
that
to the bottom. I want to see if all the XMLs are basically SVGs.
Yes.
Okay, so we can filter out the XMLs, I think, to get us.
I think we can keep only TypeScript files, which the files that contains TypeScript. There is only one HTML file.
Well, I mean,
that's it. Yes.
Yeah. Okay, so you can remove the ones with XML and the ones that are blank.
So now I don't remember how to add the rule. Okay,
you just remove blanks. This is blanks. So yeah, uncheck exactly as you want.
HTML, or maybe no HTML, we can keep it. JSON, we can keep it. Markdown, not really. XML, okay.
Great.
So
and now sort by line.
Okay. So this one. ZA. Boom. Okay.
Excellent. You have translation. You have device list, application list, device list table. Okay, so it's really the lists are still dominating, aren't they? Yeah. Table with custom columns. Is that basically the thing that needs to get out?
Yeah.
Is it AutoUI? Yeah.
Yeah.
You can check actually.
What? Sorry, there was an application model thing that I just saw. It's just scrolled off the screen.
Yeah.
Yes.
Quite a bit of stuff in there. There is like deploy with Balena logic and. deploying to an existing app, and I mean it can be cleaned up to say the least. But
Anyway, whatever. We don't need to go much deeper. I just was kind of curious if anything interesting comes up. I don't know, Steve, if this is an interesting analysis for you, but
organizations to see.
I think what we're coming up with is that it's all billing.
That's the new table, and it's 192 lines. I mean, it's 400 lines less than the other list.
Yeah, I mean, we have to also consider there are imports and typing stuff like that that don't really cause a lot of maintenance burden.
Yep.
They actually help if nothing else.
Okay. I'm gonna bring it back to Steve to get us back on track because I think I can keep going.
2 lines.
So
yep.
Okay. I think we can do. Mark can do a quick summary of what we are doing. And then we could show the progress report.
Exactly. Let me share this.
Ooh.
What do you think?
Nice.
I mean, I just installed Alexandra's
design.
This
is a very bad in-between version.
I just asked nicely on Flowdot if you could share me.
Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't notice.
No worries. So for the next hour, for the next progress check, so I'm sure that we can have something better. But yeah, welcome to, for people who's joining now, welcome to the release party number 3. This is getting into the culture of Balena. So we do release parties to celebrate together when we want to release a new feature at Balena. We did one for high-level device metrics in September, 11 hours of stream that needs to be watched on YouTube. And in November, we spent 7 hours together building the balenaHub. And today we are here all together to build the new design of the balenaCloud sidebar and breadcrumbs part. And this is one of the designs that Alexandra was hacking during the show, the previous hour. And as far as I know, so we are in working progress on design the sidebar, as you can see, the sidebar skeleton, the menu component that I'm not sure how is this going, and the breadcrumbs that we are still discussing, how to position balenaCloud logos and so on. And this is on work in progress, and to do it is still to test all of these, to deploy it. I don't know if we are going to deploy this on staging or how do you want to test it and deploy it. And then I'm sure that we will do a blog post explaining why we are doing this, how the Balena users are going to improve their experience. And finally, it will finish at 0 o'clock. Hopefully, we will beat the record with less than 7 hours, and we'll celebrate a new feature.
So long as we're within an 8-hour window, I think we can. Otherwise, we will just design the release parties to be fix the typo. Yay!
So that's the situation as far as I know from now. I don't know if you want to add anything, Steve, Alexandra, Todoris. Andrea.
No, I mean, we can check how everyone's doing.
Yeah, so Steve, who's actually working? Maybe go through who's working so I know not to bug them.
Okay. So basically, Todoris is doing the sidebar skeleton, which is basically the part with the background that should collapse and all. I'm doing the menu component, which is the summary variables, service variables, that part. And Andrea is doing the breadcrumbs up to the summary, so organization, Stevch's organization, test nook.
Okay.
Yes.
Part. So I only have Mark to bother, basically.
Yeah.
Can you bring some more people in here? So I can...
Bring people in, Mark.
Phil, I'm being a terrible Phil. Phil is in the comments. He's been doing the amusement before. I'm not very amusing, I guess.
It's 4 o'clock in the morning.
Bad Phil replica. But the other comment I'm looking at here is Constantinos, who is our sort of designer that did, I think, most of the existing dashboard. Alexandra, I don't know if by now you've done a lot of it already. Yourself, but Constantinos has definitely got his fingerprints on there, and he just had a baby, and he's in the comments friggin' telling us about how much he likes the menu. So maybe he's sleep deprived too. So it's okay. He can do whatever he wants. And Arjit says hello. Hello. Arijit.
Yeah, Arijit is one of the developers from the community from India.
Uh-huh. We're growing our Indian team, you know. I think at this point we were contemplating what the color of the walls in the Pune office is going to be like. So what we were designing it already. We're starting to pick out put cushions and everything.
Cool. So what's next now? So anyone wants to show what it's happening on their computer?
A lot of confidence.
All right, Steve, come on, give us some.
Let me share.
You sacrifice yourself for the team.
Okay, so I'm basically making the menus. So this is what I've got so far.
Cool.
Visually, they look basically how they should. I mean, basically this part will just, how it is here, it will just get indented when we integrate it together with Todoris's work.
Mm-hmm.
Now what I will be doing is trying to derive which menu is selected from the URL. And the reason we want to do that is if you potentially navigate from the URL, we want to select the correct item instead of keeping the state local to the menu, and then when you click it, it selects that. But if you navigate using the URL, it will not update. So that's the part I'm working on now. I don't know if Andrea and Thodoris have something. Whoa! Wait.
Oops.
Really soon.
Let me do this.
I need to be somewhere, so I'm gonna drop off and let you guys enjoy your release party without executive interference.
Thanks for joining, Alex.
I'll be back. I will be back. Another Austrian reference there. How do I leave?
How do I leave? All right, Alexandra, did you iterate the design that I stole from your sharing screen?
I pasted it in Flowlog as well. I can quickly share. If we're basically happy with that, I would then just really fine tune. I was just trying to figure out the sizes of the icons, the exact one.
Oh, sorry, let me share the screen.
How much in that? Can you see my screen?
Yeah, it's actually I shared your screen. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So yeah, here we are.
That's interesting.
So
yeah,
far.
Really cool.
So there's a bit less height of the top bar. Still, I feel like in between the logo and our start of the breadcrumbs, there should be some space. I don't want to have the exact same one. So this should kind of become one group, and the current selected top parent, so to speak, should also become one group.
Do we need to separate the selected one? I get the one about the menu, but the other one maybe. I'm just thinking how to reduce the complexity of the component to keep it simple. Yeah, to the blue moon part. Yeah. Because we already put an accent on it using the background and larger font and color. So maybe the physical space is not really necessary.
Yeah.
I mean, let's see. I don't know. It's.
So let's see how. Nice.
And
Yeah.
we missed the background, right?
Oops. Pardon me?
The selected breadcrumb should have a darker background, right? Or no?
Actually, this is the selected one. Right?
Yeah, okay. No. Yeah, I mean it's the current so basically
Yeah.
the current context and then the selected menu. Yeah, okay. No, I think
I
like this
mean,
is nice.
It was.
You know what we can do? We can make the dot also a slightly different color in the selected one.
The last one?
Yeah.
Yay, green,
Oh, there
blue.
you go. Oh,
I-
wow.
Green, train
Yeah,
stations.
maybe. So okay, wait.
X.
Before I did white.
By the way, I'm suggesting things you can say no. It's okay.
Always say no to Steve.
Yeah.
I'm just very open to test things out.
Because I'm thinking more also in terms of code. How do we keep it simple?
But I mean, it's a good way of thinking,
Yeah. It helps us.
Because before my issue was, okay, let's start here, having the app not being selectable. This is why it needed to be different.
You mean clickable?
Yeah, clickable, or I cannot. It's not like I can open it, because as soon as I select the test nook.
Yeah, but actually what will happen is if you go to releases and if you click on test nook, it should take you back to, in this case, devices, but ideally summary. So if there is a summary page, if you click on test nook, it should take you to the summary page. It's kind of like going to the top level of that breadcrumb.
Okay, so I mean you can click it and there is content.
Yeah,
and
exactly.
It would be, so this would already be the summary?
No. Sorry, maybe you misunderstood me. So the summary, let's say the devices there are actually the summary, right? Let's imagine that's the home page of the application.
Yeah.
Okay. Now, if I go to releases, right? I won't be at the home page of the application. I will be at the releases page of the application. Now, if I click on test nook on the breadcrumb, it should take me back to the home page of the application, which is the summary page. You see, it won't change anything in the breadcrumb. It will change in the menu that is selected. I don't know if I made it clear.
Yeah. So what you're saying is just this is the first level, right?
Yeah. I mean, the test nook breadcrumb will be clickable. It won't navigate away to different resources. It will just take you back to the home page of that resource.
Summary in this case, yeah.
Yeah, in this case, summary.
Yeah.
Okay.
So, I mean, actually, I was a bit skeptical about the whole, the breadcrumbs being in the sidebar, but I think it turned out pretty nice.
I was super skeptical.
Good to hear.
But yeah.
I think
it looks nice.
Conveys where you are very clearly. And now on smaller devices, it will be a bit more challenging, but we can.
I guess it still would be okay,
Yeah, I don't think it takes more vertical space than today's menu, so it's already pretty good. Yeah. Anyway,
but you think that Blue Moon? Sorry, Steve. So you think in this case Blue Moon should be clickable, or it's where you are actually, right?
Yeah, I mean, okay.
No, it
should be clickable. If you're already on the summary page, nothing will happen. Right? Imagine you have a link somewhere, right? A home link at the top bar, right? Or the logo, balenaCloud. If you click on it, it will take you to the home page. You can still click afterwards. It's just nothing will happen because you're already at the home page. It's the same with the Blue Moon, right? It will take you to the home page of the device in this case, which is the summary page. If I'm at device configuration, if I click on Blue Moon, it should take me back to summary.
But usually on the breadcrumbs, so the last step, it's not clickable because you are there.
Today, I think even on today's breadcrumbs, it is clickable on ours. I've seen implementations of breadcrumbs like that where you can click the last one, but it is still nice. Like there is no reason to disable it, is what I'm saying. What do you achieve by disabling it, right?
I mean, if you're
I understand Mark's point actually, because I thought the same thing when I joined Balena. I said why the last policy is clickable, but I also got Steve's point, which is in this case it's a bit different from usual cases, where in the breadcrumb you have all the path that you do represented in. So for example, you will not end up in a situation where you are you would see device name in the breadcrumb, and then you can click in 5 other menu items, but that will not be represented in the breadcrumb. So when you click the last item, when you click the name of the device, you will be able to go back in the summary. I know you can just click the summary as well.
Yeah,
I agree with you.
But the point is there is no reason to disable it, right? We don't really get anything. It's not better. Like you can assume that it's not clickable and never click it, and it's fine. But if you assume that it is clickable and you go and you see that it's not, it's a bit confusing in terms of user experience, right? Mm-hmm. So you're not really losing anything by making it clickable, and people who want to click it, instead of clicking on summary, maybe they were gonna click that. I don't know. That's my opinion.
That's also true that today the breadcrumb and the sidebar are in 2 different positions, and now they are just one above the other.
Yeah.
So it's probably easier to click on summary today instead of clicking last breadcrumb item. I mean, not today with this new design.
I agree. Yeah, I mean, anyway, I don't think it's a big deal whether we make it clickable or not. To me, it just, I don't know, it seems normal for it to be clickable. Like people who think that it should be clickable, they'll be, they'll end up doing what will end up happening is what they expected, that they can click it. And people who didn't expect that it's clickable, they'll never try maybe. So, you don't really lose anything.
Okay, I have a question for you, Steve.
Yeah.
So on the dashboard as it stands today, we have like organizations, the organization name. So in this case, Chris's organization.
Yeah.
We have the application, then we have the device. So there's no way for me to get back to the list of applications within my organization from that breadcrumb as it stands today.
Yes, there isn't. So this is something we were talking about, whether we want to have like the breadcrumbs to point at a certain page in a resource. What it would mean is you have organizations, the breadcrumb will take you to the summary, but below it you also have the application. Like they won't strictly follow the steps you took to get to this application, which is, I agree, maybe slightly confusing, but otherwise we'll end up with a lot more vertical breadcrumbs. And
because it's like that's something that really bugs me about the dashboard. It's because you can't get back to that application list. I mean, you get the basic application list under the org, but you don't get the full one.
Yeah. No, I see your point, and I mean, I think if we implement it here now visually with the same logic how it is today, that's fine. And then we can do a separate iteration where we actually rethink what is the content of the breadcrumbs, right? And because here what we are really trying to do is more to nail the visual part of it and not the content part. So,
because I guess it's also weird because right now, if you're on a device, as in today's dashboard, you get the back button, which takes you to the list of devices, but then the back button disappears.
Yeah.
When it could also be used to take you a level back, which is So at least with this, we'll sort of redo everything visually, and then that opens up a whole load of possibilities, I guess.
Yeah. No, I mean, You know, you could always use the browser's back button.
No, I can't. It's like way too far.
I really
No, I mean,
don't want.
The mouse has one back button.
Yeah, there are many ways people use it. I know it's.
Yeah, it's like I always find for some reason I want to go from a device back to my list of apps.
Yeah.
Like, oh damn, that device isn't in that application after all. I'll go to a different.
Yeah, it is a common use case. I guess it's not that big of a problem for people who don't have that many apps, because what you can do is you go to the top level and you don't really care about the organizations, right? You go to the top level, you get all the apps. So if you click on balenaCloud in this case, it will take you to the top level. And then you're going to find the app you're looking for. But if you have 5 orgs, 10 orgs, with tens of apps each.
Yeah. that's something that confused me to start with as well, because I was like, oh, wow, now all the apps that I've got access to are in one list. And some of them are called the same thing.
Yeah. Yeah, you need to look hard into like who the owner is and whether it's shared by someone.
Because it's like the left-hand column says like open datacam, open datacam, open datacam. But then like way over on the right, it says like 3 different orgs.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a fair point. I mean, there are a lot of improvements. It's just.
But yeah, it's good just to let people know this is stuff we're thinking about.
Yep. Anyway, I'll have to drop off for 20 minutes. I just have a doctor's appointment, and I'll.
Who's gonna do the speaking now?
Now it's your turn, Todori.
It's your turn, Todori. It's
going to turn to chaos, Steve. It'll be like we'll be doing things in by the time you get back.
Or you're going to be finished.
Set on fire, and there's no side menu, and everything is deleted.
Definitely.
Well, anyway, be right back.
All right. See you later.
See you.
All right. Getting into the third hour. Chris, what are your LEDs?
I know, that's a good question, isn't it? I mean, they're like right there on the floor. Like.
Oh, Chris, I have a question actually.
Oh yeah.
So as you maybe noticed, I wanted to add my Christmas lights as well, and added the plant actually here.
Yeah.
It's just the moment I wanted to plug, this happened. So
What's going on?
I don't know. It looks.
The wire has come out the thing, is it?
Well, it looks broken. I don't know. I guess I cannot fix it.
It's hard to see like what's going on. It just looks black.
Yeah.
Yeah, for that you will need like this STM32 screwdriver, the solder.
Okay, I think I see the problem now.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
So,
and I can't do it.
Can you separate from this black? So from your right hand, something from the power.
I think that thing will unscrew from the power supply. Yeah, that comes off. But I don't.
Can you do that? Okay.
Can you take it?
No, I guess it's not supposed to be lifted.
I think. Oh, is it? Is it all broken now, or is that good?
Something happened to me. Okay, this is not supposed to be moved like that, but yeah, I guess it should be dead. Sorry.
All right, yeah, that's okay.
Oops.
Show the broken part. No, that one is not broken. No. What you get from the power supply.
So are there 3 wires there?
It's 2. Why is it not focusing?
Can you separate the cables?
Yeah, it's going to be pretty hard to fix them back into that thing, though.
Yeah, I don't know. I guess it's broken.
I mean, if you had like soldering stuff, and that would be.
I have a ladder.
You have a ladder, you say?
We definitely will be setting fire to stuff in a minute.
Okay, yeah, sorry. I wanted to show off with some lights, but I mean, it's been very old. Okay.
Like, I mean, it would be possible to fix it, but you're going to need like some, I don't know, cutters and soldering iron and tools. Because what I would do is get that piece that you've taken off, and I would try to open it up and then connect the wires back on.
Would it be possible? Because here I have these two parts, and there are two holes.
I mean, yeah, that's totally possible as well. You could just jam them in there.
Can I?
Just peel away the cable.
Yeah.
Does it matter which one goes where?
It probably does, but there's no easy way to find out.
Is it safe?
Well, actually, show us the label that's on the power transformer. Like, a bit closer,
If you get disconnected from the stream, that means that you connected the wrong.
Is it going to focus?
Cable.
Why is it stupid?
Oh, I was trying. I didn't. Maybe it can't focus that close. Okay. Does it say what the? Oh, it was almost. It's so annoying.
Put your hand in front of the.
Okay, 24.
I can send you a picture.
Okay. Where it says secondary, it says pry, and then it says sec. No, there we go. There we go. Okay.
Be quick.
It's 24-volt AC, which means it doesn't matter which way they go in. You can just jam them in.
You can read from that. Wow. Okay. So.
We got there eventually.
Okay. And it's not like the power's gonna hit me, right? Nothing's gonna happen.
No, it'll be okay. It's low voltage.
Okay.
That's why I wanted to check before you started doing that.
Okay. Ooh. Okay.
This is live Christmas light debugging now.
Exactly.
I have to.
Okay, I mute Alexandra for a bit. I mute you, Alexandra. So. Say again. We cannot hear you. No. Why? I don't know.
You can almost tell what she's saying.
Probably it's the permissions on StreamYard. Yeah, you disconnected the microphone and.
I'm gonna use my headphones again.
Yes.
Okay, that's better. We can hear you now.
Okay, so I put it in, and now
okay, that's good. Yeah.
Sure. Okay.
Yep.
Okay, I'm gonna.
Okay.
You can see live. Yeah. What can go wrong, right?
What's the number for the emergency services in Austria?
112.
Yeah, look, it works.
Yes, cool.
Oh my gosh, this is amazing.
Oh yeah.
It works.
Yeah, you just need to put some like tape around it or something so it doesn't fall out. Eventually.
Do that.
It's probably fine for now.
Yes, exactly. Don't touch it.
Felipe is saying like I'm scared for Alexandra.
No,
Felipe.
Okay.
Yeah, it was a great moment. I think it will get into the museum of balena.
All right. Okay, I will go back to the left hand now.
All right. Okay. We had to Lori sharing screen, but we had this emotional.
Yeah, let me try again. I mean,
that was so
it just broke something and it became ugly, so that's why I stopped sharing.
Okay. Tell us more what you are doing. So you're working on the sidebar skeleton, right?
Mm-hmm.
So it's like the top and the sidebar, but not the content of the sidebar. That's how the layout is affected. Oh, thankfully it's not that bad. Didn't love it either. Yeah, I'm trying to figure out the colors now. I was actually touching this even though I shouldn't, just to make this look a bit better while we present. And so far, I guess, so good. Double scroll bars, that's bad.
Yeah,
you also see my code. I guess it
Yes,
says the
we can see
entire
your
window.
code. it's
Okay.
very small. So
Definitely not bad to share this sidebar code of the dashboard, even though it's proprietary code. But anyway, I mean, it's not government secrets, just colors you can see.
if you want to
But I'm
show it, if you want to show the colors, if you can zoom in the code a bit.
You can't really see the colors. I mean, it's
Oh,
just
well, yeah, no, yeah, we will
everything
see
is
the
coded based
XML. Okay.
on our style guide. And I mean, this one over here should go as well and be just one of our style guide options.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, as we said before, as you can see, this is just style components.
Mm-hmm.
I think like this should be fine. And we are bringing in components from Rendition, our component library. And this is how it works. But definitely nothing super interesting in here. The outcome, looks better than the code.
So if you click now on devices, on releases, sorry, so it will get the same color than the background. Yes. Cool.
Is it the same? I don't think.
I'm not sure if it's a stream. Or...
Yeah, it's a stream probably.
Maybe Alexandra knows more about this than.
According to the stream, it looks different colored.
Yep. Definitely looks different. I guess the main body background color didn't apply yet. Yep, that's probably it.
It looks lighter. Looks white.
Can we get a snapshot of your current design on Zeppelin as well?
Yes.
As it is, I mean.
So what's the last design, like the last approved design, Alexandra?
I can show again the one I just showed before. Okay.
Because I'm updating my, let me share your screen. A second, I will do so.
I can send you an image. So that's it. Yeah, I was just having a look at the icons here.
So the background of the page is going to change, the background color?
Yes.
And it's going to be great.
And what's the plan on moving the links that we have getting started, docs, status, and so on the bottom of the sidebar?
You mean
as I saw in some designs? No, these options that are on the top
here.
right.
Sorry, this one.
Yes.
Move them to the right. Yes.
I mean, I remember some of the designs. Let me share.
Yeah.
So this one. Sorry.
Are you sharing?
No, I'm not sharing. I'm just putting on one of the first designs that I saw with the status and the help and beginner's guide. Is the plan to?
I think so. That it's moving here, right? You mean here?
Yes.
Yeah, I think so. Right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay, edit the screen to Zeppelin, to release party 3 section.
Thanks.
You're welcome.
I have some visitors in the room. So let's maybe let's close the LED part, Chris. I have here some illumination as well for me. So
I was making some more as well.
are we gonna make them addressable for the people watching the stream, or don't you think so?
Yeah, we can do that. I am just making a background that's got Christmas stuff on, and it's going to be amazing and not terrible.
When did this happen? Chris, did you spread your light bulbs?
Hang on, let me try.
No, they're everywhere.
I'm searching for clip art from Microsoft Word 95.
It's okay, not 3D.
We need the Etcher killed my USB stick dudes in their Christmas jumpers.
Why not?
Yeah.
Actually, this week I saw something really interesting on web pages mentioning Balena, and one of the most mentioned products from Balena is balenaEtcher. And I saw the first, well, at least me, I saw the first time that someone was complaining about the Raspberry Pi Imager tool, and someone else was suggesting to use balenaEtcher. So usually we were seeing the other way around, right? We were seeing people complaining about balenaEtcher, and other people suggesting to use Raspberry Pi Imager.
That's funny.
So
I'm just sure that both ways.
Exactly. I have a visitor, so no schools anymore.
Oh, like off for Christmas.
Yes, exactly. Until 11th of January. I don't know how's the situation in your countries with children or schools or COVID.
I have no idea.
I guess on 18th, schools are opening again, and before it's distance learning. But it doesn't concern me as well, so I don't know.
So how's gonna be the Christmas on your country? So I don't know. I have read that Germany it's on lockdown, but I don't know Austria. But
we're also in lockdown, in hard lockdown they call it. But there's an exception for 24th and 25th, and for us it's actually the 24th. So Thursday it's the main day. It's the Holy Eve. It's where we celebrate. It's the evening.
Oh, okay.
And afterwards, it's going to be locked down again, and also for Sylvester, New Year's Eve. Yeah.
Okay. And now that we close airports for UK flights, Chris, how's the situation in the UK?
Well, obviously, I'm not going to come and visit you, Mark. I can't come and see you anymore. I'll have to stay here. No, I don't know. Like, we weren't planning on doing anything anyway, so like we weren't mixing with other households or anything, so I'm not really sure of the rules.
All right, yeah. It's important to follow the rules.
Yeah, just no one will let me go and visit them anyway, so look at that.
Oh. Wait. Hold for a second.
Look at that.
Some music.
Elevator music.
Nice. Yeah, this is what I was expecting. Yeah, to have some Christmas balena backgrounds.
Okay, what else can we do? What are these LEDs you've got? Oh, those.
Yeah, but I couldn't make one. So, yeah, that was for the IoT Happy Hour. I'm actually mixing both designs. Oh, I have a visitor who wants to listen and participate, maybe.
Oh, yeah.
Hola.
Hello.
So we are getting into the third hour. I don't know if we have to do a progress check. What do you think?
I think we were a bit late on the last progress check, weren't we?
Yes, exactly. But yeah, we have to be disciplined. We were counting the lines of code, so yeah, that was a good.
Yeah. My bad.
Good excuse.
My bad. I can now, instead of counting line of code, I can show how the breadcrumbs looks like.
Show us some progress. Yeah.
Let me share my screen again. Yeah, let's see the entire screen. So, can you see my screen?
Yes.
So this is actually the breadcrumb at the moment. For sure, this is not the right place, but let's say that at least the component it's taking the same shape as the one designed by Alexandra. So now we're going to move. First question, actually, I didn't check the last design, but do we have to put icons for everything, or just we leave it as it is now? So for applications, devices.
They're gonna get icons, yes.
Also on organizations and
Also,
my organization.
yeah, this is, I guess, what we talked about, right?
Okay. Yep.
I had to move the overlay to the top.
Yes, I can do it like this. Okay. I cannot show much more, fortunately.
Great. Very close.
We're close.
Just a few pixels to the left.
Yeah, exactly. But this component will be totally removed from there and put inside the sidebar. But I will wait for the skeleton first, maybe.
And Andrea, will you also be working on the top bar?
No, I'm doing that.
You're
Yeah,
doing
you
that?
Maybe Andreas can do it
Perfect.
faster than me.
I can.
We'll
do
see
this
how it
if you
goes.
want. Let me know. Let me know. I was just checking devices, actually. Okay. Yeah. Oh. Yeah. Cool. I'll stop sharing.
But that was really nice. I really like.
It's time for Chris to share some summary. No, I'm joking.
Chris,
I mean,
would you like to do it?
Well, that's debatable. I can do it. So we're 3 minutes late. Okay, so we better do an update. So for anyone who's just joined us today, this is release party number 3. Woo! So the first time we built a sort of basic device metrics, which you can see in the dashboard, and the second release party we did balenaHub, and today everyone, not me, is working on some useful stuff to upgrade the dashboard and upgrade the left-hand side menu. So you can see there on screen, there's like a sort of mock-up, a visual of what it's going to look like. And so obviously the dashboard doesn't look like that today, but hopefully at the end of today, that's what it's going to look like. And on the left there, we have all the things we need to do. And so the top 4 are in progress, work in progress. The last 4 are going to be to do later. That's a good point. Who's working on the blog, Mark? That's interesting. I don't know that.
I will start in a bit to work on the blog post.
You've got time.
So at some point, David and John can inherit that blog post. And
okay. So not only will there be an update to the dashboard, there'll be a blog post that documents all the changes that we've made as well. So right now we've got Alexandra who's working on design. We've got Andrea who was working on the breadcrumb, as you just saw, and we've got Theodori who's working on what were you working on?
Sidebar skeleton.
Yeah, sidebar skeleton. Yes, there we go. And Steve, who's in the background, just taking a break at the moment. He was working on the menu component, I believe.
Yeah, menu component, yeah.
So that's all 4 in progress to do. In progress items catered for. And then you have Mark and I who are just here causing distraction and decorating the place with Christmas things.
And helping Alexandra to repair her Christmas lights.
Repairing Christmas lights, yeah, the important stuff. Gotta have these things.
What is the holy overlay? Maybe now, meanwhile they work, maybe we can talk as well about maybe the last balenaHub applications, Chris, we have on balenaHub.
Yes.
What do you think?
Yeah, we added a lot of LED projects last week. So we added this one that I'm wearing, and then 2 others as well. So this is like a complete setup to control RGB LED strings. And I'm just trying to hack it so I can give the URL for people to change the color.
Okay.
But then we also had the one from Adam on the Happy Hour last Friday. He had a similar sort of thing to control LED strips for a tree. And then we had the there was another project as well that controls a little. It was the Pi Hut RGB Christmas tree hat for the Raspberry Pi as well. So it's good to see the community getting into the spirit with festive apps. And what else do we have? We had one more. InkyShot. InkyShot as well was added to the hub last week, which we've talked about before.
Give me a sec that I'm trying to share screen. All right. So with no specific order of operation, right?
Yeah. I mean, Steve would know the order, but he's taking a break at the minute.
Exactly. So yeah, we have magically on first position Screenly, the open source region. So if you are working on digital, so if you need digital signage, that's probably a good project to work with.
Mm-hmm.
And then as you were mentioning, what the color, the necklace that you have right now, it's the second application, the LED pixel controller. And if you have a Pi 0, actually, and not and 5 volts LED stripes, probably the third application, it's the one that you need, right? Because it's interesting.
Yeah.
How Adam, who's a developer from the community, built these with some interesting animations as well, made from, I think it's Python code, right, from Pimoroni, if I'm not wrong.
I mean, he was saying he had some good results with the Pi 0. He was getting good performance out of it, which is really interesting because a lot of people complain that device is quite slow. Exactly,
and he made a live demo, and it was pretty fast. Actually, maybe it makes sense to build this Christmas tree with InkyShot on the Christmas tree.
Yeah, you could. You could have the device hanging on the Christmas tree with the message,
Exactly.
but it was also controlling the LEDs at the same time.
You can make a ball, no, and
Yeah.
with the electric ink there.
A smart bauble that controls the lights. Yeah.
Get more ideas for next year.
I don't think we need more ideas. It's like we have overflow of ideas, don't we? Yeah, we need more time.
Exactly, but I cannot imagine a Pi Zero running, the Inky Shot and this project. But yeah, maybe it'd
be worth a try.
If anyone wants to try it from the community, it's welcome, and we'll be invited on a show to show it live. We have the book stack actually made by Kyle. So if you want to have your own kind of wiki platform local on your Raspberry Pi at home, that's a great application that you can test. And actually, this brings a really interesting service that it's Duplicati, that actually helps to back up the SD card that it's running this application. So that's pretty interesting as well there.
I think that's one we need to publish separately, actually.
Yeah, absolutely.
I would definitely use that.
Yeah, because that's one of the bad parts of this Raspberry Pi architecture, right? That sometimes the SD card died, and then you cannot recover what's in there. And if you have a wiki platform, that's probably something that you want to have.
Yeah, especially for like my Home Assistant setup, like all that's configured. But all the configuration stored on the device, and then obviously if you change it, it's still only on the device. So it'd be nice to have a backup solution.
So what do you use as at your home setup?
So I have Fin, so it's obviously not going to be affected by SD card corruption, but still it's nice to have some backup of the files on there. So I have a Fin with Home Assistant running, and that's actually another one we need to get on Hub as well, because we've got a Home Assistant app that we could put on there.
Yeah.
But yeah, I have that controls my lights and heating system.
Okay.
Then I have a second Fin that runs the LoRa gateway and the weather station stuff. And then a third Fin in my 3D printer running the Octoprint. Like, you could say I like the Fin.
And then another one? Can you?
I was going to do it. I can't remember what I was going to use the other one for. There's one right here that this was going to be the next. I was testing it with the Finabler block.
Yeah, that's great. So the Finabler block, for people who don't know it, the Balena Fin has let me show this, has a coprocessor that can sleep the compute module. So that means that you can have a Raspberry Pi with an industrial grade and with very low power consumption, thanks to the coprocessor. But it's a Cortex M3, I guess. So, and with a specific GPIO as well for the
so the Finabler block lets you control the GPIOs as well, doesn't it? You can control the GPIOs on the coprocessor via a REST API, which is quite neat.
Exactly, and with a very low power. I think it was 0.2 milliamps. So that was pretty low power for a device like that.
Yeah, that's true. You guys measured it on the Happy Hour, didn't you?
Exactly. Yeah, one of the ideas was to put. So one of the goals of the IoT Happy Hour is to bring David into the Arizona desert and put a solar-powered fin with a camera to detect javelinas.
Oh, yeah.
So, but yeah, for that we need to understand what's the power consumption before selecting the battery and a solar panel. So yeah, if you want to know more about that, there is an episode where Alex and who else from the Fin team, Nico, is helping us to measure power consumption of the Fin. What else do we have that it's interesting? So one of the top or most of them load applications on Hub, it's Minecraft, right? So yeah, that's probably one of the favorites. Pi-hole, if you want to kind of control all the traffic that goes through your router at home. That's a very good application. I think we have on our pipeline AdWord actually that it's similar than Pi-hole, but hopefully
yeah.
we'll
Yep.
see it.
AdGuard, isn't it? That one's ready to go.
AdGuard, yeah, sorry. What else do we have? We have Balena. Ahora, Bruna, ponte aquí. Mira. Sorry. So we have balena caps. That's actually, if you have a printer, that like an old printer that always works, and you are super happy of having that. So that's perfect because you can resurrect that printer with a Raspberry Pi and connect it to your Wi-Fi. And I think we have. Do you want to release something on the release party, Chris? Or?
I don't know. Up to you.
No, I mean for the colors that you have.
Hello.
Hey, Steve. How are you?
Hey, Steve.
What's this? Where's the sidebar?
Oh yeah, it's Mark's pushing the hub agenda.
Sorry, yeah. I'm
It's
getting
a
some
cafe.
content before you get back, and you can talk about the sidebar.
I mean, I can talk. I just don't know who will do the menu.
Yeah, that's the trouble.
Yeah, that's the trouble. Indeed.
Okay,
Exactly.
I'm sharing the link in chat to change the color of my LEDs.
Oh wow!
For this technology, eh? What will they think of next?
I mean, this is what the future is about, right?
Yeah.
If you can't change someone's light bulb color, Christmas light color, what's the point of
Exactly.
IoT? Oh wow!
So maybe it's good at some point that you will get a lot of requests that you share your screen and show the logs of what colors are people requesting.
Yeah.
So if you want to change colors from Chris Necklate LEDs, 12 volts, what can go wrong? Yeah, use the URL that it's here printed, but it's on the chat on Facebook and YouTube. Copy that and change the variable, the color, by your favorite color. Did you already receive the color, Chris?
Yeah.
Or
People were clicking. I think Andrew's favorite the other day was salmon.
And actually, just to finish with Hub, one of the most downloaded applications on this weekend from Balenistas is this ADS-B flight tracker that actually enables you to track the traffic that gets on us. Maybe now in Europe, there is not much planes flying, right? But it's interesting to see what's flying on us. So yeah, if you like this topic, maybe this is a really interesting application to check.
Yeah, I have that on a Flynn as well.
Do you have one?
It's always a Flynn, yeah.
Cool, but it's good that that it has been tested on even Pi 0. So maybe we should include as well Pi 3 with 64-bit or not.
I don't know. It depends. Like, has it got Pi? If it's got Pi 4 support, it'll probably work on Pi 3 64-bit.
Yeah. But yeah, let's talk with Katilmo, who is the owner of the application. What else? So let's.
We need to get back to the project in hand, I think.
Exactly. How is it going? So Alexandra, is the design done? We can put it green, or
Yes.
or is it still work in progress?
So. Yeah, I guess we can make it green.
Oh yeah. So we can close. Can you show like it's a latest thing that it's the latest design that you share with us?
Mm-hmm. Sure.
All right. Cool. So let's put it green.
that one. Yeah. Chris, maybe I did something wrong, but when I click the link, it opens this page.
Yeah, so when you open the page, see at the end of the URL it says the color. Just change the color to any CSS color. And if you send it once, it'll do like a slow fade, but if you just send it twice, it'll change instantly. That's definitely a feature, not a bug. Oh, as in the CSS friendly name colors, not the hex values. I can see the hex value in the log. Yeah, that's definitely a feature, that one.
What is the CSS friendly color?
So if you just search for CSS color list or something.
Okay.
Maroon, light gray, white, black.
There are some weird ones on there though.
Tomato.
Oh, there are so many.
Yeah, there are lots.
I just know like 5, and normally you would never really use those. It's quite rare. And when I do like for testing or something, I just use either maroon or light gray for some reason, and that's it. That's my knowledge of CSS named colors.
There's something there like Rebecca purple and orchid and like light goldenrod yellow. Did you figure it out, Alexandra? Like this. Let me see. It says blue on the end. You just change blue to the word.
Okay.
You're getting too technical with your RGB values.
So let me push my local brands, so that me and Steve and Andreas can sync a bit.
Yep. And we can maybe even share something.
In the meantime, I have a fast question for Alexandra. I'll share my screen again. Today is my screen day. Okay. So, can you see my screen? Okay. Don't care about the background, which is really ugly on the entire page, but it was just to better check the breadcrumb. It's done. It's done. Just have to move to the left, but it's done. The only thing I was thinking is that we usually put this color, which seems a bit like disabled because it's not selected. But the problem is the SVG, because we use the SVG for the icons like devices icons or application icons. And this cannot be really changed as far as I know. Can you correct me, Steve or Theodoris?
You can use CSS filters to use grayscale.
Yeah, but the point is not for them to look disabled anyway. Like the point is for them to not stick out too much. So.
I mean, actually, what I was proposing is for the app to have the A icon and not just the device.
Okay, so the last one will be always the device.
But this needs discussion. It's just, I feel like having the A, it's easier to understand. It's the application.
Yeah, no, she's right. And also, like, what does it mean for the application to have a logo there?
You mean this one?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Well, the same that we have in the, okay. Yeah, because today we have the application type, but maybe one day we will not have anymore. So was just to represent the type of.
I mean, even the device type in the application, that's just the default, right? You can have 5 different device types in a single application, and showing the logo is even slightly misleading in the application, right? Because you can have a Raspberry Pi 3 application, but maybe you're running, I don't know, Tinkerboard or I don't know, whatever compatible device types are.
Okay,
So,
totally fine. Change the icon. We should probably change the icon on the table as well. I don't remember if we have icons. Yes, we have. So yeah, that was my point. I mean, we refer to this device type, which I agree with you. You can have Raspberry Pi 4, but having 3 different device types inside.
Yeah, I mean, here, you want to give an overview of the whole application, right? What's the default device type, how many devices it has, and so on. But in the breadcrumbs, you only want to show the most crucial information, which is really the name. It's not the device type.
Okay, makes sense.
It's looking good, by the way. Just maybe add a bit of padding between the dot and the...
Between those two? The icon and the dot?
Okay. Yeah, just like 1. I mean, not 1 pixel, just one.
It's just 4, yeah.
Ooh, Chris's lights are green now. How come?
How come? Yes. Black.
Yeah.
I mean, they are black. Look.
Oh.
Where's our Holly gone? Let's have a look. Oh, here we go. There we go. Festive again. I think we need to upgrade your Christmas lights, Alexandra. They're like, I need to be able to change the color.
That would be amazing. What I have for my Christmas tree, for the, I don't know, the bulbs, the round, this, yeah.
Oh, the baubles.
I have it in every color. It's gonna be, joyful and bright, not very classic.
Sounds good. I really wanted to make, like, I've got these little LED rings, like these. These are RGB LEDs as well. I wanted to try and make like a little Christmas ornament using these, but I didn't get around to it. And it's the 22nd, so I probably won't get around to it this year.
You can do it now
make like a
and
little.
show us.
I mean, I could.
I mean, you were thinking of having them just next to each other, like the.
Well, I was thinking like you could have this as the base, and then you could 3D print a little ornament on top, and have like the light shining up from the base, like out through all the holes.
Nice.
Because these ones have warm white LEDs as well. They're RGBW, so you get an extra light, so you can get a warmer color, which would be good. Because these are quite harsh. They're like really strong monochromatic colors.
Okay, let me give you a nicer color. Just a second.
Can we send RGB colors with the hexadecimal, or we have to write the name?
PRs are welcome.
Because maybe we can send you the color of the sidebar and the background.
It's got lavender now. I know, moccasin, is that what it is?
It's supposed to be pale yellow, like warm light,
Okay.
but it doesn't look like
kind
that.
of. It is kind of.
Okay.
But yeah, because these ones don't have the warm white LED, you can't really get nice warm colors.
Okay.
It's
So
annoying.
starting-
Oh, sorry, go on, Mark. Go ahead.
No, I'm starting to work on the blog post. So I will try to have a skeleton that John and David will be able to publish before the end of the release party.
But first, we need to make something that we can release, right?
Exactly.
Otherwise, it will be a blog post for how we didn't change the site.
How much more time do you need?
We'll see. I mean,
No, but maybe seriously,
Andrea
you-
seems pretty close.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, we're still aiming for 4 hours now.
Yeah,
We
we
have-
do the record, right?
No. We have 2.5 hours. Don't rush things.
Well, actually, beating the record, it's actually doing it, making it in less time than the previous one. Well,
Yeah. I'm not sure when someone says record. I'm not sure what it refers to. I think people have different definitions. Maybe that's
I
what
think-
you think.
Yeah, I think it should be like aiming for a specific time rather than trying to. Because that's as Alex said. Otherwise, it would just get shorter and shorter and shorter.
Yeah. No, I think like what's that? 6 hours is pretty good.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
And I mean, we're also sharing stuff here and everything, so that took some time. Otherwise, we can probably get it done even faster if it's.
Yeah,
It's also intended to be fun, right? It's not just.
Absolutely, yeah, and share with the people how we work. No, even if we are a remote company, that we don't usually can get into a room, no, and do what we are doing right now. Right?
Yeah.
even though we're a remote company, you still get annoying people in the office messing around with Christmas lights.
Yeah, I didn't want to imagine. Yeah, sharing an office.
Well, you can't imagine sharing an office with the hardware hacker team, Mark. Like, just think of all the projects and stuff that you could have.
Exactly. No. But it was not in negative point of view that I don't imagine that. It's like I would be distracted too much time with what you are doing.
Too many toys.
I couldn't do the proper work. But yeah, that would be fun. I don't know if when there used to be like a normal life with traveling, etc. When you were coming to Barcelona for the retreats. So were you doing kind of release party together, or it was more like thinking on next projects?
When do you mean? In like Summit?
Yeah, sorry, Summit, yeah. Hey, David. Good morning.
Hey, David.
Hello, David.
Hey, good morning.
How are you?
Good morning, everyone.
What time is it?
Oh, it's about
5 a.m.?
no, it's 7:30 here.
Okay.
What's going on? What have I missed?
Yeah, you missed the beginning of the release party where we are
Okay.
designing the sidebar. So we have the design done that you will see in a bit if you haven't. And yeah, you will need to wait 26 minutes, maybe, or no, maybe
Okay.
Alexandra will show you.
You're gonna force David to wait for the regular
Okay.
schedule.
No,
All
then
right.
you will be able to do the progress. So.
I can't do the progress. I don't know what's.
No, and then yeah, we have a really cool sidebar and a new menu and breadcrumbs on the oven right now baking.
All right.
So it's everything on progress, and it looks beautiful. I don't know, Alexandra, if you want to share with David.
I can wait 26 minutes. It's no problem.
No, but if you want to make you work, that's good.
What is this? Is this a link to change Chris's necklace colors?
Exactly, like in the IoT Happy Hour last Friday.
Yeah.
David, can you see my
Sure,
screen?
I can see your screen. Let me.
Yeah.
There it comes.
Okay.
Wow, what is this?
What is happening? So as you can see now, considering the organizations, which are always the top level, you can see that I'm having this device open. It's called Blue Moon, and it's part of my test application, for example. And this is part of Stev's organization. So at a glance, you know where you are at currently, what you're looking at, and also you could just click the level above, and yeah, in order to be directed there.
Very cool. Wow,
Cool.
that's
Yeah, now better. I couldn't see it well, but now yes.
yeah, I can see it. So the navigation on the left-hand side is now, I don't know if the same word exists in other languages, but in American English, we use taxonomy, which is like a structure, a hierarchy. So that's super cool. I like that. And this is, what are we looking at here? You're actually drawing it. So this is a rendering right here. So this is not actually pushed live quite yet.
Oh, and this is not a summary. Oops.
So
No, but it's in progress.
In progress. Okay,
Yeah,
that's all right. Well, let me see. You guys began at 11 a.m. UTC, so we are 4 hours and 38 minutes in.
3 hours and 37 minutes.
3 hours. Oh,
Yes.
okay. 3 hours and 37. Oh, you still got another 8 hours to go to hit the record, so you're fine. There's no problem here. But,
There may have been some chit chat that slowed things down.
Are we going?
Yeah.
Well, all right. I mean, I was.
Thanks for the kind words, David. Just came in here.
So we have Todori who is doing the sidebar skeleton. Okay, so it's in progress, almost done. Well, it's then we have Steve who is doing the menu component, and we have Andrea who is doing the breadcrumbs, and we have John. Hey, John, how are you doing?
Hey, John.
Howdy.
Hey, now wait a minute. I see something else new here. You guys have flags next to your names.
Yes.
John and I don't have those.
Do you want me to hook you up,
It's a
David?
very
Yeah.
exclusive thing.
Yes, I knew this.
So actually, Alex connected some hours ago, and we were trying to show where we were all day.
Oh, I got one. How did you do that? Magic just happened.
Where is this Christmas jingle coming from?
Where's
I purposely logged in
Very
so there
nice.
would be some background music.
Oh,
Very
thank you. Like
Got some
elevator
Christmas
sound.
music.
It's Christmas jazz.
Can't go wrong with that.
Wait a minute.
I thought that
I'm not done here. I need to know how I got a flag next to my name.
We'll just file that away in the StreamYard box of tricks.
Do I keep it for IoT Happy Hour, or is it per stream?
I don't know. Like you probably keep it.
Okay.
I would say.
Otherwise, we'll find out January 8th.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Hold on to your butts, everyone.
Yeah. Make sure to tune in January 8th, the first IoT Happy Hour of 2021, to find out if we maintain our little flag avatars.
Yeah, maybe that's an interesting idea, not to show as well on the IoT Happy Hour where everyone is from.
Yeah, I like it.
Yeah, that's cool. So actually, if you click on, as you are an admin of StreamYard, if you click on your name back on your picture, double click on your name, there will be a pop-up that says edit display name. And I imagine that this is an emoji or something like that, Chris.
Oh, you've ruined the magic now.
Oh,
Come on.
To be fair though, I didn't even know you could click on the name to edit it.
Yeah, I didn't either.
How did you do that?
I was clicking on the,
boy.
I was clicking on the 3 dots and then going to edit name.
Oh, cool. Yeah, so actually, yeah, we are showing live that we are improving our StreamYard skills. Even if Steve was trying to make me do the first progress check because I was on the left at the beginning, so I quickly demonstrated that he was wrong, that he was on the left.
This Christmas jazz music is really soothing. Especially it's early here with my coffee. Although Alexandra introduced me to a new beverage that apparently is only a thing in Europe. John, being from the US, have you ever heard of warm wine?
Like isn't that mulled wine?
Yeah, mulled wine.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah.
I've never heard of this. Wine comes out from a wine cellar, chilled to about 55 Fahrenheit. So
what is Fahrenheit? But it depends on the kind of wine, no?
Yeah, like
red, red or
red.
white. Yeah.
Now I presume you're mulling a red wine.
Yeah.
Well, actually, I do
Never
both.
heard of this.
Do you?
Yeah.
Oh, I haven't tried it with white wine.
I could see like mulled sherry.
Well, I'll have to give this a try. I've never heard of such a thing.
It probably
She said,
depends on the climate, I would say.
Yeah, some nice warm wine. Yeah. I said, what on earth are you talking about right now?
It's kind of like warm milk.
Yeah.
You know, like
Also works,
putting your kids to bed with warm milk. What? Don't you guys drink warm beer, Chris? Isn't that?
No.
Yes, they do. Yes, they do.
There is a belief of that, but there's.
Is it changed?
I mean, it's kind of not warm, but it's like not cold. I guess it's not like ice cold.
I mean, in the U.S., all beer commercials show a highly chilled,
frosted glass,
glass, and thirst quenching chill. What do they do in the UK? Just hey mate, here's
it's like low room temperature beer, I guess you could have.
I was just going to say, I've had room temperature beer in the UK.
Well, it definitely changes the flavor, right? When it's cold, you actually lose a lot of flavor.
But it's not like you're going to get a Budweiser or something and then allow it to get to room temperature and then drink it.
Hey, you can't bust on Budweiser because we
I like the Budweiser.
We have a Budweiser brewery right here in town.
Yeah,
and they make the beer is one of the few things they make. Actually, they only make a couple 100,000 bottles of that a day. They make all the flavored things there too.
Okay.
If you're drinking a Bud Light seltzer or whatever it's called, Bud Platinum Seltzer, it probably comes from Baldwinsville, New York.
Sounds like a claim to fame.
Something. Actually, the automation in the place, talk about, IoT. They actually have highly automated not just the manufacturing process, but the mixing of the ingredients. They can get parts per million of hops and all that kind of stuff.
Magic. Use that as your children, David.
Children and dogs just busted in. I was wondering what was going on out there.
I got my daughter some minutes ago. So actually, look what I have, Alexandra. It's pretty old. It's 12-year-old.
Wow.
The balena market. So usually when you go, I don't know if you explained that, but when you go to a Christmas market, there's a Christmas market from Esslingen, that it's a village or a town in Germany next to Stuttgart. You go there and there is these typical places where you can buy hot wine, and they give you this jar that costs like €5 maybe now.
It's way too expensive.
You drink and you give it back, and they give you back the €5. But I remember actually with this one, it was like minus 12 degrees Celsius, and after 3-4 Glühwein, we were with no cold almost.
Yeah, it didn't matter anymore.
You're not cold anymore.
I tell you, I was
it's
testing
bad
the
that
old wine
this
last
year
night,
everything's closed.
and the I used my Bluetooth IoT mug, and it keeps it nice and warm.
As soon as it's safe to get on a plane, I am coming and I am taking that thing and I'm ripping it out of your hands. You do not need.
I never considered it could be used to keep other things warm as well as tea and coffee.
I cannot wait until the day I can travel again, so I can come and get that thing.
I could be like, do I want it at 60 Celsius? No, I think I'll have it at 59.5 this evening.
Hey, that would be good for sake.
Yeah. That's a refreshing beverage.
But you have wine there?
No, just tea. Give it another hour.
What time is it?
Well, actually, as Phil is always, So I'm sure that Phil would have hot wine.
I don't know if Phil's into the hot wine.
I like hot cider with some cloves.
Yeah, that's good too. It's kind of a nice winter drink also.
Or coffee with some Baileys.
Coffee with what, sorry?
With Baileys.
Baileys, but that's another story.
That's another story. It doesn't have to be different. Right? It could be the same story.
All right, John, David, I share with you a document that it's the blog post for the release party. Okay, at the moment it's still blank, so feel free to.
It's blank. He shares with us a document.
Exactly.
That is empty.
I think once Alexandra stages, the final image somewhere, we can start to digest it, consume it.
Yeah, we'll start typing.
They're still working on kerning and and letting.
Okay, I'm gonna go and get some refreshments. I'll catch you guys later.
Yeah, I need to get a new coffee.
Bye, Chris. I will need a coffee in a little bit, but I'm okay for the time being.
And Todoris, I don't know how many Red Bulls.
Oh no, how many has he had?
I mean, it's just my first one. Try to not say.
Sure.
The day has just started.
Is there?
Yeah, so it was hot for sure. It was hot, right? Well, if it was your first.
It's not hot. Get out of here. Is there anything at the moment that we can screen share and show off or talk through, or not?
Yeah, Steve, how is it going? You have a screen share.
Okay, give me 10 minutes when we actually do a recap of what we are doing. I'll share something.
All right.
No problem. In the
Dolores,
meantime,
how are you doing?
Far so good. I've pushed a branch which should be merged in a bit with more or less what I showed you before.
Okay.
Let me see. What can I screen share now? Something like this.
All right.
Nice.
It's loading up. Yeah. Now, what are we looking at here? Okay, localhost. So this is running on
Yeah, it's
your
not yet
machine.
static.
So you've got a local web server running all of the balenaCloud dashboard or UI.
Exactly. And runs
Just,
against
I was
the
about to ask
production.
Alexandra.
Sorry, say again, Steve.
I was going to ask Alexandra something, but
She bailed
Here.
on you. She's out of here.
I'm here.
She's still here.
I was going to say, so now the header in the table blends in with the background.
This one?
No, the header in the table.
Yeah.
The app name,
Oh.
device type.
Mm.
Shall we
Yeah.
do something about it? Or?
For now, I would leave it
Yeah, okay.
because it's still okay.
Yeah, it's still okay.
Mhm.
It's just, maybe we need to improve it a bit so it's a bit more obvious.
Yeah.
Anyway, that's it.
Well, let's see here. Have any questions rolled in? I don't see any in chat. Alan's organization.
Todori?
Yep.
We will probably want to set the background color and in the index file as well.
Should we?
Yeah,
I mean, while
because when you're
loading,
yeah, exactly.
like
So the background
over
doesn't
here?
change. Yeah, because we go from white to kind of like
I was just trying to avoid hard conjugate in
yeah,
in
but
the
it's,
HTML, which is above the full CSS.
yeah, I know. But it's still better. And I mean, I guess now we hard code it to white, so we might as well hard code it to
Yeah.
something else.
But white is kind of neutral, you know.
Yeah, I know. Probably white and black are the two colors that you would actually use the name for.
Yeah, it's not hard-coded. Definitely, it's white or black.
Yeah, I'm waiting for your PR to be merged, and I'll
Isn't it yet?
rebase. Not yet. Let me see root.
Well, you can use the branch, of course.
Yeah, I'll wait for a minute more. It's probably almost there. Sidebar. Yeah, we'll have to improve how we calculate these things as well.
Which things?
The height of the sidebar and the
Yeah,
and
some
the
of these
width.
actually are probably not necessary, but
Yeah.
just precautious.
Yeah. No, it's fine. Let's do it like that.
I mean, for example, the width of the page probably doesn't need to be explicitly defined.
yeah, I was going to say, like,
Because it's
now that we have
anyway.
now that we have the sidebar, shall we make it collapsible? Can you focus on that, and I'll focus on adding the menus
let
part
me-
to it.
Let me also do the logo a bit. And actually, what do you prefer first? Collapsible or
I
move
mean,
these?
whatever won't clash with my. I think collapsible first, just because it's probably a bit more independent from what I'm doing now. But, so I don't have to rebase much.
I guess if I do it with CSS to get animations as well, we might go class a bit. But let's see.
Let's ignore the animation for now, because animating width and height is a bit tricky because it's not very performant.
So I would actually first like to see the reduced height list items here, because currently it just mixes all the new design and you can't really get a feel of how things will lay out.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, so that I can get those 4 actually in there as well. Okay, cool.
Right. I'll actually, I'm almost done with the main work there. We'll need to check it. Oh, and I removed 100 lines of code. Look at that.
Alex will be happy. Actually, one thing that you missed, David, it's that we counted the lines of code that we have on the UI at Balena. Actually, we have a long, deep dive into what's in there with Andrea and Alex.
Wait, let me see now.
Oops, sorry. So just updated the latest for the last progress check. We tried as well to give you context, David. We tried to give these hourly checks, progress checks, not only with the milestones that we are reaching, but as well with the design and how iterate the design during the whole release party. And I'm sure that from now or in a bit, we will be able not to share a design, but to share screen maybe at some point. Meanwhile, we do the progress checks.
Yeah.
All right, perfect. T-3 minutes.
Are you expecting something to happen?
I don't know. You tell me.
Yeah, you told 10 minutes. It's already.
I don't expect anything to happen. I don't know about you guys.
All right. So what else? What have you been working, David, the last couple of weeks? Something interesting to share with the audience?
No, not particularly, but I did come prepared for what's on your desk. I'm in my
We'll do it next hour.
Yeah, I was going to say, we better wait. Well,
David,
yeah.
You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to cut the latest IoT Happy Hour jingle from the latest IoT Happy Hour stream. That did with the Christmas song.
Oh, Chris's
that was
Christmas rendition.
That was another division, right?
Yes, absolutely.
We have here the standard jingle, but I think we should.
Well, we may have to use it for this hour because we only have 2 minutes until the next update, and unless Chris returns to bless us with.
Exactly.
The Christmas rendition, we may have to just go with the standard one, but that's okay.
I don't know.
We've also got some graphics here. We have a snowman.
Exactly. Yeah.
We've got lights.
Yeah, in case that you don't have lights as a.
I don't have internet connected lights like Chris. No, this will have to be. This is all we've got.
Yeah, and we have some snow as well.
We have some snow. Where's the snow? I don't see the snow.
With John's music, maybe it's perfect.
I don't see that one. Which one is that one called?
It's next to the snowman.
Oh, snow too. I see it.
I see
it. Yep. Okay. I like it.
And then, yeah, I'm on the IoT Happy Hour, so I'm just mixing topics that, we didn't have I didn't have the files from this Christmas thing, so
that's okay.
Why I moved it here.
Now, with 1 minute to go, I better start taking a look at our milestones. Okay, hang on. Oh,
wait. Ah, well, yeah, we can explain that. That's okay.
Yeah.
Maybe we can get here.
All right, so we started out all red.
Exactly. So we
But
started
where
to design
are
the
we?
sidebar, led by Alexandra.
Okay,
We had the sidebar skeleton led by Toloris, if I'm not wrong. Menu component by Steve, and breadcrumbs by Andrea. And yeah, and then the test and the deploy that I don't know how it's gonna.
So that's where
happen.
we are at the moment. Okay, so hang on for 1 second then. So then actually we are...
You are discovering the previous.
This is the previous one? Okay, hold on.
So actually,
Well, which
one of
one
the
are we
ideas
on
was,
then?
how can we do a check that have the design and the progress all together, right?
Yeah.
So I started to think about that, and I didn't delete the ones that we can show at the end.
Well, that's all right. So we'll keep it on this one, other than the fact that we have covered Steve a bit. So we can only see half of Steve's
actually, I
face
built
with
this. Look at
one.
this.
Look at this. Except for
because
that.
it's now time, maybe we can do this.
Okay.
What do you think?
Yeah, this will work. Let me see here. All right, so green design. Oh, there, that's the perfect view. All right, so assuming that this is correct, because I have missed the previous 3 hours, what we are doing today is designing a new sidebar and navigation menu structure for balenaCloud. And we're doing it live. We started at 11 a.m. UTC, and I'm in the west coast of the United States in Phoenix. So I just woke up and got online about 25-ish minutes ago. So I'm going to have to take your word for it that these actually did occur. I was not here to witness it, but I trust you. I don't think you're lying to me. So we're gonna say that designing the sidebar is complete, and I'll go with it because I can see a screenshot here that appears to have a rendering of what it's going to look like. Sidebar skeleton, menu component, and breadcrumbs are underway, still as work in progress, and we'll have Steve, Doris, Andrea, good to see you. Just saw you pop back in. If we can get some screen share from you guys to sort of show off where we're at in those progress, that would be cool. Test and deploy, obviously those will be up next. And blog, work in progress. Now, Mark, I don't know. You said you shared with me a blank document. I don't know if that counts as a work in progress, but I'll count it. I mean, if the document is created, all right, I guess it's underway. So, but let's take a quick run through. And I don't know, Steve, do you think you have something you can screen share for the moment?
Yeah, I can screen share something.
Awesome.
All right, so let's turn that off, put that back on. Go to that view.
Crazy. Okay.
All right.
So now we have ignored the top bar.
Yeah, wow, look at that.
So now we have the menu, which works just fine. There are a few small things that I'm figuring out, basically how to handle overflows and make it a bit prettier. Which is, I guess, a question for Alexandra as well. How big is this? Okay, I guess this is how we handle overflows. I was going to ask it, but then I opened it.
Yeah, and it's also, since I updated Zeppelin with the latest design, it's also in there. The overflow one.
Where is that? Here?
Yeah, first image. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, okay. So, yeah, I need to make it work so that the overflows look nice.
Mm-hmm.
And after that, once we put the breadcrumbs here, I'm going to just push this to the right, basically, the whole thing.
Mm-hmm.
And then we need to do some testing because I know I broke some things like the icons for the environment variables and the service variables.
Very good.
So we need to actually find some icons here. Alexandra, if you're up for it, you can look for something more appropriate. What we used to have there is...
They are lost.
There's some letters actually.
Yeah.
Code.
Oh, why is it so slow now? Oh, of course. Now it's all Todoris's.
Oh, blame
had-
Fedora. I see what he did there. Blame Fedora. It's good. Very
Yeah,
good.
of course. I mean, how else would you do?
Thanks, Steve. I'm over
Well
here.
done. Subtle.
So basically, we had like a function definition where we
Yeah.
had a letter and a small subscript x,
Mhm.
but that
Why-
was
why
an
not-
actual icon.
Why are we not keeping that one?
Because it's not an icon and I want to keep it standard, we just we use font awesome icons, and because this was a custom thing that we actually did
I
ourselves.
know. Yeah.
And I don't know, it doesn't really make a lot of sense. This is not really a function of any sort, right? So we can, I don't know.
What
I'll
do you
let you
propose? Anything? What?
How would you normally?
So we have the variables for device, service, and environment, right?
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I guess the tricky part is they all kind of have to be different, but
Mhm.
they're all essentially the same thing.
Mhm.
I don't know. I mean, worst case, we're gonna bring this back. I just wanted to, have it, keep it standardized in how we set these icons in the menu. So it's always like a font awesome icon. But if we can't, then
Well, I would need some help there in figuring out what to do, like which one to show.
yeah, sounds good. I mean, yeah, we can. Let's see. Font awesome.
Variable icons.
We can have a snowflake, a star.
Very
Hot wine. See if there's some hot wine.
It must be here. No problem at all. You put an abacus there.
An abacus.
And then, there are different styles, and we're going to put different style for every type of environment variable. Let's see if there's
That's not a bad idea. Huh?
environment.
Environment.
Yeah, environment. You will have some trees.
Some trees. Oh, Christmas tree.
There must be a lot of config now. Setting.
A deer.
Enviro.
I mean, I don't know. Actually,
A hammer. Apply a hammer fix.
sliders might not be the worst case. The worst.
Screwdriver.
IoT. See if there's an IoT screwdriver.
Yeah, there is. There.
With the battery included, of course. There is a screwdriver for sure, but
Yeah,
I don't see the button here where you press it. So
it's not on the screen.
how about we put some mandolins? Anyway, let's not.
And variable? Did you search variable?
Yeah, there is nothing.
No.
There's
Already
nothing?
tried that as well. Mm.
There is a result actually. There is a result. There is an imba.
Function.
Oh, interesting.
Mathematical functions, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, the problem is we have several of these.
Is that a rocket ship?
Oh,
Yeah.
Check for
Sideboard.
environment.
Anyway, I don't think I'm helping here.
Yes.
I think you are.
There is nothing. Anyway, we need to fix those. It's not. We can bring the old ones back if necessary. If we find something good, if not, we can bring those, and I'll fix the how we handle the overflow here. So we get consistent height, even if the name of the wow, this one I made it.
Fleet. It's a nice name. Did you rebrand this?
Yeah, I mean,
Fleet.
it's the Fleet's fleet. Let's see what that should be. Fleet configuration, I guess. So yeah, that's what we have so far.
Cool. Andrea, okay. What do you have?
Yeah. Let me just refresh the page and see. Yes. Okay. So.
Thank you, Steve.
Let me share the
thanks,
screen.
Steve.
Yeah.
I'm not still too happy, but almost there. So if you can see my screen, guys,
Yeah.
we have the breadcrumb here, which is still not perfect, but yeah, it works anyway.
This is on top of Todoris's changes? Or?
Yes, it's on from Airbase master actually.
Okay, so the linking, if everything works, if the linking works and everything, what we can do is we can push a PR merge it LV base, so I kind of can get it into a final shape, and you can polish the breadcrumbs and everything.
Okay. Yep. So that's it from my side.
I noticed one thing. Maybe we can just do that. When you navigated to a different page, the breadcrumbs disappeared for a second.
True. This is because of the data context.
Yeah, we should change that.
Yeah. No, I know. It depends on where you are.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, from example, this one.
Yeah. Let's just push that, and then we'll see.
Just give me 2 minutes. Maybe I know how to fit in.
Yeah, no rush. 5, 10.
No rush.
check.
We still have time.
Yeah, we still have 8 hours.
4, 5,
We
6
have-
hours.
Yeah, no, there's no rush.
8 hours. Okay.
Yeah. We're only... Well, wait, did we start? So hold on a minute. Did we start at 11 a.m. UTC or 12 p.m. UTC? Twitter said
11.
12 p.m. Okay, 11? Okay,
UTC?
so...
I think so.
It was 11 UTC.
Yeah.
Oh, it was 11. Okay, all right. So
AM.
no, 11 a.m. Okay, so no, not 11 p.m. All right. So yeah, we have 7 more hours until we set a record. We're fine.
Kind words, David.
Theodorus is going to need some more Red Bull. Somebody order him some Red Bull.
How many you have more?
I have it delivered.
I have 3 more.
We're good. We're all right then. No problem.
Everything under control.
Everything is under control. Yep. Well, while they are working hard, before I start typing, and I'll have John do the bulk of the typing. He's not here to defend himself. One thing that I had placed in the description of this YouTube stream, Mark, have you touched on yet that little note that says PS? If this looks interesting to you, why not join the team? Have you discussed that at all, Mark?
I missed your question. Sorry.
Okay, no worries.
Can you say again?
So, no, I'll cover it then. So I think the answer is no. So I'll cover it. So if this looks fun to you, and hanging out, doing live coding, and deploying fleets of IoT devices is something you're interested in, we do have job postings available. So let me grab the URL for that.
Maybe share your screen and we can
I can do that. And we'll show that off. So let me open a new window.
It's quite disappointing.
What happened, Steve?
I was trying to sneeze. It just didn't work.
All right. balena.io. And screen share screen application. Here we go. Let's wait for that to come in. All right, can you see that?
Yeah, I'll put it like this.
Okay, perfect. So let's scroll down here to the bottom and click this link, jobs. And you can see that there are 4 openings, right? Simulation and modeling engineer, lead security engineer, and backend engineer. They're all remote, but I actually want to focus on remote being, as you can see on the stream, we are literally globally distributed. But I want to focus on this last one right here, design your own role. Now it says that it was posted almost 5 years ago. That is true. We probably need to take this down and repost it just so that the date shows that it's, you know, something that we are currently hiring for. But it is, in fact, totally valid. So if you have interest and skills in IoT products, back-end engineering for IoT services, if you have hardware capabilities and skills, essentially anything that, you know, kind of fits into Balena's mission of reducing friction for IoT fleet owners, we'd love to hear from you. This is, in fact, an absolutely legitimate way to submit a resume to us. Design your own role. So I actually came in through this channel. Balena didn't have a developer advocate on staff, and I thought, you know, it would be pretty neat if Balena was maybe out in the community a bit more. You know, Mark, you and I do a lot of events and speaking. We help developers, individual developers, you know, essentially be successful with their Balena projects. We do some hardware hacking. We do some you know, sample project building, some demos and whatnot. But that job description didn't really exist, as you can see on the list at the time. I guess I've been here about a year and some change now, a year and a few months. And so, you know, sure enough, I'm a case in point. We had, Allison mentioned another name the other day that had come in via this channel as well, of design your own role. So, you know, the point is we actually do take that very seriously. So, you know, folks out there, if you're watching and you happen to have this type of skill set and you enjoy hanging out and hacking live, come put in an application.
Exactly. So it's pretty open. I remember that for applying at Balena, I used the same path that you show going. So I knew Balena since a long time ago. And I went to the website, I click on jobs, and I applied for one job position that actually it's not the one that I'm using. So it's really cool that, sometimes you see in one position and you finish in another.
Absolutely. So, yeah, you know, if you're looking to make a change and you've got, you know, you have interest in this type of work and this industry and this field, even if you don't see an exact match based on one that we have a posting for, by all means, choose that design your own role option, and you can get passed through to our people team to have a look. Okay, now let me come back to the stream.
David, I'm just cutting the jingle for what's on your desk.
Good. Yeah, if you can get that prepared, I have an item on my desk ready. Or we could see if Chris is around. I don't know. He said he was going to get a snack.
Hunting.
I should say that it's on my desk, but it is not powered on. So we'll show that. Now, I don't have blurry cam down here either. I'm in my wife's office, so I don't have blurry cam. I'll have to just hold this thing up, but we can talk about it.
I'm just trying to cut that this service told me that the service is unavailable, temporarily unavailable. So
temporarily unavailable? What?
Let me Google for another service that cuts YouTube videos. Give me a sec.
No problem. In the meantime, we can check in. Fedoris, Andrea, Stevcha, any updates to provide? Otherwise, Mark and I will move to what's on my desk.
Yep, not much to update yet. So
that's okay.
You better move to that.
You better move to what's on my desk. That's okay.
What's
no
on
problem.
your desk?
That's okay. We're gonna give it just a moment for Mark to get the proper introduction for it. Give him another second. No worries. We have 8 hours. There's no problem. There's no rush. Well, actually, we're down to 7 hours and 40 minutes, but that's okay too.
All right. How can I download this?
I've got some hacking I can show off next hour as well. Although I am going to have to go fill my coffee at some point. It's now 8:20 a.m. here, so I'm ready for coffee number 2.
Good. It's hot or it's cold?
Well, this one's almost empty, so it's now cold. If I had an IoT mug like Chris, I could set the temperature or it would maintain the temperature, but this is not a smart cup. This is just a dumb cup.
So we have a comment before you get to fill your next coffee.
Hang on, let me come back to the stream. Yeah,
and I'm cutting
my screen share.
I'm cutting the video.
Let me come back. Where is it? All right. Do you ask for experience letter? As I am freelancer, I take projects on IoT domain from many clients so I can show my work. Well, that is a good question. I'm not entirely sure. So an experience letter, is that, Mark, maybe help me here. Is that the same as a CV? In the United States, we call it a resume, but I also know that a CV is a similar term that is used.
I don't know. I don't know the concept of experience letter, but yeah, it's kind of a CV, right? A curriculum where you explain what all you did on your previous works.
I mean, ultimately, I would say that an experience letter, a CV, a resume, no matter what you call it, the point would be that you would certainly want to demonstrate subject matter expertise, skill set, and experience in building these kinds of products and services. And by all means, pass that through the link that I showed earlier, through the websites down on, balena.io. Scroll to the bottom, you click on jobs. I can actually bring it back. I guess, well, don't really need to. And submit the information. I don't know that it would matter that it is called an experience letter. I think really it's a matter of just making sure that, our people, team, hiring managers understand that these are your skills and this is the type of work that you enjoy and how you can, help ultimately build these products and reduce friction for fleet owners. So hopefully that clarifies it a bit. I don't think we need to focus on whether it's an experience letter versus a CV versus a resume. I think they probably all serve the same purpose in the end. What do you think, Mark? I think that's pretty...
I'm sorry.
Easy. You're in a different planet. It's fine. No,
exactly.
You're in the zone. That's all right.
I'm listening I listened 15 times in the last minute, like the jingle from the IoT Happy Hour. So I'm listening to you and Chris saying.
He's busy. I think I got. I think
sorry.
Yeah, it's okay. It's all right. No worries.
I cannot concentrate.
Not a problem.
All right.
He said, yeah, I'm cleared. All right. Perfect.
Export video.
Okay.
Maybe, David, you can show us the latest design once again.
Where do we have? Yes.
Yeah, I have it on brand. Release party 3 milestones.
Theodorus linked to the Zeppelin project, but I don't know that I have access to that.
Or can you share it yourself, Theodorus?
Let's see.
I can.
Yeah, you might have to, Theodorus. I don't think I have that.
At the same time, let me confirm with everyone whether that's indeed the correct or whether we got any extra.
Yeah, I'm not a member of that project.
Oh, sorry. Yeah.
Steve, Andrea, is this actually the latest one, or did I miss any updates?
No, yeah, that's the last one.
Okay.
So, Andrea, how are things going? I'm kind of done with the sidebar. Like,
if you want, you can open a PR and then rebase, or otherwise I can just open a PR.
One thing that we'll need to fix is the icons for the environment variables, but let's do that last.
Yeah, I was also trying to see the data context for not reloading the breadcrumb.
I think we are pretty much on schedule.
What's the goal?
Yeah. What's the goal? 7 hours? 8 hours? What's the thing?
Let's do it in 6.
Another 1.5 hours. That's how long we have.
All right, let's make it happen. Come on.
We can do it in an hour and a half.
Yeah.
90 minutes.
Easy. No problem.
So, Steve, once you push, let me rebase to also get in the updated logo and stuff.
Yep.
Even though for today, it definitely is fine to just stop the bullets over there. Oh, what flash was this?
So I just removed a bunch of things. We just need to make... So what are we missing? We need to make it collapsible.
Yep.
And add the breadcrumbs there.
Oh, yeah, that's what was missing. It was like, what did change? Where is that? So it feels too empty down here.
Yeah, I mean, for today, we only need to add to make it collapsible, and then from tomorrow we can move the rest of the menus down there.
You don't want to do it an hour longer.
We want to stick to this.
David will be here, so you can stay with him.
Yeah.
Well, if David
right.
wants to do it,
David does not know how to do it.
So what's the situation? So on the staging, you are requesting everything, and
so yeah, now I pushed a PR. I opened a PR. I pushed my code. Once that is merged, it's auto-deployed in staging. However, there are still some things to be fixed there. One thing I noticed, and I'll do in a separate PR now, is we need to remove all the titles from all the pages. Yay!
Mm-hmm.
So we won't have any.
I can do it if you want.
I'll let you put the sidebar in the breadcrumbs in the sidebar.
Okay.
Because I know you wanna do it.
I wanna do it.
I mean, because once you merge once my PR is merged, you'll have basically everything you need to make that work.
Yep.
And I'll go and remove the titles now.
So we were just saying, Alexandra, whether the draft one is the latest one.
Yeah, it is.
So we're moving the status forms and docs links to the right, but we're still gonna get the collapsible thing on the sidebar.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, cool, awesome.
Yeah, we'll need the collapsible for mobile to make it look a bit better. I don't know.
Currently, just the menus go on top, but
not anymore.
They do on my brand. I just fix it. But,
I mean,
yeah, I see your point.
They don't on my PR. So. And
no,
you know why? Because they removed it. Which means we removed 140 lines of code.
Another 140 on top of the 100 previously?
It's the same, David. I'm sorry.
Well, if we're going to remove it twice, I'm counting that. So we're at
yeah, sure.
240 by my count.
Whatever works. Okay. Let me see.
all right. So are you okay if we do what's on your desk meanwhile you work and you show us a surprise?
I'll tell you what. Except I'm going to have to go fill my coffee up first.
Okay. Go
so,
and then.
Let me go fill that. Let me drop out.
All right. See you in a bit.
All right. I'll be right back.
And how we're going to solve the icons thing? Did you find Alexandra icons? That,
I would just use the old ones.
Okay.
Or I mean, the alternative would be we would have one icon for all three.
Yeah, no.
I don't know if this is an improvement, and I don't know.
Yeah, I was thinking maybe what we need to do is actually create the icons ourselves, so we don't actually calculate that in the dashboard. Basically, they can look the same, but how we did it before was we basically calculated. Like, let me see how we did it. I need to look at the code.
because these icons were designed by you, Alexandra, or?
No, these are font awesome icons.
Sorry,
or do you mean the service?
Yeah, the environment variables and the service variables.
No, they used to be like that before I joined.
Okay.
Yeah, so basically we just generate the the SVG code. No, I noticed actually there's another thing I can remove.
What is it?
I mean, we have this sidebar item component that is not used anymore. By the way, I do like removing stuff, so sometimes maybe I remove too much and we lose functionality. I don't know.
The remover.
Okay, let me delete this. Oh, I wonder if this will work. Let me see.
So it's good, Alexandra, that we don't have fire at your house with LEDs that we repair remotely.
Yeah, so far so good.
I would have left that during the night. No, but that should be okay.
No, but still, I'm not gonna do it.
I mean, I think David doesn't know that, so he will be pretty impressed that we could repair the LEDs remotely.
Yeah.
All right. What else? What else we can talk about before getting David's coffee mug full?
Maybe for the blog post, I was thinking as the hero just to use the screenshot of
I'm
where you
using
can see.
I'm using the screenshot from the latest version, but I don't know if we should use another iteration or.
So I actually added the screenshot to a folder, or kind of paste it in Flowlog. We could use this one.
Okay, let me check.
So
I don't get into Flowlog. Okay, the latest one.
okay. I'm just uploading.
Okay.
Because the format is a bit different.
Because we will have this line going to the balenaCloud logo at the end, or not?
Yes.
What do you think, Andrea?
Oh, it was for him.
No, I mean, there is this line between organization and balenaCloud that it's connected with this line.
Not yet. I don't know if we can end up with this line at the end of the day, because this should be probably part of the header or the logo. I mean, it would be probably an SVG at the end of the day. I don't know if.
I mean, the line is not crucial. If it's not today, it can be tomorrow. No worries.
No, I'm thinking.
Andrea, no sleeping before
exactly.
you.
Still for you 8 hours till the end of the day.
We don't sleep without lines. I know that. I know that. I mean, why should I sleep without lines?
But I really like the first version where the user was on the top of organizations. I know that it changed, we iterated a lot, but where do you plan to have the user? Still on the top right or on the bottom left?
I guess.
Because we get rid of the user, right? So let me show. Yeah, let me show to the audience the previous design, even if it's with the milestones. But I don't know where probably the logo was on the top of the user, right here on the design that I'm showing on the screen.
We didn't have the logo in this design.
Okay, so the logo would disappear here.
Yeah. So
okay. Well,
if there was a drop down, and then you could switch the org, and then you had the profile there.
Okay.
I mean, as long as we have the top bar, it's gonna stay there. And long-term plan.
I don't know let me get rid of this. I don't know how the experience will go if the support chat is in the bottom left instead of bottom right.
It won't be there.
Okay.
It's going to stay on the right side.
Okay.
As mentioned, it's an old draft. A lot of things changed since then. No, the support chat's gonna keep being where it is.
All right. Okay, good to know.
It stays there. Yeah.
I don't know if David is ready to rock the what's on your desk. I actually didn't hear the latest version of the jingle. I don't know, Chris, if you want to join for the what's on your desk, if you want to there.
Were you able to find it, Mark? Or clip the...
Didn't test the latest version, but let's do a live test.
A live test? Oh,
Yeah.
all right. Test in prod.
Bug free, right, Boris?
Yeah, of course, Just don't try mobile versions.
Exactly. Do you think we will be able, before the end of the release party, to see the mobile version, Andrea, or Todoris, or Steve, on your computer?
For mobile? Yeah, let's try. Maybe tomorrow, but yeah, let's try. I mean, I'm
But that'll be
fully...
release party number 4.
I think we can do it today.
Whether the collapsed sidebar is enough for mobile.
I think so, and I'll tell you why I think so. People don't really need to use the dashboard in portrait mode, right? And if you put it in landscape, it's already much better. Like in landscape, when you have the phone in landscape, it only occupies just maybe 40 pixels or 50 with just the icon when it's collapsed. And that should give you enough space to work with everything else. I mean, it's not ideal, but it's definitely better than having all this custom code to put it at the top and it's still not clear what's happening. And like we can improve it, but I think for today, if we just make it collapsible, it will be good enough.
Cool.
Fair enough.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. I don't have any experience from customers on Balena using the balenaCloud on their mobile phones, but at least my experience is if I want to reboot a device that it's not next to me, a LoRa gateway, etc.
There were some that use terminals. So they use the terminal. Basically, they will be on the field and they would want to, SSH into a device or see the logs, or maybe run an operation directly on the device. So there were some use cases like that. I remember there was a user that was mentioning that it doesn't work as well, and we fixed it since then. Oh, there it became much more fast.
Should work. Yeah, that should work.
But yeah, probably not so many people use it. And if they do, it will be just to get like a brief overview of your fleet, maybe, or if you want, to check some specific device or something. Mm-hmm. I mean, we'll give it a try. I don't think it will be that bad because we can make the sidebar pretty minimal when you collapse it. So 40 pixels doesn't really make a huge difference, especially today. Everyone has a pretty large phone. It's not like in the iPhone 3, 4 era where they're much smaller. So
all right. So we will let you work a bit. So let's do this. What's on your desk? If anyone wants to join, feel free to join at the StreamYard. Mm-hmm. John, Chris, any hardware hacker or whoever. We will see what's on the desk of Todoris for sure, how many Red Bulls are, but that will come.
They're in the balcony, actually.
What's on your balcony?
What's on your
the
balcony?
Red Bulls.
So fingers crossed that the jingle goes well. Let's go.
All right.
What's on your desk?
Unbelievable. All right.
Incredible.
Incredible. I can't believe that. In fact, now I need a moment to regather my thoughts here. So actually, I just posted a comment, though. I'm curious to know what is on our viewers' desks as well. Hopefully, we get some folks coming through with some comments. I'd like to know what's on everyone else's desks also. I don't have Blurry Cam with me today, but
wow,
on my desk is an NVIDIA Jetson TX2.
Wow.
And I used this for some testing, for some demo purposes last week. This is essentially an edge AI platform. So you can get a pretty good look at it there. I can't quite see.
Absolutely.
Yeah. It's much larger than a Raspberry Pi. I don't have a Pi here for comparison. Banana for scale, Pi for scale.
Maybe the heat sink. It's like
the heat sink alone is nearly the size of a Pi. And it's got on it, Mark, if you can get the camera back on me real quick. It does have a little camera module right here.
Wow. Okay,
you see that. That is part of the platform. It's connected on, it's got a little edge connector underneath of it. It's got some screws there, so I can't quite remove it, but that holds it down. And
it's a good camera. What's the resolution? Or?
I don't know the resolution. We can look that up in a moment. You do have your Wi-Fi connections, your power over here, USB 3, HDMI out, and Ethernet. So you have all your connectivity across one side of it. It does have a 40-pin, oops, wait, which way? I'm backwards here. A 40-pin GPIO on this side, similar to a Raspberry Pi. Yep, similar to a Pi there. It has an additional set of pins here, headers for extended functionality. I'm not entirely sure what that. Yeah, could be. I'll have to do some checking there. This here, if we can get that display connector, so you can hook up an additional display there as well. So all in all, it's a very robust platform. There's a JTAG over here. Come around this way. Wait,
but there is a space here. What's that square?
This over here is a SATA connector, so you can hook up on a standard traditional SSD here. PCIe slot here for network accelerators, NAS, SAN, other types of interfaces and things. The CPU itself has 6 CPU cores and has a GPU as well. So it has an NVIDIA GPU embedded into it. And last but not least, over here is mini PCIe for your wireless or cellular cards, LoRa, all kinds of anything you can put in a mini PCIe slot. So that's a pretty good summry.
And then you have some SD card, not SD cards, but what are these slots?
So this actually, last one is it's a full-size SD card slot. So you can boot, which
like this one.
Odd. Yeah, exactly. You can use the adapter for the micro SD, but so you can boot from SD card, you can boot from USB, or it also has on it eMMC, so it has native storage on it as well. I haven't experimented with it yet, but I assume you can also boot from SATA hard drive. So you have a lot of options there, but the onboard eMMC is nice because then you don't have to rely on SD cards. The people on this particular stream know quite well that SD cards can be a little finicky. They're not the most reliable storage medium out there. So, but 32 gigs of eMMC on it and 8 gigs of RAM. So it is a
computer.
Pretty hefty.
It's not a single board computer anymore.
No, that is a full. I mean, those are, essentially PC class specifications, right? Hook up your hard drive. You have 8 gigs of RAM. You have a 6-core processor, and we can look up exactly how many CUDA cores for the GPU. But the point is, yeah, I mean, this is more PC-like than Raspberry Pi or BeagleBone-like. But customers use these for edge AI applications. With your camera and your GPU, you can do all of your inferencing. You could probably do some training on the device as well, but customers use these for their AI workloads that are at the edge. Now, you can see based on its size, like I said, much larger than a Raspberry Pi, obviously significantly larger than a BeagleBone, a Raspberry Pi Zero, or something in that class. So you do need proper, and it's got a fan on it as well. So, you do need to keep or take into consideration exactly where a device is going to live out in the field. If it's something large like an oil well, or in the energy or a smart city kind of thing that is fixed or attached to the side of a building, sure, no problem. On the other hand, if it's a constrained environment, like out in the desert, out in a jungle, or just somewhere extremely remote where power and cooling cannot be taken for granted, then you've got a little bit different, consideration, because this is not going to run on solar panels like a Pi Zero could. So
we were thinking about these some hours ago. Yeah.
What's the price tag on that, David?
Let's go take a look. I cannot remember off the top of my head, but let me do a quick screen share and bring that up. And we'll go take a look here. So they come, of course, in various shapes and sizes. The Jetson Nano is the smallest one, and I see that one is $99 USD. So the TX2 is $249 USD. So, it's a little bit pricier, but it does come in underneath of the Xavier at $399, or the really big one, the AGX, at $899. But it runs the NVIDIA Jetpack distribution by default. Jetpack, as delivered from NVIDIA, includes all of the drivers to bring the device up, of course, but also then they provide natively, they provide an Ubuntu 18.04 operating system. In the Balena world, we, of course, roll our own operating system. So we make use of the bootloader. But after that, once the OS fires up, we're actually booting into Balena OS. We can cover that a little later. But so here's the Nano. Here is the TX2 itself. This is what's called SOM, System on Module. And it is sitting underneath of the fan that's on here, the heatsink and fan combination. So that's what's under right here. You can buy just the module if you are going to use your own baseboard. There are companies out there that produce and build the carrier boards. So there are some smaller ones out there. There are actually also some larger ones out there with even more capability. NVIDIA builds this one as I guess you could call it reference design. They call it the developer kit. But there are other boards out there that will support this CPU module. And we support, I think, about 10, maybe 8 to 10 other carrier boards for these types of devices. The same thing goes for the Nano or the Xavier NX as well. You can kind of see on the Xavier here, They use a different pin out on the Xaviers and the Nanos. They use that edge connector. But essentially, it's the same concept. All of the compute, the CPU and memory and GPU are all on that little cartridge, and then that cartridge attaches to the baseboard. And so same thing in the Nano. You can get it in the NVIDIA Nano developer kit, like most people are familiar with, or you can get just the SOM cartridge and plug it into your own carrier board. So if you know how to build a carrier board, you can certainly go build your own. Otherwise, there's quite a few of them out there. But we can click on TX2, which that one is. And you can see here's what it comes with in the box. And then let's take a look. 256 NVIDIA Pascal cores for the GPU. Yeah, it's a 7.5 watt.
And what kind of application do you need to use like the full power of this device?
Well, so you can see, right, it's ideal, like it says literally right here, ideal for settings including industrial robots, medical equipment. You know, essentially customers are building a product around it. So situations where you're doing AI at the edge, you know, at only 7.5 watts, you know, it's still bigger than a Raspberry Pi. That is certainly true. But it's not power hungry like a full desktop PC, which if you're familiar with like buying a computer or even building a computer, the power supplies on those are like 400, 500, 600, 800 watts, you know? So it's far more efficient. So you actually can see delivers 25x more energy efficiency than a state-of-the-art desktop class CPU. So yeah, folks who are familiar with building a computer know that you get a multiple 100 watts power supply, whereas this thing is just 7.5. So yeah, robotics, automation, smart factory, smart city. If you go look in our IoT Happy Hour playlist, you'll find some episodes that are devoted to Always AI. You'll find episodes devoted to Open Data Cam. Those are great applications that make use of AI at the edge that leverage a GPU on a device like this. So that.
And you don't work for NVIDIA, right?
No, and I do not, but hopefully they'll be sending me my royalty check soon here. No.
But did you connect this to Balena?
What's that? Say again?
Did you connect? Is this Balena compatible?
Yes, it sure is.
I thought that you were sharing screen just to showcase the balenaCloud with the old sidebar.
No. I can't showcase balenaCloud. It's right here. It's on my desk. It's not connected. I don't have the power supply down here at this desk. It is flashed currently with Balena OS running Open Data Cam, which is a project that does object detection for, it is designed for traffic. So it detects cars, trucks, vehicles.
Can you show Open Data Cam very quickly? To show the audience know what is Open Data Cam? Do you think someone from the Balena fleet has it online or?
Alan's is online, but I'll only have metadata coming off of it. So I'll tell you what, how about this? If you want to do, I see that we're at the top of the hour. If you want to give the hourly update, I will see if I can pull up an Open Data Cam instance.
Awesome. Yeah, let's do that.
All right.
Deal.
You got it.
We are almost at getting into the 5th hour. So what's the situation, Steve, Andrea, Theodoris? Do we need to color on green?
So we have just merged the Steve PR.
Cool.
So I'm just implementing the breadcrumb over its PR, and I will soon open a new PR to push everything in staging.
Awesome.
I also just opened a new PR, so if you can, Andrea, just
Yep. Checking it.
Slide
so we can say that the sidebar skeleton is done.
Yeah, I'm now just starting, and the header mostly. I'm now just starting the collapsible thing.
Should I try over this or
almost done?
Yeah, we can also. The menu component is almost done. Just some stylistic changes, but we can do, even if we don't do those on the stream and we clean it up tomorrow, it won't be a big deal. So
awesome.
I would say we can mark it green for now and improve it.
So should I mark the sidebar skeleton and the menu component or not yet?
Yeah, those two are probably, they're in a releasable state. We want to improve them, but I think even as they are pretty good. So
I'm not on this part of accepting PRs. I don't know if Rahul is still listening or it's too late for him, but it could be nice to have someone who accepts PRs here.
Well, if there is no one.
All right, let me update the latest version of this. So it's version 5. All right. All right, so let's get into if that's okay for you, let's get into the progress check. So welcome to the release party number 3. We are getting into the 5th hour. If this is your first release party or you're just connecting right now, as maybe some of our colleagues at Balena are doing, we are doing a release party. We are celebrating our release party. That means that we are coming all together, some part of the team of Balena, and releasing something together. In this case, we are redesigning the sidebar of the balenaCloud, the menu bar, and all navigation elements. So you can see here in the screen the design of the new sidebar that will be released hopefully very soon on balenaCloud in a few minutes, hours, or hopefully not days. If we have to stay here connected. So this is the third release party, as said. The second was about balenaHub. The first was about the device metrics. Don't miss them if you want to know more about them. And just as a progress, we can say that the design sidebar was done an hour ago or more. Let me join here, Alexandra. And during this hour, the sidebar skeleton and the menu component has been acceptable, or kind of
doesn't sound that nice.
But they will be done in the next minute, so we accepted to color them on green. There will be like a big pull request getting into the breadcrumbs, if I'm not wrong, that will be deployed on staging at Balena. And that will be, with that we will test that everything goes well. And we will be able to test, different resolutions and mobile phones and so on. On the other hand, John, if I'm not wrong, he's writing the blog post that it's a work in progress, right, David? And once this is all done, we will be on b/o'clock celebrating the release party and the new sidebar and navigation elements on balenaCloud. what else? What I miss? What can you share with us, Steve, and Toris, Andrea, Alexandra?
Yep, I can show my screen if you want.
Sure.
So what we have now, I will not show the mobile part, promise. But what we have now is this. So
it's on your computer, right? Yeah, it's localhost.
Yes, that's my localhost. If we go back on organizations, we'll not see the breadcrumb anymore. We'll have applications and organizations only. Click on applications because I don't remember what each organization has. So yeah, and the menu will shift to the right.
Wider than
only if the breadcrumb is shown. Just have to fix 2 or 3 things to adjust the width of the sidebar to stay always like this, but otherwise we should be there.
Height, also the height there shouldn't be any height if there are no breadcrumbs.
This one, okay, that's
yeah.
I will remove this. Okay.
Andrea, are you about to add the blue line on the left side of the selected item?
The left side of the selected item. So this one.
Yeah.
This one should have a blue line.
Yes.
Sorry guys. I didn't check the. Oh yes. Okay. I will add it.
Yeah.
Yeah. And the latest design is in Zeppelin because the screen we have here it's not the latest one.
Let's fix the width and height first.
That's only padding.
Cool. So now everything is on Andrea plate, or are you doing something special, Steve and Toris?
I'm doing the collapsible part.
Yep. And what I'm doing is the environment variable icons are wider than the rest. So I need to figure that out, make it look as if that was a real icon. Let me.
All right. So meanwhile you are working, maybe Alexandra, you can show what's on your desk. Oh, actually, you have to explain to David because he missed that part. What's behind you?
So David, in case you have noticed, I have some lights myself.
Okay, I see them there. Yes. Now, can I control the color of them?
You can try, but it probably won't work. And while I was setting up, I was just about to plug the power in the power thingy, and the cable came out. So I actually already made my piece, and I was like, okay, it's broken, right? I cannot do anything. But hold on.
Oh no!
Because the hardware hackers were able to help me.
Wait, I have to zoom in a little bit back there. Let me see. Okay, so they are lit up. So wait, what were the hardware hackers able to do there? So
they told me to get rid of this plastic that was connected to the cable.
No. Imagine remotely without her.
I had to break it until it was better. It was worse before it was better, as usual.
I thought you're gonna say they told me to buy new lights.
I can't wait after we're all done here in a couple days, probably. After Theodoros has had 7 to 10 Red Bulls. I'll go back and I'll watch the beginning of this. I can only imagine Chris and no problem. Just take it apart.
But that was actually the envy, the envy of Alexandra seeing Chris with his necklace of LEDs.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Wow. Oh, I
but
cannot
that's
wait
very
to see that.
There's awesome. So if you see comments on the comments about, yeah, be careful, Alexandra, don't do that.
Yourself, be careful. This is a live wire. Maybe you shouldn't take apart a power supply. Yeah,
and then plug it.
and then yeah, take it apart and then plug it in. Yeah,
because this is exactly what happened.
Exactly.
Oh my goodness.
The amazing thing is that Chris, reading the label of the plug, he knew that the cables could connect on the one side or the other.
Of course he did.
It was very impressive.
That was,
of course.
So what's on your desk, Alexandra? Do you have something special?
No, I don't know if we can hack that. It's, to humidity and temperature things.
Oh, yeah, we could hack that easily.
Yeah.
Easily.
But you have one for outside? So like the sensor is outside?
No, it's just for inside, actually.
Okay.
Can you hold that back up one more time? I just want to see the display on it. 51% humidity, 23 degrees. Oh, we could easily. Yeah, and it's got a little smiley face like Balena Sense.
Yeah. I could probably design different icons for that, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Get Font Awesome loaded back up.
Yeah, right.
We'll replace that. No problem. We get the IoT screwdriver on that thing.
Yeah, no. And besides that, I showed in the last release party that I actually have very nice lights which can change the color. Wait.
Whoa.
Yeah.
Now, Chris has those also, but they are around his neck.
Yeah. Probably you guys could hack that, right?
Oh, yeah, we could absolutely hack this, get it connected to the internet, and then we could change Alexandra's room colors. Yes.
And there's candle lights. I get everything.
Oh, yeah, we need to get this hooked up to the internet.
And it also flashes.
Alexandra has Balena Sense 2.0. Where is Anush? He could come and hang out and see what's on his desk.
Anush,
his desk is always covered. I have seen his desk. It is incredible.
Anush, if you need the URL to join, let me know. Let me help you. Maybe his
desk will fill up. What's on Anuja's desk will fill up the rest of this stream. All right.
I have a daughter here with she painted her hair.
So I was trying to get my open data cam running. Let me see if that happened or not. No, it does not want to load. Go figure.
Hey Anush, good night. Hello Anush.
Hey. He's there.
Anush is not hearing us.
No, he's going to have to sort out his audio. He'll figure that out in just a moment. You'll get it.
So,
let me see something.
Anush.
Can you hear me now?
There he is.
Yes, now we can hear you better.
So I'm here for the what's on my desk part, and then I will
All right.
Wait a sec,
problem.
we need something from you.
Wait, yeah, don't show anything yet. Mark, get the jingle ready.
Oh yeah, so let's do the jingle. So, but yeah, we have a flag next.
Oh, the flag. He's got the flag
So
now. Yes.
We have from India to the.
All right. India representing, and actually, let's see.
What time is it?
It should be
11 p.m.
No, 9:45. 9:45 p.m. Yeah. I have it easy. I always know that India is exactly 12 hours from me, so 12 and a half. So I can always look at my clock and know it's just 9 p.m. there. It's 9:15 a.m. here, so it's 9:45 for him.
All right, Anush, so this is for you.
What's on your desk?
It gets more ridiculous every time I hear it.
So imagine that I was cutting this part, listening it all the time, and you were asking me questions like, David,
and I'm like, hey, Mark, how does that sound? Is that correct? Yeah.
It was like, oh my god. Yeah. All right, Anush, what's on your table?
Yes.
Okay, so.
Oh my god.
Oh my goodness. What on earth?
That's a Compute Module 4.
Yes.
Is that correct?
So that's a Raspberry Pi Compute Module 4 and the Compute Module 4 IO board. And then I have some top secret stuff wired up to it.
Okay, all right. Well, you don't have to talk about the top secret stuff. That's okay. But what exactly is a Compute Module 4?
So it's the successor to the Compute Module 3, which is on the current fin. So the Compute Module 4 has the same brains as the Raspberry Pi 4. And it comes in a bunch of configuration options. Yeah.
Hang on, Mark. I'm going to make yours larger so we can see that. Okay. So, Mark, what was on your desk there that you just, that board that you just took that out of? So that was...
this is a balena fin.
Okay. And so that is a Raspberry Pi 3 compute module carrier board. And similar to, not entirely similar, but similar in design principle to the TX2 board that I showed earlier, you have a system on module. So in that particular case, a Raspberry Pi compute module CM3, which is the brains, and it plugs into a carrier board. So the fin is built by Balena, again, surrounding a Raspberry Pi Compute Module 3, but then intended for IoT use cases, as opposed to a standard off-the-shelf Raspberry Pi, which doesn't always fit the purpose of IoT. I mean, a Raspberry Pi was designed as an educational tool originally, and there's a lot of things it can do, but they don't tend to survive out in the wild, exposed to the elements quite that well. And that's fair. It was never designed to be. So the fin is our take on a more industrial strength, enterprise grade Raspberry Pi. All right, so there you go. So Anuj, then what exactly are you doing with a CM4? Why would that matter for a fin?
So that's the newest version of Fin, which is going to be out in a couple of months. It's going to be Fin 2.0, and that's going to have the Compute Module 4. So I'm working on that, and we're, of course, developing that using the Compute Module 4 and a couple of other things that maybe we'll talk about on a future IoT Happy Hour episode. But yeah, that's what I have on my desk mostly. I have a couple of other things. I'm trying to one-up Alexandra by turning on my
RGB
wait,
lights.
I can see your colors are changing. I see it. We've got some green, some red, some purple. Yep. Alexandra's got nothing. Alexandra's got nothing.
Yeah, Alexandra started a movement now. Everyone's going to
Yeah.
come on and show off
Well, I
their
gotta
RGB
buy
lights.
some of these.
Yeah. I also have this. I don't know if that's
All right. Let me see. Hold it still. Hold it still. That looks like a Raspberry Pi sitting in a. Is that the new official case with fan?
Yes, indeed.
Yes.
I'm
The
trying
Pi
to-
Foundation. The Pi Foundation did a good blog post on that device, or that the engineering that went into that case.
Yeah.
To reduce internal temperatures on a Pi. That's pretty cool.
Yeah,
That's the
I
first
mean, I
one I've
have
seen.
some reservations about it because it's trying to blow hot air out from the ports. So it's only got a little space to blow out hot air and a little space for it to come in. But I think it should be good enough. I'm actually hoping to run some thermal tests on it maybe next week.
Now, if you need some hot weather testing, I can take care of that for you. I can get up on my roof in Arizona right now, get that thing mounted, and a few months from now, we can very easily get that up into the 100. And the current record is 107.5 Celsius on the fin. You think we can beat that?
Yeah, the thing is that the compute module, so with some of the components on the fin, they are rated for higher temperature, but the compute module is the actual bottleneck, right? So,
I read that the minimum temperature it's higher than before. Is that correct?
Yeah, on the new compute module, it's not as high as the previous compute module. So it's like solely targeted toward commercial temperature ranges.
Okay, as opposed to industrial, which is a little higher. All right, well, tell you what, when you're ready to test in hot weather, you let me know. I'll get the ladder out, and we'll head up to my roof again, and we'll bake that thing up there.
For people who miss it, there is an IoT Happy Hour where David gets a ladder and gets into his roof to attach a balena fin with a temperature and humidity sensor and connect it to a Grafana.
Yeah, I have balena Sense running on a fin.
I was pretty scared because he was with his flip-flops and
that's no big deal. That's no problem at all. So in flip-flops, I climb up the ladder, and my house is a 2-story, and then it has, the pitch of the roof. So it's actually about 3 stories up, trying to attach this fin to my roof. But in the end, it was a success. I did have to go up once or twice to power cycle it, but for the most part, it ran pretty solid for a good couple months up there, just absolutely baking in the desert sun. So it survived fairly well up there.
Absolutely.
So how far along are we with the release party?
Well, you'll find out in 37 more minutes when we provide the next update.
Now we will dig a bit into these in a few minutes. But let me show what's on my desk. Actually, I have this.
I just realized why
So I just wanted to clean my keyboard. I remember that like 10 years ago, I was working on a company that they had these to clean the keyboards. And I decided to buy one. And it's pretty amazing to get dust getting out of the keys of my keyboard.
Or you just turn it around and you just hit as hard as you can.
That's what I do.
That's my strategy as well. Yeah.
That works great.
That's too fancy for me.
And then I have these that I need to hack during this Christmas. That I don't know if IoT JR is here, but this is a Pebble watch I don't know if you know this. This is
Pebble Time.
Sorry?
It's the Pebble Time, right?
Yeah, exactly. It's not the first edition or the Kickstarter edition. It's I think it's time. Let me check. So for people that don't know it, Pebble was acquired, I think, by Fitbit, right? But there is a group of hackers or hardware hackers who made the Rebel. So you can upgrade the firmware of this watch and install a different system and make it work again.
Oh, there. Same strap and all.
Yeah, that's the same one.
Does it run Balena OS?
Yeah, why not? I don't think
it'll actually have to run dependent devices because it's got it's got an STM32 microcontroller. But yeah, we can put it up on the dashboard.
Yeah, it would be nice. Like running Kishat on that and
why not? Yeah, it's not e-ink display at the end, I guess.
Isn't it?
No,
it's an e-paper display. I think it's somewhat different.
Yeah.
I never knew.
But it's like a very close cousin of e-ink, something like that.
So I'm sure that we will need to celebrate an IoT Happy Hour with iShot.jr, who can guide us to flash again the Pebble into Rebel.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah,
he's one of the most active developers there.
Oh, I have one more thing that's on my desk from recent times. I'm trying out multicolor prints.
Wow, cool.
So these are some lab signs that I'm printing. I'm just going to.
So you print
danger fire, danger radiation. What kind of projects are you working on over there?
And this is in theme
biohazard.
Yeah, I mean it's a 2020 themed one.
What kind of a Fin 2.0 are you building?
Yeah. Yeah, we're going to try and test it in all kinds of situations. So heat testing, radiation, and biohazard, I guess.
Biochemical hazards. Oh my goodness. Boy, the Fin 2.0 really is industrial strength.
Yeah, but no promises. Yeah, no promises about any of those.
Awesome. Chris has some radiation on hand if you need to test. You could always send it to Chris.
Yeah.
Can neither confirm nor deny where he acquired radioactive material, but he did use it when building his Geiger counter project.
We should start a rumor that Chris was in Russia recently or something like that.
Yeah.
In the Chernobyl area.
And how do you print it in two colors? So you just start printing yellow, and then when it's finished, then you change the.
Yeah. So in the slicer, you can say that at this point stop and change the filament.
Okay.
And then it does that. So it stops and then ramps out the filament, and then you have to manually put in the new filament.
Okay, cool. All right, Steve, Dolores, Andrea, how is it going?
We are trying to get a couple of PRs merged, and once we do that, I think it will be pretty good.
Ready to test?
Everything should be functional, yeah, so we'll just test everything in staging. We cannot do any small fixes if necessary in the meantime, and ask for a deploy.
So, David, I guess we are late on the blog post.
Uh-oh. Better start typing. I haven't been typing. Uh-oh. He has been. Okay.
So let's work for a bit with him. Let's help him.
Yes. I was fighting with Open Data Cam in order to see if I could get that up and running, and then realized I don't have a camera plugged into my Jetson Nano upstairs anymore. So that demo will not work for the moment.
All right.
I was looking at my Open Data Cam error logs, trying to figure out why is this thing not running, and then realized it couldn't find a camera, and Open Data Cam needs a camera. So that explains that.
Yeah, that used to happen, right?
Todori, are we gonna get a collapsible sidebar?
Yeah, I just figured out what was going on with the chevron. Almost there. I mean, I have the button. It's just adding the Redux part of it.
Can you show something?
I mean, so that we can communicate it to the header. Maybe we don't read Redux.
Why do we need to communicate with the header?
So that the header log also collapses to the smaller one.
No?
I
don't. Okay, I see. If it's part of the, but isn't that part of the sidebar now? Or no,
the logo is not part of the sidebar now yet. I would say.
So there is no need then. I think.
Even better.
I mean, we can do it when. Let's get the basic collapsing functionality out, and then we can. We'll have to move the logo anyway in the sidebar. So. Let's get that out. Okay. As it happens, usually our CI is slightly slow today. So yeah, I mean, I think in 30 minutes we should have done most of the pieces merged, and then it will be just a matter of asking for a deploy, and that's it.
Cool. Who accepts the PR on Balena for the UI?
The three of us. Review our own code. Then.
So there is no the Rahul for the UI team, or someone
there
who
is
doesn't accept?
all of us.
You're looking at the UI team.
Yeah.
This is the UI team.
So for the dashboard, it's usually one of us will be implementing something, the other two will be reviewing the code. But today it's a bit special, so we don't do a very thorough review. So we get things moving faster. Normally, we only review things that are small things that would be nice to be fixed, in terms of how the code is laid out, or small syntax error, small stylistic errors. Those ones we just ignore for today. But we're gonna make sure tomorrow to go back to this and
we approve with a comment so that we don't forget and can catch up tomorrow.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
David, are you on support tonight? Or
Probably.
Because
I'll let you know what tickets roll in.
These guys here will be sleeping,
Yeah, I'll be paging
But there
them.
will be a comment on the PR.
You guys broke this.
I'll send you the link to the dashboard repo. Feel free to
exactly to introduce issues.
No, we don't want issues. We want fixes. We don't care about issues.
We don't want issues. We want PRs.
Okay, one was merged. We need to rebase the other one.
See, we have a new viewer, a little Uzi Jacuzzi.
I won't say anything.
What else we didn't cover today? We already covered balenaHub, LEDs from Chris, what's on your desk. We talk about Glühwein, the hot wine.
Yeah, we did talk about hot wine.
We talk about the opening positions on Balena. I don't know if you want to remember if there is someone new connected, that there are positions open at Balena.
Yeah, I can review that again quickly. Absolutely. Let me switch back to screen share. Hang on a minute.
I don't know if there is any open position for UI, but yeah, if you are a UI developer, front-end developer.
If you're noticing, if you're watching this and you think, wait a minute, there are better ways of doing this, then perhaps we should hear from you. Why is that not working? Let me see here. Screen share. Try that again. Move that. Share that.
What does it mean? Whatever happened to those supervisor t-shirts?
I don't know. Where are those supervisor t-shirts?
Yeah, Chris, join us before the job is done, please.
All right. So yes, last hour we did speak about this. So let's review it real quickly here. Down at the bottom on our website, we have a link over here to our open positions. And so you can see here we have 3 openings at the moment: simulation and modeling engineer, lead security engineer, backend engineer. So you can tell by what we're doing here on this live stream that we build a lot of our stuff in the open, including all of the OS is open source. Our engine, I think for the most part, Mark, you and I still haven't resolved this one, but is open source. Open Balena is an open source fleet management platform. So we do almost everything in the open, including develop live. And if you think you can, help us perhaps improve the way that we are developing all of this live, then hey, by all means, get your application in here. But there's one more down at the bottom here, which is design your own role. And this one's an important thing to talk about because we actually do take this serious. I've seen other companies out there that, say this as well, and I don't know exactly how serious they are about it, but I can confirm that we absolutely, positively do mean design your own role here. So, if you have a skill set that can help us to build the products, whether that is engineering, whether that is marketing, whether that is outreach. I myself am a developer advocate, and this is precisely how I came on board with Balena 1.5 years or so ago now. Just tell us how you could fit into the puzzle, what your skill set is, what you enjoy working on, and let us know. We review these regularly. Like I said, it's actually legitimately 100% taken seriously. It's design your own role. So simple as that. You can, like I said, find it right at the bottom of our website under jobs.
Cool. Yeah, looking forward to seeing new applications.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, there are heavy PRs next to us.
Can we show any of that? Doris Kanepi.
Or not yet?
Let's wait for another 5 minutes. The main PR that adds the breadcrumbs will probably be merged in 5-8 minutes. We'll see.
Cool.
And
we
then,
could. T-shirt designer. Okay, we could use a t-shirt designer. I think Alexandra can probably cover some of that, but we could probably use that.
Maybe we can talk as well about IoT Happy Hour. So if you like what you are watching right now, we are doing a shorter version every Friday. Let's say
it's not always short. Well, yeah. I mean, this one we'll try to hit the record here. 7.5 hours, I think, is our current low score. But yeah, you're right, Mark. Go ahead.
So if you like what you are watching and you want to learn more about IoT, fleet management projects and learn more about Balena, we are doing every Friday, 4 p.m. UTC, IoT Happy Hour, where we usually talk about incredible projects that our hardware hackers are developing, about Balena features. Now we covered the Balena Engine and Balena OS some episodes ago. And as well, we invite developers from the community to show what they are hacking on. So like, for example, the previous episode, it was about hacking Christmas projects with Balena. And we had a couple of developers from our community who released applications on balenaHub related with their Christmas trees and LEDs. So maybe it's a good opportunity to introduce in your agenda the IoT Happy Hours every Fridays, 4 p.m. UTC. But actually, we will take 2 weeks of holidays now, or off till the 8th of January, right? So maybe we can advance already what we are going to talk about 8th of January. What do you think?
Yeah, let's, fair warning, spoiler alert, but yeah, let's cover it a little bit.
So 8th of January, 4 p.m. UTC, we are going to talk about Balena Etcher Pro. I don't know, maybe you can share the screen and show people who don't know what is Etcher Pro. Can you do it, David?
Yes, I can. Give me a moment, and I will get it loaded up.
Hope your moments are shorter than Steve moments, yeah.
That was pretty accurate. I said 5 to 8 minutes. Come on.
That's So so we Etcher Pro, it's a device that pre-order starts 5th of January, and we will have all the team 8th of January joining the IoT Happy Hour to explain us what is Etcher Pro. Maybe you can,
so let's take a few minutes to talk about this. So as you said, Mark, yes, 8th of January is when we return with IoT Happy Hour to kick off 2021. And we'll have the Etcher Pro team to go into greater detail here. So, we'll cover this, the basics right now, but we'll have the pros here to talk about the Pro on January 8th. But Mark, what is this thing here that I'm looking at? What is this big plastic hunk with all of these slots and this what appears to be an LCD screen? Give me just a quick overview. What is this thing?
So if you use Never Etcher, that's the best software to flash SD cards or USB memories, etc. So Etcher, actually, it's being used to flash one SD card or one USB stick and so on. What we are trying here is help the pros, the professional, that needs to flash multiple SD cards or multiple memories or multiple eMMCs at the same time. And this is why we created like a state-of-the-art device with a really good price and really beautiful design to enable these companies and these professionals to quickly clone or flash SD cards and USB memories or whatever they need to make the IoT happen and the IoT projects that they are working on more scalable or make them faster. So that's Etcher on steroids. And actually, maybe we can go to the forum page where there's a video, but you use the left SD card space to where you fill the origin, how do you call it, the source?
The source.
And then you fill with the SD cards with the others that are the targets. So with one Etcher Pro, you can flash 15 SD cards. But the good part here is that you can stack different amount of Etcher Pros. So you can flash, I don't know how many, up to 160 SD cards at the same time.
There. Yep, you can see it right there.
And actually, some episodes ago, Aaron from the team, he showed the cables that they were using to how is it called to this has a name, daisy chain.
Daisy chain, yeah, is the term.
The Etcher pros. So you can have up to 10 Etcher pros daisy chain each other. And from one source, USB stick or SD card, flash up to 160 SD cards at the same time. So yeah,
that's pretty neat. So that makes things a little faster. So I normally flash my one SD card at a time, but I'm only deploying to one device. Now, if you are a professional IoT fleet manager deploying hundreds or thousands of devices in bulk in one fell swoop, I can imagine that flashing one SD card at a time is not going to be a good use of your time, and is going to actually truly slow down your deployment pipeline. So I can see here how this would be this would be a good way to speed up your device provisioning. I mean, especially with this daisy chaining of up to 160 at a time. So, let's see. If I had something like, let me come back over here. And Mark, can you make my screen a little bit bigger?
Sure, yeah, give me a sec.
So let's say you had something like this.
What's that?
That you needed to deploy into the field. You could
what is this, man?
Flash these all in one fell swoop. This is pretty simple. This is just a cluster of Raspberry Pi 3s, nothing too fancy here. But you essentially, there's 3D printed things that go on the end of these that you then rack mount into, a standard 19-inch width rack. But the point is then, if you're deploying devices one by one, sure, you can use Etcher, no problem. But when you are deploying at scale and you are racking dozens, hundreds, thousands of devices, Etcher Pro is the way to speed that process up.
Yeah,
or the thermals. These are Pi 3s, so those are not. They don't run too terribly hot. When you deploy them into a rack, what you want to do though is make sure that, one of two ways. If you deploy them open air in a rack in a data center is usually quite cold, as you know, and if they're open air like that, the standard airflow in the data center goes from the cold aisle to the hot aisle. So enough air is moving. They have large circulation, large fans. Enough air is moving across them that they run fine. If you put them into a chassis, like a 2U or a 4U chassis, then what you want to make sure of is that chassis, and standard server chassis come with this anyway, but you can buy bare aluminum shells, of course, that are chassis. You want to make sure you have a bank of fans across the front of it blowing to the back, pushing hot air out the exhaust side. So, you have to take a look at like a Super Micro chassis or Roseville or some of the other vendors. If they include the fans, great. If not, then you want to make sure you add your own. Pull air from cold aisle, push air to hot aisle. So, of course, that's a data center use case. But, how about Balena customers that deploy thousands of devices into the field? That's a little bit different story. Same situation, though, of if you are deploying to, let's say, let's say, home automation or building automation customers that have thousands of units that they're pushing out into their inventory of homes or buildings. Apartment management, for example, would be a good one. If you're going to put a smart device in every apartment, I mean, that's literally hundreds of units at a time. You're not going to spend the next 6 months flashing an SD card one by one, or, well, you could, but you're going to significantly slow down your deployment process. So Etcher Pro is a good way to speed that up and get your devices out into the field. And we'll let the experts talk more about it on IoT Happy Hour on January 8th.
Yeah, looking forward to see. Yeah, and to have one on my hands, right?
Yeah, I want to get my hands on one too. But
there are some videos on the.
Yeah, I'm a little nervous about playing a YouTube video over a StreamYard. I don't know what's going to happen.
Absolutely. We have a comment from Alex. Hello, Alex. Welcome to the release party.
I've always been attracted by Balena stuff and wonder, how do they work? Well, Alex, you're looking at it right here. This is how we work. Great initiative. So let's find out. Congrats.
Exactly. Yeah. We are a full remote team.
Yep. Fully remote. Yeah. Many time zones, but build a lot of stuff in the open, hang out on our release parties and deploy and, push to prod in the open. We have a lot of fun.
You're one of the release parties that started with you, right, David? Because of you, maybe.
I don't know about that. So it's aiming for 13 hours again, or are you still following the shorter the better? No, I am of the opinion longer is better. So I want to go actually the longer 14. The better. Yeah, I'm going for 14 hours. But
I don't know, Todoris doesn't have enough Red Bull.
Todoris doesn't have enough Red Bull? Yes, he does. He's got enough Red Bull.
I mean, it's not that early. I should stop drinking Red Bulls currently.
Yeah. And do you think my $12 laptop can run below? What a wise guy. That's Sahaj from Lenaro from the 96 boards team. And if you saw a couple of a $12 laptop, well, I'm not at my desk, I'm at my wife's desk. But if you go and you check out IoT Happy Hour, was it 2 episodes, Mark? Or was it
a couple of episodes ago, yeah.
I don't know if it was 2 ago or last episode. I showed off for what's on your desk a bare PCB, which was actually a motherboard taken from I don't know if I want to say cheap, but from a 2-in-1 convertible device, sort of a tablet laptop hybrid. It had, it's a couple years old now. It's from HP. A lot of vendors make them. Lenovo makes them too. Dell makes them, but this one happened to be an HP, and it had a 10-inch touchscreen LCD and magnetic connector on the bottom that you could include, or you had a keyboard that would attach to it. But it was a detachable, and the touchscreen allowed it to, interface with Windows that way as well. And it's a Windows device, as opposed to there are some Chrome OS ones as well. And most of those devices I had seen in the past were built on some cheap ARM SoCs, but this one had an Intel Atom Z8350, if I remember correctly. Anyways, point being, it was x86, and because it's a small-ish form factor device, everything was integrated right on the PCB. So it had the CPU, had 2 gigs of memory, 32 gigs of eMMC, and USB, HDMI, and power input, of course, maybe one or two other ports, I can't remember, all on one motherboard. And so, so it had caught my eye. I didn't care about the rest of the device. I think the device retails for like $400 or $500. I don't care about any of that. I just wanted the PCB. So I found a used one on eBay for $12 and ordered it. And sure enough, it shows up. It's just, I mean, it looks more or less like an overgrown Raspberry Pi, although the form factor is not at all like user friendly because it's intended to be inside of this chassis. But sure enough, because it has a standard x86 boot process, I was able to attach a USB keyboard, attach the HDMI monitor, and power the thing on, and it booted to Windows. And I said, okay, that's wonderful, but I don't really care about Windows. So I was then able to reflash the device, this thing. I'll take a break and I'll go up and grab it, and flash it with Balena OS. And so I have this now bare PCB motherboard-ish thing, quad core, 2 gigs of memory and 32 gigs of eMMC that's ready for containers. Oh, it's got Wi-Fi built in too. So that was how it was able to connect and download its workload, its application. So it's connected to balenaCloud, and everything about it actually just works. So I have this $12 thing that's running Balena. So I'll go grab it at next break when I fill up my coffee.
It's incredible, man, how you can talk about IoT devices nonstop.
Yeah.
Yeah, Sahaj, yeah. How's it going? 5 minutes for 6 hours. Actually, let's explain to Sahaj that the goal is not shorter the better. For this release party, Steve proactively set the goal for 6 hours.
Yeah, I mean,
and we are getting there.
A goal. It doesn't mean that we're gonna manage to. No, so what we have is we need a final PR just to make the sidebar collapsible, and Todoris is already working on it, and it's probably almost done. And then it will be just really a matter of waiting for all the processes to kick in. So the CI to finish building, to get merged on staging, then we ask for a deploy to get deployed in production, which might, I mean, it might take up like everything, I guess, like 40, 50 minutes.
Awesome.
So there won't be any active work that we need to be doing soon, but it will really be just waiting for everything to get out in production.
So Todoris share his screen. So what can we see here, Todoris?
So I added a button.
He added a button?
What?
Oh, man.
I want the button. Yeah.
Todoris can stay.
Now we can deploy.
Well, nice logos, by the way, on the environment variables and service variables.
Yep. I had to change them a bit so they fit in the same width. I removed the brackets, but yeah.
Perfect.
Are we keeping the
Which one?
the breadcrumbs when you collapse?
Nope. Should we? No.
I don't know.
I think so. Not now.
I think so. Huh?
We have Alexandra here.
Well, it's up to us to decide.
I mean,
Well, it's good to add a new feature that has not been discussed.
It doesn't seem happy.
When it's almost done.
I think it would
How
be
would
nice.
you suggest to make them?
I mean, the
Come
same
again?
way it only the icon will be visible. I mean, I don't know. Anyway,
How
we
can
can go.
shift the other icons in the collapsible menu then.
Anyway, we can. For now, we can just go without showing it, and
I think so.
we can revisit
Maybe.
so we make it look good. But
I mean, Alexandra is on leave tomorrow, so we're fine for some time.
Very true.
So cool. Yeah, people is really excited about this.
By the way, that's an amazing button for it.
Yeah. I had a great designer for the button.
cool. Let's push that, get it merged, and then tomorrow we can discuss about what needs fixing or improving.
Yep.
Does that sound good?
Yep.
Let me open the request.
Why not? David is on support, so everything.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I'm the one on support. I'll be doing the support tickets. So yeah, absolutely. Just get that right in there.
Come on, David. We released Orcs. It was fine.
Yeah,
Everything is good.
Will they start complaining for the sidebar?
No.
I don't know, John, if you can join here for a sec to tell us how's the blog post going.
Oh yeah, I forgot about that.
Yeah, I did too. Carried away on my
sorry.
stack of Raspberry Pis.
Hey,
John.
Good. I'm just waiting for the some of the final views that hit staging.
The real one.
So I can describe it better.
All right.
Because you have the dependent devices. Is that still part of the?
You mean dependent devices should be, yeah. So that's you're introducing an interesting variable here because dependent devices will get below devices. But maybe that's for tomorrow, right?
So dependent devices is not really a thing currently, so let's not worry about that.
Okay, yeah, I might need to cut that feature then.
If it's something that I think I understand conceptually where we're going with that, particularly with orgs. But I see that the rest of it looks like it hit staging.
Yep. I mean, yeah, we are just waiting for one more change and we'll be good to go. So that is open then.
And if I have multiple orgs, will that tree out underneath orgs? Or am I really drilling down from...
No, you're just drilling down. No, it doesn't list all the orgs you have. It just, you drill down. So it's the same way how the breadcrumbs worked before. It's just now they're vertical and in part of the sidebar.
And on the home page, when the other collapsible menu shows, will the application and org menu buttons there show sub-menus as well, or no?
Where was that, sorry?
On the main dash view.
Yeah, no, that one, because there are no breadcrumbs there, since you're at the top level, they won't show up. So it will be just, So just the two menus, applications, organizations, and then once you drill in, the breadcrumbs will show up and everything will get indented a bit.
Yeah, so like the navigation elements will be more or less like the ones that we have today on the main page, like organization and applications, right? That will not change, right?
Yeah.
Cool. So maybe let's do our check. If that's, I think, anything changed from the last hour, if I'm not wrong. So let's do it. You want to do it, David?
Yeah, I can take it.
That's how I did it myself.
Yep. I don't know that we have... Hold on, let me come back. If anything has, in fact, changed. So let's take it from the top, though. And if you're just joining us, we are 6 hours in to release party number 3, where we are building a new sidebar navigation structure for balenaCloud. What you can see on the screen there is a rendering, is a mock-up of what it's going to look like. But across the very, very, very left, we've got 3 green items, 2 yellow items, and 3 red items. And we'll start at the top, design sidebar. So from a design perspective, Alexandra has put together what the mock-up and what the overall design is going to look like. Sidebar skeleton, Stepchit, Thoris, Andrea have been working on and completed that. Menu components, again, same thing. We know what's going to go there. You can even see in this one, summary, variables, service variables, device configuration, etc. Breadcrumbs we have as underway. Andrea, you were working on that earlier. We saw some progress there. Should we leave that as yellow, or is that one safe to mark as green? Or are we still...
We can mark it as green if you just do not consider the line that is like the logo and the breadcrumb. We are still missing
so hold
line.
On, it's between yellow and green then. It's somewhere.
Yeah, exactly. Let's say that it's between yellow and green.
Somewhere in between. All right. Well, I don't know if we have a color for that.
It's
green for today.
It's green
for today.
It's not getting any greener.
It's not going to get any greener. All right. Obviously, testing and deployment are not quite there yet, and blog is underway. John has been typing, even though Mark and I said we were supposed to be doing some typing and helping out, but we've been hacking on other things. So blog is marked as yellow. It is underway, but we'll definitely want to document what we have built here. And then the last thing, of course, is celebrate with some beers. Not quite there yet.
Or hot wine.
Or hot wine. We can also celebrate with Alexandra will celebrate with hot wine.
I'm not sure that hot wine will work in Arizona, but
no, that's why I'd never heard of it. So yeah, there's a pretty good summary. We are, like I said, 6 hours. We can see at the top left, 6 hours in of what is anticipated to be about a 6.5 hour to 7 hour stream, but we'll see where we end up. All right.
So I'm actually updating.
Take that back off.
So
you got breadcrumbs in green. Okay.
Let's say that breadcrumbs are done or almost done, and we can say that test is a work in progress, right? Kind of.
Yep.
I don't know.
Yeah. So we merged the PR for the breadcrumb. We just miss the collapsible sidebar yet, and then I don't know if you can see it in staging now. Yeah.
Okay. Let's see how far we are with the sidebar. Almost there. What's that sound, by the way? I hear some like someone's drilling or
That's
Yeah.
teeth.
This is John.
That's my Christmas jazz. So when we have those walls, there's
What? No, but
Oh yeah,
it
I
sounds like
listen for a
someone's
strange
drilling.
sounds.
Yeah.
I don't have a mixer to feed it in.
But did you write the blog post listening this Christmas jazz? as inspirational music?
It's not. I have to admit, it's not my favorite compromise station that I thought would have international and appeal. I usually listen to like Cannonball Adderley and stuff like that. See, it's perfect for times like this when there's no talking. I think Chris though has a mixer. Maybe Alan does too. It's still too hard in 2020 to pipe in some other audio into these video chats. I should be able to stream Spotify and my microphone at the same time.
Multiple sources, yeah.
Doesn't Zoom or Meet support something like that?
I don't know. I haven't seen anything that officially, because when you're choosing source, it's like the source.
Yeah. Let me check something.
All right, so what else? Maybe, David, we can talk, and maybe John will help here. Maybe we can talk about one of the reasons why we are doing this release party. And one of the reasons, it's a new feature that was released last week, I guess, Dolores, or a couple of weeks ago, that it's organizations.
Thursday. Maybe
it's time to introduce organizations and give a description of of this feature that was expected by some of the customers that we have. I don't know, John, if you brought that blog post as well, if you want to give us a quick tour on organizations.
Get engineering input too, but
exactly.
Organizations has been under development for some time. Because when it comes to collaboration, and it could be people within your company, or it could be people outside your company. It could be customers. If you are using a device or you're pushing out an application and your devices live at customer settings, things like that. Being able to organize those in a clear way was high on the list of several of our customers, but also being able to more easily assign roles and rights to those members. So instead of adding a member to your organization so they can view and interact with an application, instead of adding them to all of your applications, you could assign them specific applications, and you can assign specific roles to those folks. Now, you could always add developer observer roles to an application. Now you can add folks to teams, for example, and give those teams, maybe it's all a team of developers and you've added all of them as developers. Now you can just add that team to an application within an org, and you don't have to one at a time choose them. Teams are particularly useful for that kind of function where, if you name a developer team, developers, you name a billing team, billing, you have a quick way within the dashboard, particularly with these new menu improvements, to view who has access to what. Facilitates that process. At the same time, it wasn't too long ago that we improved the capability for adding members, where previously you had to know their balenaCloud dashboard username to add them. Now you can add them by email address, which is handy. And if someone is not already, if they don't already have a Balena account, and you invite them using an email, it'll shoot them an email, invite them to your application, invite them to create an account, which is very handy. We're also, looking at other features where we might be able to take a domain, so everybody within the company domain, like balena.io, could be readily added as well. Because now you can add people in a traditional way to your applications. You can go into an application and add them to an application, but more functionally, that kind of mode is great if you have a couple friends and you're working on the weekend and you want to add a couple folks. But if you're in a company setting and you really want to add a lot of people and define those things, teams and the org function makes a lot of sense. You'll see too that the org structure now is the umbrella over your application. So when you create an application, it's under some organization, either your default, which is named after whatever your username is, or a custom organization that you create. And when you click now through the menus and you click on an application and click on the device, you'll see that tree. So you'll be able to quickly go, oh, I'm in my SuperTech Limited organization. I'm in the application called Menu Overhaul, and then you can quickly view all the members. What we've done really is expose all these capabilities that are there, but the old design hadn't quite caught up with all these additions that we had. And the new menu structure, like we have the new notifications that are in there, independent devices, and who knows what we'll add next, but the new menu will be able to accommodate those additions much more cleanly. And when this goes live, you'll see it's slightly wider, a little more condensed, which all by itself makes it look cleaner and easier to use. But long term, it'll enable us with the collapsible menus to tuck in a whole bunch of other features that you don't have to guess where they are. Will be much more intuitive, I think, as you work through your daily routine. Any engineer input on any of that?
So I really like how much more compact everything looks. I mean, we should always try to keep our designs fresh. And by experimenting, we also probably overall improving whatever we have at that point. So yeah, having those compact menu items now feels super fresh.
Yes. I think
pairing it with orgs, it's nice.
Yeah, and it follows something that will be familiar to you. Anytime you log into something, you sort of expect that tree to know, oh, this is exactly where I am, and I can click through it without losing my place. It's much more obvious, I think, that instead of looking up for breadcrumbs and left for tools, now it's all in one place, so you can quickly jump back and forth between features.
Exactly. And your currently selected context, for example, your application is right above your menu, so you always know where you are.
Yeah. Yeah, the context, I think, is, and we always had some context. The button would change color, but it's not nearly as obvious, I think, as it is now with the condensed menus. It's just it's not just a little more obvious. I think it's a lot more obvious. And I like the fact that, when you're in an application or you're in a device, you can immediately see which device it is, because that device name is now in the menu. The device type is in the menu. Because I don't know about you, but I have a whole scatter of different applications and things. I'm like, where am I exactly? I know where I was, but I have different screens open. Now with a glance at the same spot, I know exactly where I am. Because who hasn't rebooted some device that was not the right device? Like, oh, I thought I was over here.
So my pull request is merged. It should be on staging if it's not already. Let me see.
You want to share screen?
I'm refreshing.
Let's see whether it is over there or not first. Yep, it is. So essentially, it's exactly what you had before. It's not different. The stripes of the top is just our way of differentiating our staging environment. So it's really obvious that you are on staging, not on production. But stripes go away, of course, when we deploy to production. So all in all, it's pretty much the same as what I shared before, which I did run locally. So not really much new to share. Let me find a big application. Scroll bars seem fine. The location always gave us headaches with its layout, but seems happy as well.
I found a small thing. So on mobile, it would lay out the menu horizontally.
Yeah, I was going to push the fix for this.
Okay, I'll just push that to the other PR I have for the small stylistic changes to the breadcrumbs. So
Again? How did this happen again? I mean, I just
I think that in Steve PR you have to rebase Fodor's changes.
No, mine is the latest one.
Wait 1 sec.
Okay,
so you can play around as well if you want, guys, on staging.
Yep. Oh no. Not me.
It's right now I find myself looking for a home button, which is the balenaCloud logo.
Exactly.
So let's share these into the chat so everyone in the stream can.
All right. Now, so if it's in staging, though, that does require a separate account. So if you don't have an account on staging, you will need to make one. Your standard credentials, username, and password do not work there. It's a completely isolated environment.
Exactly. Yeah. Have into account that this is staging, so everything can change and be destroyed as it's happening today, right? So don't trust what is staging.
You know, I don't know why I started this way, but I have a lot of devices in staging, and
really,
they're some of them are throwaway. There's a couple in there, but you can migrate between your instances. You can leave and join, which was always my intent, was to sort of bang away on them over in staging, but not anymore.
Well, users need to understand that this is staging. At any moment can disappear.
Yep.
So yeah, you can use it, but up to you. So maybe tomorrow you have nothing. So
Yeah. I mean, there are no guarantees.
We strongly recommend to go to balenaCloud.
Right.
Yeah. I've had some applications in there for a year without any problem, but there have been some that I've definitely migrated out. And by adding myself as a member to my staging apps, there's a way to sort of make them viewable across without actually moving them. I think I've done that a couple times.
All right. So I understand that you need last tests before maybe start thinking on deploying, right?
Yep. I pushed a fix for the problem that we had there.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay. So
maybe to give you some more minutes, maybe John and using the help of John who is on the stream. Un momento. Vale. Give me, maybe we can jump into the holiday gift suggestion blog post that you what do you think? So we are right at the right moment, right?
Yeah.
Maybe, yes, it's too late for Santa, but you never know.
No, it's not too late. He has magical powers, you know. It's not too late for him to deliver something off of that, that list.
My wife has an Etsy shop, and this is her busy time of year. And I'm always surprised, as is she, the number of people that are still like ordering today. I'm like, can I get this by Christmas?
I'm going to be honest, I haven't even started shopping yet.
3 days away.
Nah.
In this this list was compiled with the help of engineers and others at Balena, and some of them you'll recognize from projects that we've done, including the Inky Shot project, which uses the Inky Fat e-ink display, which is a tiny device. And I forget who it was recently. Somebody on maybe one of our guests on IoT Happy Hour had the larger Inky Impression, which is a color
that thing was neat.
Which is
Aaron.
Yeah, which is that's a spectacular device. And the nice thing about e-ink is you powered off or when they're not updated, they still retain whatever the last thing was. Kind of the Etch-a-Sketch of displays. But the rendering on those are amazing. And I don't know who it was here at Balena that wanted to make it into a slow movie player.
Yeah, I don't remember. Somebody did mention that, though.
And the idea of a slow movie player is that it streams and basically, and Aaron is on, and it was me being able to see a scene from a movie every so often, rendering that, which is pretty slick, particularly for classics. There's some gear in there as well. In fact, there's this Pirate Audio thing that's like $25 US, the headphone amp for Raspberry Pi. And we had talked about using the iTunes Nano, I guess it's called, audio device. This is sort of like that, but it actually has a little screen on it, and it has the 1/4-inch jack or 3.5 millimeter headphone jack, so you can stream. I really want one of those.
And this is only $26 with a screen with the display.
Yeah.
Wow.
It's a good deal. Stocking stuffer.
Yeah.
And
awesome.
Some interesting tools, including this adjustable PCB clamp holder, which the picture doesn't do it justice by size. It's actually, I think, about 1 foot wide, and it's made of metal, and so it's nice. It's got some bulk to it. It's not going to be tipping and things like that, but it can be adjusted for pretty small PCBs or pretty big ones. And you can see it's got those towers that rotate, so you can work on the front and back of a PCB without missing a beat. Of course, the famous screwdriver, the power micro screwdriver that features a screen to show which direction the screw is going.
So ridiculous.
And this particular one, and Chris has used this, and we've all drooled over it on our IoT Happy Hour sessions. It actually has torque settings. You can set the torque.
So silly.
Or for the guy or gal who has it all, $100 micro screwdriver. It's rechargeable. A little more practical.
We are lucky. That's not chargeable. Imagine that it's one use only.
It's a little more practical, but still a little pricey. Is this cordless mini smart soldering iron, which, for most things heats up in about 6 seconds, and it heats up to its maximum 400 C temperature in 22 seconds. And it too has a little screen that shows, what is the current temperature. Yeah, I presume you can stop licking your finger and touching it if it's hot enough. Plus, it shows current battery life and stuff like that on there, that's pretty cool. And for David, who's been doing or planning to do some really fine soldering, it has a really fine point.
I'm not planning to do any soldering. I don't know what you're talking about.
You ripped that chip off that board that you wanted to put back on. I think you need an oven to do that kind of soldering.
Nah, nonsense.
Your wife's cookie sheets are all going to be soldered.
No. I'm just going to simply place it outside in the summer and let it just melt right on.
Finally, we had some books in here, and some pretty unusual ones, including the NASA Graphics Standard Manual, which is, looking ahead to some of the things that NASA's looking to develop. For design fans, the New York City Transit Authority's Graphic Standards Manual.
Nice.
And in municipal settings, I have some experience in this. There are laws on the size and shape of and materials of signs. When you're driving by and you see a speed limit sign, for example, it doesn't look very big, but if you walk up to it, it is very, it is big. And there have been cases where we had a couple of old speed signs that weren't regulation, and someone who was caught speeding in that zone with that sign successfully argued that the sign was not standard, and he was not charged as a result.
Okay, I could use that as my next excuse. I'm sorry, officer. I didn't know I was speeding because the sign was too small.
Exactly. So, if you're on one of those trips up into the mountains and you see one of those old rusty signs, chances are it's not to code. So maybe
I'm going to have to, what do you have to do? You have to keep a measuring tape with you and then go back and, hang on a minute. The sign is
it's quite obvious. Some of those older signs. We actually at the city we used to make our own signs. We had the equipment to make them. And I know when I was working in Cortland, New York, which is the home of Ronnie James Dio, who he played in metal bands like Elf and things like that. There was a new Rubbermaid plant going in, and there was a new street created, and his parents happened to live on the corner, and they created a sign and named it after him, Dio Way. And that sign got stolen a couple times a week. People wanted the Ronnie James Dio sign. So, producing that stuff is pretty interesting.
What's your tax dollars at work?
Some other things in here, the game programming patterns, which even if you're not a game programmer, is really a great book about making your code cleaner, easier to understand, logic in there as well. Something a little lighter, the what if, and this is, the cover says it all, serious scientific answers to absurd hypothetical questions, which is fun to dig in. I don't want to call it bathroom reading, but and of course, magazines. There are a ton out there, both print and online, that make good gifts. And as I always say, these can be gifts for somebody else, or things that
could be a gift for you.
Absolutely. You put on your list or
to yourself.
Right.
Absolutely.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, how is it going?
We are just waiting for the build to finish. So let's see how far it has gotten. I mean, we should probably look into speeding up our builds.
Yeah, a bit.
Yeah. Actually,
For first, we can drop ngrok from our dependencies.
yeah, that's what I was checking as well. Wait, is it installer?
Yeah, let's speed up the builds.
Yep.
And just have it run with npx. Andrea, did you have a work in progress on that?
For ngrok?
Yeah.
Nope. we did discuss about
Okay.
it, but we said that wasn't removing it.
Wise guy.
It's not a horsepower issue, right? It's a testing issue.
It's a bit of both.
Maybe we could cluster all our pies and harness that.
I don't know how much that will help. No, I mean, I think we can also optimize our Docker file to maybe skip some steps, and definitely something to look into.
Well, we can't just skip steps. That's
Yeah,
you can, no. That's not how that works.
No, that's
no. You can't.
you're like,
just
okay,
skip
I'll
things.
just remove this and
No.
By the way, how many lines of code did you remove during these last 2 hours?
Yes.
What was the count, David?
The current count was 240 lines of code removed. Have any others been removed?
I don't know. Let's check.
Probably added.
Maybe not. I don't think we've added. Okay, so let's see. This PR added 15. This PR removed 190.
Oh, hang on. 190 more gone? All right. We were at
I like how you just
yeah. Hang on a minute. We were at
everything.
190. Now we just removed what? Another 240. Is that what you just said?
Yeah, sure, it works for you.
Okay, 430 down. All right, so we're at 430 according to my calculations.
Yeah, sure.
I don't think
So
that's
overall, we're plus 60.
No. My count says 430 removed.
But even let's just go with the plus 60. So we added all this capability with a net 60 new lines of code.
Yeah, and we can probably just figure some other stuff that now are no longer required.
Yeah,
but weren't solved while developing.
Yeah, like the breadcrumb on top.
I think we did remove it completely.
Yeah, so however many lines of code that was.
Maybe we can say that this feature is no code line neutral. So not
neutral. All right.
The lines are longer, but it's just...
Yeah, you know.
We need a character count.
Oh wait.
No, we are.
I also counted the change log. So yeah.
Minus 50.
It's still
50.
My number better.
It's impressive.
Everyone likes your number better. I mean, the fact that it's not real is a different story.
Well, I don't know why we're so concerned with that.
It's very hot where he is, and his head gets cooked.
Yeah.
Okay, so we're on minus 115.
Oh no! Wait, the build failed. That doesn't look great. No.
Now that's a meme. We'll take Sidoris' head smack as a new meme.
That's my thought.
What sidebar.tsx? Wait, did you mean set dependent apps in Visual?
Yeah.
I'm gonna pop out for a minute so I can do some work on this blog.
Ah, man. How did
Please keep
this? Ugh. That set us down set us back another 15 minutes or so.
10, I would say.
Good news. We still have 7 hours and 2 minutes until we set the record. So, hold on.
So this is a deploy into staging or on production?
No, so the build failed, and it failed to be merged, so it failed to deploy to staging. But once we have it in staging, deploying it to production is pretty quick. So that actually doesn't take us long.
Can we show that? Is that anything there that can see? Where would that show up? GitHub? No.
And there's nothing really.
Yeah.
It's just building.
Yeah. Oh man.
Yeah, I see Carlo and Aaron on the chat. Feel free to join here. If we can do a quick what's on your desk.
Yeah.
Actually, meanwhile we wait, so let's do what's on your desk.
What's on Aaron's desk is probably full.
Right? We didn't invite them to the what's on your desk, and that's a good opportunity to run the jingle again. So let's do it.
Oh yeah, we definitely need to run that again.
Absolutely.
What's on your desk?
It's good that John was laughing. All right, Steve, what's on your desk? What do you have?
Oh man, there's so many things. Nothing particularly interesting, I guess.
No, you'd be surprised.
I don't know. I have all my devices. Basically, I keep them in a small box. So there's one Raspberry Pi.
Box, or?
No, I don't know. It's just There's another Raspberry Pi here. What else is inside? I don't know. There's a Raspberry Pi 1B that
Like the one.
actually,
This we were talking in the morning.
No. So that one was the B+. This is the
okay.
B.
Yeah. Okay.
And that's why I was like, no, it can't be one. It has 2 USB ports.
Actually, David, you missed that part. Sorry, Steve. You missed that part where Alex was showing. I don't know who was showing. This GIF image that we have on all the tutorials where there is someone introducing an SD card into the. So Alex was asking, okay, what model of Raspberry Pi is this? You're an expert on that.
I have to go look at the. I can't remember.
Get the GIF and let us know what you think.
Yeah. All right.
I already said it. So,
it's a bit well, cheating, but... hold on. I wasn't listening to you, so it's okay.
Fair enough.
Let me go have a look.
Yeah. So there's that. There's my Inky shot. So what I actually did is I reflashed this and. I wrote a small a layouting engine when I was trying to do the Chris's.
Wait a sec.
Wait, what? Hold on, hold that up. What is that thing?
So basically what I just wrote this small program that will allow you to specify how much space each text should take. And you can kind of say, okay, this half will be this text, and it adjusts to the amount of space it has available. So for example, the font size here is automatically adjusted based on the space it has to render that. So you can see that it's right in the half, right? I just said render in the left half, or is it left?
Hack the Zinky shot.
Oh, yeah, of course. So yeah, I need to do something more interesting with that, but that's as far as I got. I didn't have much time. And then some USB cards with, this is a nice trick. So I put small stickers on them.
That's what I do.
Cool.
So I just mark them like a staging as the card I use. And yeah, there are a couple of cables there. There's the NUC line in there, although I don't want to pick it up now. Actually, it's not connected.
Awesome.
There's a balena NUC.
Look at that.
And some notebooks and stuff like that, but that's it.
Floris, what's on your desk out of the Red Bull cans?
So on my desk, not many stuff actually. I have an air condition controller. Some keys.
What's the weather in Greece? So it's like Mediterranean, like you're like 10 degrees Celsius, 15, something like that?
It's like today it's like 16.
Okay.
So it's not that cold. A few bills, but I don't really need.
I don't really worry about those bills. Nah.
In the drawers, if that makes sense. Have some stickers, balena stickers.
Oh, gotta have those, absolutely.
Yeah, my kid loves them. So more stuff. Chocolates.
Oh, nice.
I mean, other than the Red Bulls, you need chocolates as well.
Yeah, of course.
Good diet.
And caffeine there.
Okay, let's go to the more interesting. I mean, it's actually the last item, so we do have.
Wait a sec. I saw a layout. Oh.
Yeah.
What is
a
that?
3D card holder from my first summit in Athens. So
nice.
What?
and I have mine later.
That's beautiful.
What? Wait a minute.
Is this 3D printed or?
And yeah, it was. I mean, I'm not really sure who printed this, but it was great. And my brother actually loves it and wants one. But I'm like, yeah,
I want one too. Who printed that?
Incredible. I want the file to
hold
print
that.
it.
Hold it back up. I need to see it
show
again.
it again.
Get that thing back in screen closer. Oh wow! All right, who do we know that can make this?
Alex.
I would think Carlo.
Well, Alex for sure. Alex.
He got his 3D printer recently, I think.
Exactly.
Oh, we need that.
We should be able.
Man. I want one of those. It's not
I want
late
one of those
for someone
too.
to send me a Christmas gift.
We should be able to order that through one of those build services, can't we?
Oh, look,
We
Carlo, please.
Carlo,
I've
get him in here.
We want 75 of those, and then some for everybody else.
Let me send you the link, Carlo.
I'll send you my address, Carlo.
Yeah, same here. Carlo, get printing. What is he doing? Oh, I want that.
Yeah, who was it that has like a
So what
three-ring
summit was that? Like
3-ring binder?
4 years ago?
2017, I think.
3 years ago.
Chris uses a 3-ring binder. Yeah, it's Chris that
With the
page that
slide, like the slide holding pages.
Mm-hmm.
I like that because you can write on that.
That's a good point. Yeah, those give a little more space to write out what it is. But I like this holder, especially with the twist top.
Great, yeah. And I don't have that many SD cards, so something like that, even smaller, would work actually pretty well. Like for like 6-8 SD cards.
Mm-hmm.
Or 16.
Yeah.
We could ship them out with the Etcher Pro.
Doesn't actually count how many slots it has.
Special edition orders include SD card holder.
Andrea, what's on your table? What's on your desk?
Absolutely nothing. Just my phone and a packet of cigarette. That's it. Just because I'm working on my dining table.
Minimalist.
Yeah, it's my dining table actually. That's why there is nothing. My real desk is in the other side, but there is a Windows PC on it. So
are you standing up right now? Are you working and standing up?
No. That's
You're sitting. Okay.
Yeah.
I'm gonna do a live unboxing of. I was just looking at. I was looking at the temperature, and it's supposed to be in the 50s Fahrenheit this week, so I can go outside and install.
That was a present for your wife.
Yeah, but I'm going. The present's going to be the other
already
part.
installed.
Yeah, but the Amazon Echo.
Is that? Wait a minute. Is that a Christmas gift? You just opened her gift.
No, this is this is something that's going to be installed to go with the actual gift. But it comes with its own screwdriver.
Wow.
That's too
connected to the
fancy
internet?
for one-time
That's
use.
security.
But I'm a little concerned about because we have clapboard siding, and I'm wondering.
That's
Actually,
unboxing gift presents.
it's actually pretty big.
It's opening presents.
It's not a present. But this, I was looking at the instructions. It has this nice cover, and when you install it, it actually has a little level that you clip into the thing when you're doing the installation. But I'm a little concerned that I don't want the thing to be on the side of the house pointing like that on the clapboard. Obviously, so that'll be interesting. But this thing, it has some heft to it for sure. It was on. I normally wouldn't have gotten it, but they were on sale at Amazon.
Cool. Looking forward to see it installed on your door.
Because then I'll be able to show the live. But this it comes with an antenna.
Where? No, wait a minute. Is that supposed to be hidden behind it when you attach it to the house?
Yeah, it all nicely is encapsulated inside. And here's the little level that comes.
Oh, nice.
That clips in, which I'm like, that's cool. And there's a couple of ways to install it based on your circuit, so you can bypass. And one of the nice things too is polarity doesn't matter. So when you're out there installing it, you don't have to really, in the most common way, you don't have to worry about polarity. And it does have the kind of doorbell. Like if you have a digital doorbell, there's a slightly different installation. We have an old mechanical one, which I think there's like a 12-volt power supply or something that feeds off the thing. But I'm most worried about how I'm going to attach this thing, and not mess up the siding. Because I'm like, oh, it has a great view of the sky, John. But I have noticed recently on a bunch of different feeds some great tools for creating your own smart home, not just the home assistant stuff, but some relatively low cost, like the $30, $35 price that I would really like to test and replicate some of this stuff in a more open source way.
Yeah, I was going to say, I think so of course, Ring is certainly a nice product, but some of that I bet we could replicate with balenaCam, with Kerberos project, and a few other bits and pieces. I bet we could duplicate a lot of that functionality in some of our own that we've already got in some of our projects.
Yeah, and there's great Roku has great API capability. So you can talk to your Echo and tell it to tune to something, but you can also fairly easily develop your own channels. So pushing your content through the Roku API through any device, right? With it doesn't necessarily have to be microphone enabled at that point, right? You can use any kind of function to sort of steer the content. Choose channels, send your own content, stream your own content to your own channel, which is highly doable. And, if you've ever used any of the sort of, I hate to call them proprietary, but they are, but Android or iPhone tools for casting, because that's my ultimate goal, because I don't have NFL Network anymore. And I was watching the Bills game on my phone through Verizon. And of course, casting that is blocked, right? You can't cast from your phone when you're using one of those kinds of things. But I'm like, I should be able to cast this from a cellular device to some other device in my house with some intermediary application. And there's a lot of cool stuff.
Okay, so the last PR was just got merged a minute or two ago. We should be seeing the changes in staging, and
Not
once we
yet.
confirm, yeah,
Not yet.
soon.
Cool. So
And,
once live and staging, just share your
Yeah,
screen.
we'll just try it out and ask for a release of the dashboard, and that will be it.
Then
Welcome
to
back,
test-
Alex.
I see Alex snuck back in.
Yep.
Hello.
Hello.
I didn't catch you earlier. I like how you have two flags.
Yeah. I'm the only transplant. This is weird.
Yeah. I like the double flags going on. So, yeah, Stepcha, where you want to give a quick update? I know we're a few minutes away from top of the hour, but we could probably run through it if you've got some progress to report.
I mean, the progress is just really waiting for this to be in staging, and then people can witness it by themselves relatively soon.
So what are we? So the PR has been submitted, and what?
So basically, we were done with things maybe an hour ago, but we found a couple of bugs that we had to fix, and we fixed those. That PR got merged, and it's now being deployed, auto-deployed to staging. Once that's in place, if we see everything works fine, which it should, we'll just ask for deploy to production, and that will be it.
How long does that usually take? The post-merge staging appearance.
Usually not more than 3-4 minutes.
Okay. So like any moment, really.
Yeah.
And when you say we'll ask for a production deployment, that's automatic, or we ask somebody?
No, we still ask somebody. We can probably automate that for the UI. We just haven't really gotten to that because realistically, there is nothing particularly wrong that can go with the UI, and we could probably manage that by ourselves, so we don't have to ask anyone else.
I mean, honestly, I'm wondering if we should just like, I don't know why we're going through staging to begin with. If it works locally, it should work. I mean, do you ever go to staging and then roll back?
There are a few instances where you would have to test in staging, like auth flows and things that are not as easily replicable locally. But other than
that sounds like something that we should have as an option for PRs, not for the. Once you merge, it should go to production.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, cool.
How we have draft.
Totally...
It could be like just do not auto deploy this, something like that. Yeah.
No,
just
it's
to let
like
you know that staging is updated.
Cool. No. What I'm saying is like we should not merge unless we know it's going to work. So either local testing or testing and staging. But once we know it's going to work, we merge it and deploy it, and it goes to production, and that's just how it is. Right? There's no reason not to have merge goals deployed for
you mean
the UI.
Instead of having staging, we should actually have previews per PR.
If we want to,
which will sort of be like staging, but
it could be the PR previews could be in actual staging if we want.
Yeah.
But once you get to merging, you should be sure, and we can be sure. So, I think we should probably work on that when we're everybody's back from Christmas.
Yeah, I agree.
Because that will save us a bunch of time.
It's looking pretty good in staging and testing it right now. I mean, we already tested it locally. We can, Andrea, do you want to ask for a deploy? In the meantime, I can share my screen.
I was going to say, let's see what it looks like.
Sure.
Yeah.
Let's do this.
Yeah. Okay, let me see. This is my screen.
Little Uzi Jacuzzi is here, spitting the wisdom.
Yeah. Yep.
Game theory is a big deal.
Little
Uzi Jacuzzi, I've got a blog post recommendation for you. You may have read it before, I don't know. It's called Meditations on Moloch. I'll put it in the YouTube comment section. Since you're spitting truth, I wanna give you the next chapter.
We also had Alex well, I don't know if you were watching the whole time or not, but
No, I was
Fedora
somewhere else. If I was able
showed
to
off
hear.
something that we'd like to know if you'd be
I
willing
saw
to print
some tweets
for it.
about like some face palming. Is that what we're talking
No, not that. It came after that.
There are even
The
Okay.
face palming was first, but after that, Fedoris, if you could hold that up again, could we get another view? Oh,
Yeah,
yeah.
this one.
Hold that up close.
Yeah.
Let me zoom in on you.
Wait,
Yes, I remember that.
Yeah,
Isn't that
hold-
Carlos' design?
Yes, exactly. It's Carlos' design.
That's what I
Yeah.
remember.
Oops.
Yeah. This is really sweet.
Yeah.
Man, I'm gonna print one of those for sure.
Could you print more than one of those by chance? And could one of them find its way into the mail down here?
I mean,
thing
you
is
could go to
awesome.
3D Hubs and like I would totally print it. I'm just terrible at shipping stuff, but you could go to 3D Hubs and just order one.
Yeah. It is
Horrible
amazing.
human being.
Definitely
I'm
need
like-
that.
Yeah, I'm just like really terrible at shipping stuff to people.
No,
That's
it's all good. We'll get it sorted out. But yeah, he showed that off, and I hadn't seen it before. It's amazing.
Yep,
I love it.
Yeah.
I mean, this is
Yeah.
something that we've been talking about. Should be like a standard sort of giveaway at summits, at the conferences. Remember those things?
I do remember.
When people would get together in the same
I-
place and exchange viruses and information.
I can't even imagine that right now. People
Okay,
would
shall
be
we-
talking actually face to face.
Shall
Oh
we
All right, Steve.
look into this while we are waiting for it to be
Let's look
deployed?
at that face to face now.
Yes.
So, so here are the breadcrumbs. Okay, let me go at the top level. Ignore the different colored sidebar. We probably should apply the same color to the sidebar. From the top bar, we should also apply it to the sidebar as well, which you can actually customize. It would be nice. So the top level, we have application organizations. Not much has changed here except for the layout. And then you can actually collapse this, which would work much better for mobile, even for non-mobile if you really want a bit more space. Then let's say we go to an application. One thing that we will probably be working on soonish is making this showing up a bit smoother, and how
the thing I'm noticing is that should be in the first page too. You should be like organizations. I'm in my organization, and this is my applications, which is I think what you're seeing, right? Or do you see all organizations?
I mean,
all applications?
this is all applications, so it's the top level. There are no breadcrumbs per se.
We should talk about that because this is a bit of an inconsistency. That,
I agree.
It's not about how it appears. It's that this shouldn't be a problem to begin with.
It might look better once we have the breadcrumbs coming out from the logo, because that will be kind of like the top level. But yeah, that needs.
It's still that it doesn't. It breaks the paradigm. Anyway, so sorry. Keep going. We'll talk about that post paradigm.
So here we go. Actually, what it does is the top level applications are kind of a shortcut. So what it actually gets you to is organizations, the name of the organization, and the application you chose. And here you get.
So we don't have a bullet point for a list of applications?
No, and I'm thinking actually we probably don't even need this, which will be. So this is what actually we talked about earlier with Chris as well, is that we should also have the applications, because when you go to a device, sometimes you just want to go back to the list of applications in the organization.
So if you click organization now, where does it take you?
It will take you to a summary.
Right,
And
but you have your
manage
applications.
applications.
Yeah.
Right.
Again, another thing that we can discuss, what should and shouldn't be part of the breadcrumbs. The logic here hasn't changed really from how it was. So yeah, we get the sidebars, you go to a device, you choose the device. Again, there is some small glitches here that we need to fix, but
Nice. No, I like it. This is really good. Yeah. So I think we got what we were saying, right? Like that. This release party is going to make things better no matter what. Now we have further improvements to make, but I think we're already. Yeah. Nice.
Yeah, I mean everything else really beyond this are small fixes and things that we actually should discuss and should have discussed maybe a while back. Something that comes to mind.
we've integrated the breadcrumbs. Now there's been problems with the breadcrumbs that we need to fix.
Yeah.
But at least the breadcrumbs are in the right place.
Exactly.
Right.
Yeah, and the same holds true for the titles and the help. So currently there is some help that will will give you a description of what device variables are. We don't need this anymore, so we need to figure out where to put this part. But those are things that are further improvements, as you said, and it's not.
Yeah, it could also be in the side menu, right? Like, I don't know, maybe.
Yeah, we'll see.
Maybe.
I don't know.
But I mean, those are not blockers. I mean,
they're
functionality is still
and,
functionality is still delivered.
Yeah. No, I think Steve. You know what we could do actually? We back in the day, we had we did some sessions where we would do a UI review at the summit. I don't know if you've been in one of those where we
once it wasn't at the summit, but
yeah, we basically just I turn on my criticism knobs to 11, and I play new user, right, and I'm like, okay, this is a problem. This is a problem. Now I think a twist that we can use in the next one that we do, maybe post Christmas. So that everybody can have a happy Christmas. But post Christmas, we can do where we do that, but with a view towards AutoUI. So finding the inconsistencies and then fixing them in an AutoUI kind of way, right? Because really, what this is doing is now we've kind of made the sidebar AutoUI like, even if it's not AutoUI implemented. I don't know what we've done implementation-wise, but like it has a clear way to become AutoUI. But now other parts about the main sort of content pages have become apparent as inconsistent, right? So we can, by reviewing it, we can spot a bunch of inconsistencies and maybe figure out AutoUI consistent solutions. So we can then prioritize and implement. But anyway, that's for post holidays. So what happens if you can collapse the thing on the left now?
So currently it will hide the breadcrumbs, which is not great, but.
Okay, that's fine.
It's a compromise. Normally, you wouldn't really collapse it unless you know where you are and what you want to do. So it's really just, it says basically save me some space while I'm looking at this. And if I really want to go back somewhere, I can open it. And even on mobile, you can just open it. And
I was going to say, on a full screen here like this, it's not really critical. But I could see if you're on a mobile,
what I would,
you might get some pixels saved.
What I would do is if you're collapsing it, well, first of all, we can collapse it only when, instead of having a collapse like that, we can have it on a narrow screen when you see the burger menu on the right. You can have collapse. But the other thing is that our we need to consider the menu on top properly a part of the sidebar, so that it's kind of sidebar and then the top of the rest. And when we do that, then that little logo as it is now should appear as part of the sidebar. And therefore, it'll be the home. So it saves, it gets rid of the breadcrumb problem by saying, okay, you don't have all of the cheats, but you can go back home and navigate back to where you want.
Right, because the burger menu, as it exists up at the top right there, is going to be your profile.
It's the top bar.
Yeah,
but what I'm saying is we collapse. The way it is right now, we collapse some things, but not other things. When we collapse, when we're judging, we don't have enough space for a menu on top. We probably don't have enough space for a sidebar on the left either.
Right.
So we should be collapsing those at the same time.
But anyway, even on mobile, if someone really wanted to go back and using the breadcrumbs, they can always open it, right? Even on a small device. You can always open.
They wouldn't. They might not know about it.
Yeah, that's true. But anyway, there are a lot of improvements to be done there.
No, we've definitely exposed a bunch of improvements, but I think the key thing is that this is better, and we'll make it better still. We haven't deployed to production. We can maybe say bye to today's side menu, and we can see how it was. One last goodbye.
So basically, you see, we basically have the same menu with a very little scroll bar, and we're gonna remove this soon. So on a 13-inch laptop, everything will fit basically. Whereas here it's way overflowing.
Oh, yeah.
So
Yeah,
and when
plenty
you
of
choose
white
members,
space.
you're actually not where you are. So,
Right. And
there
we've
is a lot
also
of
saved you
wasted space.
we've also saved you the breadcrumb space, right? So
Yeah, exactly. So there's
and again, I think once the titles go away as well, that's even more
Yeah.
saving.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry. If you close the notification on, oh, okay, no, that's not there. Okay, that's fine.
Yeah, I mean, we basically need now a bit more standardized content box here with standardized padding, because now it's not.
Yep.
And once we get that, we're gonna have like a lot more space here compared to when you go to orgs here, for example. I mean, okay, there aren't that many orgs, and so it's not really a big deal in this case. But so yeah,
no, there's more to do, but I think we can save that for another release party, maybe.
Yeah, definitely.
You know what will be really cool? If we do that review, I don't know if we need to do it as a release party review or not. That would be fun. But if we do a review, we can do then a release party where we take a far different approach. We have like a checklist of like a hit list of like 20, 30 things. And
boy.
just everybody's racing to just like get them all out. That'll be fun.
Oh, that will be
With a leaderboard.
Oh,
Yeah.
I like that.
They're like some
How
sort
many?
of we could have Chris whip up some kind of a timer.
man,
Oh boy.
So yeah, it is being deployed to production as we speak now. It should be there in probably a couple of minutes, not more than that.
Wow.
Perfect.
Awesome.
Right. And then beer o'clock, huh?
Yeah. Let's bring up.
Call it a day.
So let's
Mark. Yeah, bring Mark.
let
Get
me
the graphic.
let me update this.
Well, you know what? I'll bring up the current one where we were at. We'll do a quick view.
I will change it on the fly.
Change it on the fly.
You can start.
All right. So at last check, and actually we're a few minutes past the hour anyway, so we can take a quick glance at where we were at last hour while Mark updates for current. But if you're just joining us at the 7 hour and 10 minute mark of this release party, what we're building, oh, look at it going on the fly. Look at that change on the fly like that. We are redesigning, as you just saw a moment ago, the sidebar navigation structure in balenaCloud. So that, of course, starts off with design work. So we had Alexandra on the stream earlier showing the design process. And actually this right here is a rendering mock-up that you're looking at. Skeleton, menu component, and breadcrumbs were all done earlier. That's sort of the framework, underlying work to get it done. Once that was completed, testing and deploying. You just saw a moment ago it sitting already in our staging repository, or I should say staging environment.
Go
ahead.
Production.
Yeah,
it's already in production.
And now, just a moment after that, it is in production. All right, so let's take, Mark, can you grab that banner? Oh, I can get it. Get the banner off of that, go back to all of us, and then
I took a screenshot just a minute ago. Just to
did you
remember.
you took a screenshot to remember the old one by? Do you want to do you have a screen share ready? If not, I can get one. And we'll go take a look at it in production. Actually, so this will be a good test. Let me do a screen share on mine.
Yeah.
Share screen. Application. And we should see my current project come up. I have a container that's in a restart loop, so we'll figure that out. We'll figure that out later. But I'm still in the old one now. Steph, do I need to refresh
No,
Yeah,
it's just,
Hard
mean,
refresh,
refreshing.
or would this? Let's see
Are you
what
in
happens.
Safari or what's that?
This is Safari, yes, but that shouldn't.
Okay, that's a good test.
That's a good test. Let's see what happens here. Everybody cross your fingers.
I probably know
Oh,
what's happening.
So cool.
Look at that.
Safari.
Success. Now I do have...
That my friend Safari.
That's
It's
okay.
probably,
Exactly.
I think it's probably the flex equals 0 or not setting flex that causes that. Safari doesn't like that.
Yeah, it's all right.
It's not.
I don't know. We'll see. But
That's okay, though. The point is
Let me open an issue.
Yeah, get into a device, maybe.
Yeah, let me get there. I'm just navigating around, just taking a quick look. Yeah, let's go take a look at a device. What was that? That was Magic Mirror.
no, it's like you have one of each.
Oh, I've got one of everything. Yeah. Hey, you never know when you're talking to an audience or you're demoing. You got to have all your, you got to have your devices ready. They got a lot of applications on standby. So this one's still. Oh, actually, it's pulling down the update. Yeah. But yeah, it's all here.
Looks
Nice.
beautiful.
I really like
It looks
It's
way
not,
better.
Yeah, guys. And once we get rid of the title, I think we also get rid of that space above the title, and it'll all like smooth up, which will be super nice.
Exactly. Yeah.
And
get rid of the map from here.
Right. But I really like how this whole train station metaphor has worked out. I'm blown away. I don't know that any website is doing this, right? I think this is completely our own invention.
Yeah, I don't
Using
recall
breadcrumbs
seeing
and
it around anywhere.
An
Yeah, I mean-
innovative sidebar for balenaCloud. All right. I guess we
Yeah,
can take
and
that for Hub as well,
Innovation.
huh?
Yeah, I mean, there isn't much in Hub now, really. So, but this should all and will go to Rendition. So, I'll make sure of it. So yeah, we can use it in
Nice.
Jellyfish or anywhere else as well.
Nice.
Yeah,
Cool.
turned out pretty well actually. Definitely a new approach to doing breadcrumbs.
Definitely.
I mean,
Yeah.
we've suffered with these friggin' breadcrumbs for how many years now?
That's
I
the
keep hearing
thing, right?
breadcrumb.
Like classic breadcrumbs make sense when you don't have a sidebar, because that's really the only navigation
Right.
you have, and there's navigation on top of it.
Oh, Harry Potter operated into the call. Sorry, go on.
Yeah, but when you have both sidebar and breadcrumbs on the right, it just doesn't make sense. It's completely out of context.
Hey, look who's back.
I like the blue. I don't know who.
Yeah, blue. Where's the
Probably
URL? Hold on, I want to change those.
We need to be green, Chris. We're done.
Yeah, set it to green. Set it to green. I don't have the link.
I just did it.
Oh, perfect.
Hit refresh again, whoever. That will go quicker.
Anytime soon in production.
Woo!
There you go.
Celebrate.
David, can you take
Looking
a
really good.
screenshot of that collapse?
Yeah, I'm gonna grab a few screenshots.
Yeah, Johnny's asking for that.
Not a
It was-
problem. I'll get some and we can put them in the blog post. Yep.
I just want them to match.
hmm Although I was in Safari, I don't know if it matters. I
Yeah,
don't
get rid of that.
get rid of that.
Safari.
Okay. We can start the browser war since it's time to close it out anyway. I've been using Microsoft Edge lately, the new Chromium build. Kind of liking it.
Are you just going to try and pull the pin on that hand grenade and then walk
Yeah,
away?
and then just Microsoft Edge is the best browser. See y'all later. Bye.
Why would
Well,
you use Chromium?
It is Chromium. It's Chrome.
Well, the reason I don't use Chromium or Chrome, and maybe Edge will work for me. Who knows? Who knows? I'm back on. Guys, the first browser I used was Mosaic. And then I moved from that to Netscape, from that to Explorer, from that to Firefox, from that to Chrome, and I'm back to Firefox, probably with a few like Chrome, Firefox back and forth. But Firefox is really pissing me off because it's just like it doesn't work with my tabs. But the reason I'm not on Chrome is that if you have a bunch of windows, right, and Chrome crashes, you can't get them back. Whereas Firefox will give you back your windows. And apparently there's some like deep design limitation in Chrome or something or other. So I like the engine. I just don't like their windowing approach. So maybe Edge could solve that for me. I don't know.
Alex, I had that problem, and I came across the auto restore function in the settings. So it'll pick up where you left off. Because that was my thing. I always hated.
No, I've got auto restore for my tabs, but I don't have it for my windows. Does it bring back your windows too?
Yeah, but if I use multiple desks, in a Linux environment, it doesn't restore them to their desks, but it does restore all the windows.
It's okay. I can deal with that. Okay, cool. I'll check that out.
And in Chrome, you should be able to.
And you can restore them using history, where it might take multiple clicks, because if you have 3 different Chrome views and each has 10 tabs, you can actually restore them from the history.
But it doesn't auto-restore when you come back. You've lost your windows and you have to bring them back like that? Or is that another way?
Another way, yeah.
Oh, okay, got it.
Because that was always my thing. I'm like, I got to reopen everything, or I have to,
Yeah, because I like to use that for like segmenting my like thought processes. Like this is work, and then if I have a project, I'll open up 15 Google drawings, which the people that work with me here know how easily that can happen. But I don't want I want them, but I don't want them. I wish there was a way to have a bucket of docs. If Google Drawings or Google Docs in general allowed me to have I don't understand this, right? There's workbooks for sheets, but only for sheets. I cannot do a workbook with a bunch of drawings. Why? There's no real reason. I just can't do it because Microsoft stopped working on Office at some point. They just we won't give up. And now Google is trying to copy them, so I guess they copy. Never mind.
Microsoft did get rid of the print button. There's no print button anywhere.
That's okay. That's probably good. Every once in a while, I would go with them on that.
Where's the button? Control P.
We need the home button to go away as well. Actually, what is this home button here? Who uses a home page?
I don't know what that is.
Let me go to my home page.
Yeah.
Excite from Windows 1995.
Yeah, I just want them to store my settings, because every time if you do a new install of I have to turn off things like select entire word instead of select character, and they don't necessarily propagate between Word, Excel, PowerPoint. I find myself going just save my settings.
David, do you enjoy what you did? Are you proud of yourself?
I'm so happy right now. I'm thrilled. Look what I have done.
Look where we are now. We're talking about select that word only. Just saying.
Got him. Got you guys.
Thanks.
Total nerd snipe. All right, you guys. Well,
you're writing, right?
John's got a blog post just about ready to go. I just put the screenshots into it.
It's on the bottom, John, of the document, all the screenshots.
Oh. But we saw the functionality, so we're good. John, you want to hit?
Chris will tell us officially what.
I was going to say, John, do you want to go live on the blog post? How close are we? And then we can have Chris make a determination.
That's right. The umpire.
Yeah, finalize this and then move it over to Ghost. And since all your screenshots are Mac based, I have to do some surgery.
Oh, get out of here! What a wise guy.
Did we talk about the gap on the right, at the top on the main
padding?
window? I think you mentioned it. It was something to do with getting rid of the title, and then the gap will go at the same time.
Okay. That gap.
Above the content on the right.
Yeah, there's a probably tomorrow we will just go through all of that and just standardize how the content is. Basically, create a skeleton for the content, and everything else will fit inside, and everything will be standardized. Now it's a bit all over the place. Some of them have headers, some don't, and
I see that
we just
going
need to
through, actually.
standardize. Yeah.
It's looking good.
Yeah, beautiful.
Yeah, nice job, guys.
We're glad you like it.
We made it. What's the next, Chris? What's the next release party? Is that
I
already
don't
in
know.
the cards? Or?
Steve was planning the next one at the start of this one. I can't remember what it was now.
I heard
I
Rich
forgot
was
what it was.
planning.
What was I saying? Wait.
I don't
Wait,
know.
Steve is planning another one? Number 4 is already
This was
getting...
before he started this one. Like it was one of the first
First
things we
hour.
discussed on the stream was what the next
I
one was.
mentioned something, but I forgot what it was.
We will need to
Okay,
go
we recorded it.
the YouTube.
We got a recording.
To
Go
rescue
back to
that.
the beginning and start watching all over.
I
These
have
are
started
addictive,
putting
guys.
together a release party manual.
Ooh, nice.
Nice, yeah.
You know, one thing I realized as we are talking here, it will be nice to have in some form, is, you know, we throw all sorts of like little, oh yeah, we should fix this, we should fix that, but we're not noting anything down, right? Probably. Maybe somebody's holding notes, I don't know. But nice to sort of have a clear like list of observations, either for small fixes or for process fixes. Like we said, like, I mean, this one I'm not going to forget, but we said that there's no reason for UI to be going to staging. It should be going to production directly. There's like no real reason for the intermediate step. So we should, like, that's for if anybody's still watching us from home. One of the big things about the release party for us at Balena is that we get to sort of live through the process together. And because process is a very big deal for us as a remote team, you know, we kind of live and die by our process. When we get to live through the process together, we get to notice all of the weak spots. And then we make sort of mental notes to fix stuff. I think after every release party, we've made process improvements to go with it as a follow-up. So, you know, if we sort of have a to-do list that comes out of the party, Chris, it would be really cool to know, well, both on the process front and on a small fixes front.
You mean like in general? Because that was something I was adding to the manual, as sort of like keep note of the chapters, keep note of the bugs, and keep note of process improvements.
Yeah, that's kind of what I'm saying. I don't know if we turn that into we were talking. I don't know who we're talking with. Actually, maybe it was yesterday with Steve. We were talking about integrating release party functionality into Jellyfish. So that would be ideal. You'll have like your little, you know.
Yeah, it'd be almost
panel.
fun to like gamify it. It's like, oh, we spotted that, note it down, and then you sort of get like you almost get like 10 possible improvements spotted during the stream, and like 10 possible bugs, and 10 like, you know, like just like a score kind of thing. That'd be fun.
Yeah, but we did say about a potential other release party. If you're keeping notes, I think this one should definitely go in. It was a legitimate idea. It wasn't like just talking shit.
The issue. I got that one.
The what?
The issue list, and we try and like hit them all off.
No. Oh yeah, exactly. So we do a review of the UI with a bunch of issues. Maybe we do it in the same. You know, we could do it in the same stream. It'll be kind of harsh because, like, as I said to the guys, when we do these reviews, I turn my criticism up to 11. It's a disease. I've actually heard other people have it, but you have to learn to actually tone it down to survive through daily life. But I can tone it up.
I think you said turn it up to 12, not 11. You said 12.
If you want 12, David, you will get 12.
I'm just saying, I'm going to rewind this video. You said 12.
How about, okay, look, 13, and this is my last offer.
All right. Next level.
I'm not going higher than that. After that, it becomes counterproductive. Anyway, but yeah, so once we do that, it would be fun to do in the same stream, I think. Like a couple of hours of like just reviewing and then just hitting off items like as aggressively as we possibly can. That'll be pretty cool.
I'll put that down in the alternative formats.
Getting into
we
the
can get like
sidebar.
every UI developer on the team, no matter where they're working, we can just prepare everybody all your stations, and make it a competitive. David was imagining you'll make leaderboards and everything.
Yeah, I volunteered Chris to create. I volunteered Chris to create a leaderboard and some sort of maybe a timer or clock that's running to really turn the pressure up on people.
You can always have like one group like reviewing and like filing issues and stuff.
No, the moment the issues get filed, it's fair game to start fixing them.
Yeah.
Question for Steve, Andrea, and Toloris. So maybe, it will not get into the release party, but what should be the sidebar for preferences on the menu? Because there is the I don't know if that's. I don't know what breadcrumb version.
Steve has something to say. I can see it from his face.
There is a different breadcrumb at the moment. It's the old one. We were discussing this morning actually with with Steve before coming here that maybe we should or should not add the sidebar in the preferences pages. Sorry, the preferences page, because we actually have tabs and we can probably transform those tabs to be just some
we can get rid of the tabs,
items in the menu, but we can probably reuse the sidebar. But we should discuss this as well, probably.
Yeah, I think the settings are the
there is a totally different layout today on the preference page.
I think the preferences tabs is the one that can be the most AutoUI-fied pretty quickly, at least in my mind. I don't know, Steve, what you think.
It was a bit choppy. I didn't.
Oh,
I mean,
sorry.
My internet's a bit choppy now.
No.
No. It was actually mine. No.
Oh, hey, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. No, I was saying like the settings section like is the one that feels like AutoUI should be able to just do ahead of the others, even completely, including sidebar and everything.
Yeah.
Or no?
I agree.
Or is there?
I mean,
like,
so basically,
purples?
there is like SSH keys, access tokens. Those are the tables are generated using AutoUI. Then the profile is just a form, right? Nothing special going on there. Probably the one that is tricky is the two-factor authentication. I mean, that can be a standard feature, right? Enabling, disabling 2FA. It's really quite generic. It's not specific to the dashboard.
Yeah,
so,
we can talk through that. Maybe tomorrow we can.
But
if we do that, then auto-generating the sidebar becomes,
Yeah. No, it's definitely a good candidate. I agree. There isn't a lot of complexity there, so.
Not much left anyway. There used to be.
Yeah.
Cool. What else? Come on, Chris, show us a 3D print that you have on your desk.
Last question. Should we add like something next to the organization's notification or head bar saying that there is a new sidebar with a link of the blog post or something like that? Or
I think that's okay. I think they'll figure it out.
Or people discover
they're going to see it.
The sidebar itself acts as a notification.
Yeah, you consider yourself notified. It's right there. Yeah, I mean, we'll make a social media post for it, of course.
I mean, we don't need to make a big fuss about everything, right? Orgs is pretty special because it was something that we were waiting for 3 years. The users were waiting. It was like significant new functionality. The sidebar is just making sure we are doing our best to, guide users through the product, but it's not like, world-changing or anything. I mean, maybe it's world-changing. I don't know, since it's a new and innovative sidebar. But
well, it is.
You're going to see it copied over places now.
That's right.
I don't have any 3D prints, but we could do another episode of what SBC is that.
What do you have? Just pick a thing.
Okay.
That's
I
easy.
know what
Come
that is.
on, that's an
Oh.
easy one.
Wait a sec.
What
Show
is
the-
it, David?
That's a tinker board.
Right. Correct.
Color.
That's not
you-
easy. It's just good.
By the
Okay,
way,
All right.
David, did you realize what's the Raspberry Pi on the?
That's just why I
actually,
was
David
gonna-
didn't see the discussion we had, Alex, about the Raspberry Pi on the
Yeah,
animated GIF.
I took a look. It is a Raspberry Pi 1. I cannot determine, though, if it's a B or a B+. So I'll have to go do some archaeology on
I think
that.
the B plus is the one with the micro SD.
I think that is correct. So I'm going to have to do a little digging. So that would make it a B+ then.
Okay,
We're
so-
obviously, because we're showing a micro SD being inserted. Now, Chris has that's a Beagle.
Beagle
Come
bone?
on, that's a
You've got to be more precise than that.
it's green.
No,
it's a green.
Model B. Oh, sorry. Never mind. Take that.
Yeah. Chris was holding up a Beagle bone. Green.
That's another Model B.
Yeah, it's
Model
another
Beagle
model.
bone.
Yeah. But Chris does a good job as a hand model on our Jetson Nano
Oh, that's true.
content. There is a second GIF that is specific to the Jetson Nano posts, which show Chris's hand inserting the SD card into the Nano. So, I think if we talk him into it, we could probably convince him to refilm the insert
GIF of this
SD card, into Pi.
To
My
be completely
favorite
honest,
device that I
would-
still never get to use.
yeah,
Well, I
that is
don't-
really cool, isn't it, Chris? We
Yeah.
need to do that project where we outfit this little guy with a little battery and a little solar panel, and then a little thing that sticks it to your window and keeps it
Yeah.
on forever.
I would love to do that. It's like every time I try and use the NanoPi for something, there's always some kind of blocker.
Like
what?
software not existing.
Software, or like you're tied up with other projects? I'm curious.
No, the other day, so I deployed the Christmas Lights project, and the software works like beautifully on it. But then I found out the USB ports don't work, so that's something we've got to look into.
Oh no.
Because the
That's a bit
USB
of a
ports are
bummer.
on the headers on this one, which is really cool because you can just plug in the
Oh,
jumpers.
right. That doesn't have actual physical native ports on it, just via
No.
header. Huh.
But it's quite cool because it means you make your device a lot smaller because you don't have to.
Oh yeah.
USB.
Yeah, absolutely.
Nice. That's really cool. Wow, I didn't realize. Yeah, Chris. So that plus an e-paper display, you can make a sensor that works for infinity, basically.
Yeah.
Every once in a while.
There goes his holiday
But
break.
for infinity.
Yeah, that'd be a good one.
It's either that or the 3D printed guys. You know about this. My mind has been blown. Yeah. Leave the nanopies out. Now we're going to talk about the actual future. These guys in the University of Washington, actually, like right in my neighborhood, did these 3D printed objects that are completely passive, as in they don't have any battery or any electronics, depending on your definition of electronics. But they had these 3D printed conductive traces that, I kid you not, manipulate Wi-Fi signal in a way that can be picked up by a Wi-Fi receiver. So they can send you can read their sort of readings remotely without them being active at all. And they're completely 3D printed.
What?
I know, right? Like, let me show you. This is this is real.
Yeah,
I
I'm
need
not.
to print one.
I'm lost here. I am not following you because this doesn't
wait,
make
wait,
any
wait.
sense. Not making sense here.
Where is this? Chris, do you remember what I'm talking about?
I remember, yeah. I can probably
Yeah.
find the
Where
link.
are these things? Let's find a link for this.
So I remember 4 years ago visiting the Xerox Park in Silicon Valley, and they were showing me a 3D printer that was able to print like a Nokia phone 4 years ago, like all the PCB, the display, and with the same power of a Nokia phone.
But the chips were inserted, I assume.
Yeah. No.
The
They were able to print them as well. I don't know how.
I don't believe that.
Yeah,
I think they fooled you.
Yeah, they pulled a fast one on you.
I think did they say look over there?
Yeah. Quick.
That was one of the one of the
it.
few open projects actually that they were able to show.
I would love to see more about that if indeed that was that happened. I've been looking into 3D printing chips and stuff, and there do exist right now some ones that they have a very low level, like they can do like 130 microns, I think, or rather 130 nanometers, like old school processors maybe.
Yeah.
The link's in chat there.
Okay, cool. Is that an internal or external?
In external.
Okay. Yeah. That was the one, guys.
Can
I
you
was
open that
just
and
like,
share your screen, maybe?
Yeah.
John, how is it going? Ghost is.
Yeah.
Basically, they have a video attached to it that if you can see it, it'll just make you cry. At least it made me cry a little bit. I need to print this thing. I don't know what's stopping me.
They didn't publish the STLs, did they?
Did they not? I'm gonna go over
I had
there
a brief
and,
look a couple weeks
have
ago.
a word with them.
Yeah, just pop round.
Threaten to give them COVID unless they give me the STLs.
Oh boy. Hey.
If you share your screen, can you show a video on it, or?
Let me.
Yeah. Well, maybe not the sound, but.
I don't think no. It's not the sound that matters here. It's totally the video, the actual image part of the video.
Hang on. Yeah, I can get it up. Need 1 second. I can't get a copy paste off of that comment though, so I gotta do some typing.
3D printed objects connect to Wi-Fi without electronics.
There it comes. Now let's go get screen share turned on. And there we go. Share. We should have it come in just a second. Get that off there. Oops. All right. No problem. Yeah, you can take the comment down. I'm switched over here. So now wait a minute. This is posted in 2017.
Yeah, scroll down a bit. There's a video that you can see. Yeah, that's it.
3D printing, wireless connected objects. Hold on, I don't know what's going to happen audio-wise, but there we go.
It's like a minute and a half. It's not like a ton.
Yeah, we have been here for 8 hours, so we can wait.
Oh, yeah. All right.
Oops. What do you do?
I think full screen is.
Is it not working on full screen?
Yeah, we don't need full screen.
Oh, right.
Yeah, I clicked full screen. Yeah, it went to another window.
We've got some real demos though. Like that's the part, the slider. You're gonna see it. It's the part that like I don't understand.
Okay. So a spring is stored energy.
Gotcha.
Yeah. Of course, apply wind, right? Apply some wind.
the flow meter was amazing because they say like you can put that on your like let's say laundry detergent or something, and then that can be picked up from something that's reading the signal and reorder. Let's say that was the thing that blew me away.
Whoa. Yeah.
Like,
so mechanical input to generate the power. Yeah.
So it's energy harvesting or not even that?
It is a form of energy it's a form of energy harvesting, absolutely, because a flow meter could be placed into a river. You know,
the way I understand this is like, imagine if there was a mirror, right, in your anemometer, and you had a thing that was placed to receive the light as your anemometer like turned, right, and you counted the times you hit the light. It's deflecting energy your way, right? Light is energy, as is Wi-Fi signal. So it's just doing that idea, but in a smarter way on the Wi-Fi sort of band. But is a mirror a passive electronic device? I guess. Is it redirecting energy? Sure, but that's not how you think about it. Like, yeah, that's the. I mean, I don't know. I saw that and it just broke everything I thought I knew about electronics.
Yeah.
And the Internet of Things as well.
Because you can see like how they've got the different size teeth on the gears, so that they're getting like a different spacing of the pulses, which is interesting too.
Yeah, the problem, if you want to get into problem mode, is that this is unauthenticated, I think, right? It's just broadcasting information into the air.
Mm-hmm.
I guess you could do something like print in a way that is encoded, so you don't know exactly what's getting sent, but I don't even know if that's possible. Yeah, that's the problem. But then at the same time, it's kind of like your Chromecast, right? Your Chromecast is not really authenticated because if somebody's in your home, in your network, they might as well just go and press the button as well on your TV. Like, there's a level of trust that is fine. If your neighbors know when your detergent's being used. I mean, that could be a bit of a problem. Yeah, but that's the only real boundary I see, like that it's not an unauthenticated signal. I'm sure it's solvable, though. Like, it has to be. Once we've solved this part. Oh, shit, what happened? Chris, you're red.
I don't know.
Oh,
I
no.
have no idea.
Did it fail in production?
No, set it back.
Anyway, cool. All right, guys. I mean, we don't need to stretch this out any longer, and we can celebrate having a release party done in under 8.
Yeah, 7:45. Well, hold on a minute, John. Did you hit the publish button? Did you?
Almost. I just I'm sending along the draft so you can take someone else can eyeball it.
Chris, did the previous one finish under 8?
Yeah. Yeah, it finished at 7.06.
It's in private.
And then we were chatting like 30 minutes like we are doing now.
Okay, so 7 hours, 36 minutes previous one. So we're just a tiny bit over. All right. So
I think we need to be like targeting a specific time rather than going for long or short.
Yeah.
What was the total time? I guess I can
Steve.
just look at the...
Steve is back.
Just crashed.
Chris's lights have turned red, and we don't know what it means.
I mean, to me, it tells me to just run because there's something.
Make a run step to get out of here while you can. All right. I think the blog post looks good.
Looks good. Maybe, John, can you embed the YouTube video?
There's something in the last paragraph where the markdown has failed that looks like a YouTube.
Wait, I see that.
Oh, really?
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, yeah, I see.
Where do you see? Oh, yes. You can watch a recording of the release party here. Yep.
Let's see.
Yeah, there is.
I had a stray carriage return. Should be fixed.
Felipe's trying the new UI.
Yeah.
Oops, sorry. So thank you, Felipe. Enjoy it.
I'll take one more look and then I'll publish.
Okay.
Yeah,
should
Steve,
we do
Then it's beer o'clock.
Should we do the last progress check?
Yeah, do you want to flip it to green on, well, wait for John to hit the publish button, and then we can flip to green.
You were saying, Alex?
Yeah, sorry.
Yeah, my mind is stuck now on whether we need to have, Theodoris is going to choke me in this, whether we need to have with the new sidebar, actually, this might be the one that fixes the problem. But whether we need to show you all of the applications that you have access to, or only the ones in your organization. I don't know what we.
So yeah, I mean,
Andrea is laughing. This is not good.
I'm just laughing because we talk about this a lot of times, not once, a lot of times.
I know, but I think this sidebar fixes the structural issue. Maybe.
Yeah, I mean, there is also, I guess, one reason to have the applications there was to offer it some as a sort of a migration from the previous non-org based UI to orgs, so people are still comfortable with what it is there. But I think, yeah, as
last we spoke about it, we said it should be all applications, or rather, we said all devices, right? But we can have all applications in the same way.
So I guess it's not, because there can be applications, fleets, organizations, right? That's a sort of a top level view of stuff. And it does introduce a bit of confusion because you can get to the same place from multiple places, and I don't know.
I think that's generally okay, like so long as you do it well, right?
Yeah, that's the thing.
There's a strict reason not to, but you have to be be good about it.
Yeah, I mean, the breadcrumbs being in the sidebar will definitely help, I think, because it just gives you slightly more context where you are. Like before, if you went from the applications directly from the applications list to an application and it gave you like 3-4 breadcrumbs, it was a bit difficult to follow what happened. But now you're like, oh, okay, so I'm actually in my organization, and this is the application I'm seeing, and this is the menu for it.
It gives you like some mental map of where you are.
Yeah, definitely.
I do think grouping the applications together outside of the context of the org is a bit strange now.
Yeah, I think because we've cleaned up the sidebar, it's actually raising another model problem. Again, it would be pretty cool to see all orgs and all devices, even like because there's been this request, right, to see all devices regardless, right, which is cool, but it's a special view, and all apps is a special view as well. There's like the hierarchical way, which is like go org, apps, select an app, devices, select a device, etc. But maybe there should be some shortcut or special ways to like navigate.
Yeah, I mean, I mean, I don't know. It's quite a difficult one. I think we need to
sleep on it.
Give it another thought. There actually, we need to talk about a few other stuff as part of orgs and AutoUI about how we assign member. When you go and visit a member, you can add that member to a team from there.
Yep.
But you can also create a team and add members from there. So you can do it from 2 places. That's okay, but we need to see how that fits in AutoUI world, because they're essentially working on the same model. And if you go to an application today, if you want, let's say, to...
Okay, we're publishing.
We were talking about release this morning.
For example, a release. Normally, you wouldn't say add this release to an application, right? There is no directionality, or pin. While you're looking at the releases, you won't select a release from the table and say pin this application. The main action won't be pin this release. Make this release the one that is pinned for the application, right? You would go to the application, you would check the application you want to modify, and there you're gonna say, okay, pin this application to a release, and then you get a new list of releases where you select the one.
The reason for that is because when we break things up into fleets and apps, right?
Yeah.
We will pin on the fleet, not on the app.
Yeah.
So the pinning is not going to be with a release set, right? It's on it's on device list. The pinning is actually on the device list, not on the release list, which is kind of weird.
Yeah.
But again, that's a clean.
I mean, it is also in the application where you set the default release. So if you have the release policy for the application.
That's the thing. It's the set of devices that selects the application, the release. It's
not
the set of releases that selects.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Fair enough. Yeah. It's not the. Okay. Yeah.
Anyway, right now, sorry, nobody understands what we're saying. But
yeah.
people on YouTube watching it, so.
Okay. Let's not. Yeah. There are things to be discussed.
Let's chat tomorrow. If you are still around, I can totally do a bit of a brain dump after what we learned today.
Yeah.
John, we need some tags on that blog post. And for some reason, the URL has a 2 on the end of it. But you can edit that.
Oh, yes.
I don't see that. Oh, yes, yes. Mm-hmm.
Let's see that blog.
But the post is there.
Very strange. What tags would you recommend?
Good question.
balenaCloud,
balena.
Release party? Do we have?
I was going to say
previous ones.
Release party.
Yeah, the previous ones.
We can add one for release party and then tag the other one.
Mm-hmm. So then any release party content that's produced
that's
be sorted.
But we can collect release parties, blog posts, and content.
What else?
Great work, everybody. This is really, really, really nice that we just kind of saw this problem that's been, pending a lot. I guess my last question actually is, what else is there that we have that has kind of been pending for a long time and we want to give it another kick?
Dependent
devices is one.
Dependent devices.
Chris.
Oh my God.
Yes. Okay.
Where's Rahul?
Except for dependent devices. Is there something else that we have a lot of pent up? Oh, Chris, your HDMI thing, man.
Oh, yeah.
Chris has built, guys, I don't know if you know this, Chris has built a thing where you can broadcast the HDMI signal over Wi-Fi. So it's like an amazing version. I think he's got a code working.
It does work, but it's very temperamental.
So it's, I didn't know it was.
Yeah, I remember you talking about that.
Wow.
Because I remember that I was trying to fix. I went home for Christmas, back when you used to go home for Christmas. And my dad has this weird setup where there's literally a hole in the wall from the one room to the other, and a big cable just going through the living room to the TV, because the signal from the roof is coming into what used to be my childhood room and goes through the wall across the living room to the TV, right? And I was like, okay, this is terrible. I just can't, in good conscience, allow this to happen. And then I looked, and to buy a thing that will do that is $300.
Yeah, the ones that send it over Ethernet or Wi-Fi are quite expensive.
And I was like, surely.
So the idea was to have one of these capture things. Oh, you can't see me. I'll just stop waving devices at the camera. So there's this HDMI input device, focus, which sends which encodes the HDMI signal into the CSI that you can feed into the camera input. So I had one device capturing that and then multicasting it over the Wi-Fi, so then you can have a Pi 0 that receives that broadcast and outputs the HDMI. So you could have, I've had situations where I wanted to do an installation before where it's one HDMI source and then monitors all over the place. So you could easily do that, and each node is then only the price of a Pi 0, which is what, $13.
And the speed is good, throughput.
Yeah, it was working quite well. I had my switch as a test device of the input, and then that was mirrored on all the my test screens. It was working pretty well, but it was just a case of you had to start the services in the right order. So it needs some like auto negotiation code or something to work out how to do that.
Oh, that would be pretty neat. That would be a good
All right,
project.
folks. I got pulled up to my kitchen, so now Eva's gonna say hello.
Oh no.
She's gonna get broadcast to the internet. And guys, check this out.
Is that pineapple? Is that pineapple?
I think it's pineapple. Yes.
Pineapple.
Oh my
Hot fun.
Look at this, guys. This is amazing.
Wow.
Carlo, if you're watching, I think that was a pineapple pizza.
Pineapple pie.
Norwegian pineapple pizza. That's right. That's what it
That
was.
was a Norwegian pineapple pizza. We just saw it. Oh,
Sorry.
wow. Too funny. Maybe he's asleep by now.
Carlo. Probably
Yeah.
waking up right now.
Yeah. All right.
Some time ago. Okay, should we do the last as a wrap up?
Yeah. Let's do it. The post is live.
What happened here?
Green. Good stuff.
So it's beer o'clock.
Yep.
Who wants to take this?
Well, I still have coffee, so no beer here. I can go get one.
Yeah, for under 8 hours.
Steve, you want to close to wrap up?
Yeah.
You
I was
open?
gonna say Steve should close.
Okay,
Yeah.
sure. Yeah, I don't have the beer yet, but I definitely want some dinner now. So probably the beer will go together with that. Yeah, I mean, it was a pretty cool party. We're gonna finish it. We have 1 minute to finish, so we are at 8 hours sharp. Yeah, I think the new sidebar looks pretty cool. It did open up a few other questions that we need to figure out again from tomorrow, but I'm pretty happy. I really wanted to get this done much earlier. It just, I don't know, we always fell into doing other stuff.
Yeah.
But it's finally out, and that's why the release parties are great, because there is no delaying anymore. You have to ship something, and it is really a good forcing function to
Creative constraints.
to ship things.
Nice job,
That's
everyone.
all. Great job, everyone, and
Thank you,
thank you
Steve.
for
Thanks, everybody.
sticking for 8 hours.
Yeah.
John.
Cool. Have a nice day, evening.
All right.
Bye-bye.
Bye, everybody.
Bye, everyone.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
See you.
I click